Players fighting monsters in another dimension stop to rest. Meanwhile, something huge is rapidly approaching them, throwing stones around. This is an emujai, a huge sea serpent that was unable to transform into a dragon due to a curse. The Windblade fighters are told to prepare for battle. This is the most ancient monster from the legends. It is finally here and it is roaring. We need to calm down and get ready to fight back. Only the best of the best are members of the Windblade. He's also part of this raid. We need to add some fire and go ahead. He was a late awakener about a year ago and is a Tier 1 player. His name is Frank Neumann and he is 27 years old. Just 3 years ago, he was an ordinary student. But then suddenly problems began, as his father was hospitalized due to an incurable disease, mana deficiency. This disease appeared 19 years ago when the gates to another dimension opened. Then the human world turned upside down. People awakened and received magical powers. However, the gateway to another dimension was both a blessing and a curse for humanity. Monsters from another dimension have caused unimaginable damage to humanity, and incurable diseases similar to mana deficiency have appeared. And the awakened players dealt with the monsters, for which they began to earn huge profits, since the loot from the monsters could be sold at a high price. Thanks to this, people who were even slightly connected to the gaming industry were able to accumulate a fortune. But for Frank, the gate is just a curse. The ingredient for the inhibitor that can alleviate the symptoms of my father's illness is a rare stone dropped by a monster. And of course, such a stone can't be cheap. Frank's mother started working 2 jobs. The older sister gave all the money she had saved for the wedding, but even that was not enough. After work, I had to rush straight to a part-time job. It was hard, and of course, there wasn't enough money. If only Frank were awakened. He wouldn't have to deal with all this anymore. He could destroy rocks with his bare hands and jump over high-rise buildings. It would be very good to become a player. Now he is dying of fatigue, but then everything would go well. They say they make an incredible amount of money, but no one knows how to achieve the awakening of the Force. It's something like a lottery, in which Frank hardly has a chance. He really wants to wake up, to become a player, but not some ordinary one, but a strong one. If people became gamers simply because they wanted to, everyone would probably be one already. I need to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, the towel Frank is holding in his hand flies up. A blue panel appears in front of him. He woke up. They say there are people who died of heart attacks due to a sudden lottery win, and Frank seems to understand them now. He hopes there will be something cool in the status window. There are 5 undistributed points. Usually there are 10. It's a miracle, of course, that Frank became a player, but the statuses are crap. There are no active or passive skills. Strength is 5, dexterity is 3, magic is 1. This is too much. It's just a mockery. Even if it's a cursed hero, the overall status should still be over 40. Other players have an average of 50, but for some reason he only has 18, and even if he increases his overall level, he will only be given 5 points for distribution among statuses. He needs to level up to level 6 or 7 to be on par with regular level 1 players. Frank doesn't even have active and passive skills, which are usually given 1 or 2 at a time. If you have good skills, you will be treated like a king at the party, and getting into the ranks of the best will be easy. Typically, after awakening, players receive one of the following classes: tank, damage dealer, healer. 99% of players definitely receive at least one of these. The damage dealer is the one who deals the main damage to the enemy, the tank distracts the enemy, and the healer heals. Boost is one of the skills that allows new players to level up faster. But there are other players. Hannah Kim, who has awakened twice, is one of them. There are no more than 10 of them in the whole world. In the Republic of Korea, there is only one Hannah. There are also players who, for one reason or another, fail to level up. So although they have power, they are not much different from ordinary people. But even those have at least some abilities. In all 19 years, Frank had never heard of players awakening and finding themselves without skills. Personal skill, selling and buying, something incomprehensible looks like garbage. Here you will find rare quality goods, an elven sword, a dwarven hammer, and others. The price is in points. It's unlikely to be a regular currency. Frank currently has 2 billion points. They probably work as in-game currency. There are also products of legendary quality here. The highest quality known to men is heroic, but here we are talking about legendary. To gain the right to buy items of rare quality, one needs more than 10 billion accumulated points, so those that he initially has do not count. There are also high-quality things here. Perhaps there are medicines that could help cure Dad. There's an elixir here. Usually what's called an elixir is a panacea, if only Frank could afford it. It seems that now he understands that he needs to take up trading. Tanks seem to be the richest of the players. If he doesn't buy skills and abilities, he won't be able to become a great player, so he needs to think carefully about it. Frank buys a power status upgrade, which raises his power by 1 level. It looks like a red stone that you apparently have to swallow. As a result, Frank's muscles increase significantly. Only 10,000 power points, but it feels like I've been working out in the gym for a couple of years. You need to become a little stronger with these points, and skill mastery can be sold. Someone offers to place a product on his sales board. The commission on purchase will be 20%, impudent, but nothing can be done. Frank now has a whole bunch of items that increase his power status. He comes to register as a player because his powers have awakened. They tell him that he is a little old and ask him if he is sure that he is awakened. Perhaps he was mistaken. The employee had never met anyone who awakened at that age, by the way. The official maximum age for awakening was 58 years. Here, Frank sees himself in the mirror. He has really aged. They take him for a grandfather and think that he has dementia since he is very and unpleasantly surprised and does not say anything. There is nothing free in the world. The number of years and points has increased greatly. He has less than a year and a half left to live. He needs to somehow earn a living, literally. All this junk can be sold. A gaming console, hardly anyone remembers anything like that now. This thing seems to work well. I wonder if it is possible to place a product on the sales board by loading it into the panel. It worked. The product was placed. In real life, this console would fetch around 50 or 60,000 won. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. There are 43 games, so 99 million is a fair price. The advert should be placed, even if the price is inflated. The goods are up for sale. You can sell something else because his life is at stake. A buyer from another world looks through the list of goods. There's nothing new there. She already has all this. The same old story, only from a different perspective. We need to relieve boredom and start arranging cockfights. This will be a gold mine. Here you receive a notification that newly scanned items have been put up for sale. The demoness must buy this. Sold. And all the wrinkles have tightened up. This means that his lifespan depends on the balance and he can restore lost points. The only thing that remains unclear is who bought his junk for that kind of money. Another buyer, apparently also from another world, bought a watch and does not quite understand what it is. He sees that the numbers change over time. A strange object, but anything can be useful in everyday life. It's probably a smartphone. It's receiving a notification that the tariff plan is due for debit, but it's unclear what the network registration error means. It turns out that it can become a mirror, and there are also things like this here. It's simply amazing. It's very exciting. Now you can take selfies. The demoness didn't have time to buy everything. If she finds out who intercepted her toys, he'll be in trouble. She did buy it, but it's not clear what it was for. It's surprising that there is no magical trace on the console. She starts playing, soon the game is over. This monster killed her at the very end. Now she will show him. It's a pity that you can't put other people's goods up for sale. The guy comes across a broken fan. It can be sold, apparently because it is no one's. And he picked it up, or maybe the system decided so. You can't sell more than 10 pieces at a time. This is, of course, a setup. Frank has 11 days left to live. If that's the case, then he can try to do exercises with renewed vigor. Here he discovers that a complaint has been received from a customer who purchased his product. It turns out that there is even such a thing here. Right now, this is definitely not the main problem. He will just lower the price a little. All products are sold. Frank is surprised. He thought no one would buy it. 14 out of 20 products received complaints. 70% of the products were defective. Frank's business was suspended for 3 days. The problem must be resolved within a week. Otherwise, the products will be considered invalid and the seller will be blocked. The smartphone buyer writes that the item is outstanding, but defective. It only lasted 6 hours of active use. The waterproof watch, which charges from the sun, is of average quality. If Frank exchanges it for a product of normal quality, the complaint will be dismissed. This watch is working, the batteries are just dead. Complaining about cigarettes, lighters, soju, beer, asking for a new product to be sent, and thinking that Frank is ignoring them. It seems they think everyone has the title of speed reading master. They could at least give them a little time. The system said that starting today, his activities are suspended for 3 days. He needs to resolve the complaints within a week. Otherwise, he will be banned for 3 months. You will need to boot up your old phone again, but this time with the charger. It seems the customers are just like him, players with unique abilities, but those who bought the electronic items are most likely not from Earth. Perhaps they are aliens with poorly developed technology. Now a kind uncle will arrange for them to ship goods. The largest used equipment market in the country has very low prices. They need to buy more of this and that. It turns out he doesn't have enough funds. You can sell the skill book. Frank still can't register as a player because he's too old. Now he can lift heavy weights. They tell him that he really is a strong man and ask where he worked before. Frank says it's a little bit of everything. After 3 days, it is unlocked. However, he received another complaint. We complained about all his products. Frank was banned again, and now the problem needs to be resolved within 4 days. They complained to him about the console. He didn't think about the batteries here either. The demoness tells him to download normal goods right now and not to anger her. If there are no new ones, she will find him. She complains about glasses, chewing gum, and a lighter. For some reason, these customers can't wait at all, and they're so rude too. Another 3-day ban. If Frank doesn't figure it out in 4 days, he's out of here. Now he lifts even heavier weights. The person who buys up all his junk just to get a ban will definitely buy batteries too. They are also suitable for consoles. I just wonder how long they will last. They seem old. He was unblocked. All his ads were posted, and complaints were resolved regarding all products. Now he has enough points. That's the power of money. Frank is wondering what to sell next, a game console or an old phone. First, you need to register as a player. To obtain a certificate, you must complete 3 weeks of training at a training center. You can return to training as many times as you like until you manage to pass the exam. If you fail, you will simply be left without a certificate, which means you will not be considered a player. So awakening is just the beginning of a player's development. Frank passed another test. One of the students says he thinks he's a big shot because of his rare skill. It's been like this from the very beginning. 3 weeks later, Frank is invited to celebrate the end of his studies with a drink. He says he has some things to do at home and needs to hurry. They say he has good abilities, but it doesn't matter. They can sit without him. Frank understands that they will not even meet again, so going with them simply does not make sense. Finally, he has a player's ID. Now you can sell the skill book. Maybe you can even pay all your father's bills with hunting. Frank rents the equipment for 714,801. If he is late in returning it, he will have to pay extra. All his savings were only enough for the cheapest armor and sword. If your equipment is weak, you won't even be able to enter the dungeon, and even staying there will require payment of 200,000 an hour. Even in low-level dungeons, there is a high demand for tanks and healers, who are promised rent for the dungeon and security. The danger of dying in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit is small, level from 1 to 5, but it is still worth playing it safe. Strength 70, Endurance 70, Intelligence 30, Dexterity 70, Magic 30, 12 skills. With these skills, Frank can go to any team, but he will not. His goal for today is to catch the boss alone. He will pretend that he has already obtained all the skills from the skill mastery books. An employee at the entrance to the dungeon notices that Frank is a daredevil and is going alone. Even people with high status rarely go hunting alone. Players usually hunt in pairs. You can't risk your life without reason. If you go alone, you could die or become disabled. So it's very important to find a partner you can rely on. He will let him go alone. Sometimes you have to let people take their arrogance down themselves. Frank enters the dungeon. In front of the players sits a monstrous horned rabbit with fangs and glowing eyes. Both he and the players are preparing to attack, even though they have only recently woken up and completed only 3 weeks of training. Before that, their lives were completely normal. Some were working, and some were studying. It's clear that the chances of successfully completing the dungeon as a team on the first try are very slim, not to mention what Frank is planning to do. For some reason, he thought that he would succeed right away. He couldn't be too confident. This rabbit would take a long time to deal with, and he was still a monster, albeit a low-level one. But he could kill. 8 minutes per rabbit is longer than he expected. He needs to deal with the monsters faster. 3 to 8 minutes should be enough. With such allies, it is unlikely that you will be able to achieve anything. But for a solo player, the statuses he has now are enough. Frank turns on stealth mode. The players worked hard. The rabbit will definitely appear soon. It must be caught alive at any cost. They will definitely succeed. The players are confident that they have enough strength. Nobody doubted it. The problem is that it doesn't come out. And this is already the 15th day. The goal of the 4th mission is to get the boss rabbit's head. The monster isn't that difficult, but they still haven't managed to complete the task. It seems like it's just hiding in that damn dungeon. Jane will deal with him in a second, if only she shows up. They turn on the dark curtain to be invisible to the horned rabbits. Lisa hears some sounds. Someone is coming. Probably the commander of the third team and the youngest from the second. They see Frank and realize that he is just a player who is not worth paying attention to. But it seems he came here alone or perhaps lost his partner. It's unlikely, there's not a scratch on him, plus he used the hide skill. Then it's unclear why he's here alone. He's wearing rented gear, apparently a newbie. But a newbie wouldn't come here alone. Maybe he was making a bet, such as youthful ardor. Even with a bunch of useful skills, you need to be over level 30 to take down a monster of this type in one hit. However, this is exactly what is happening. Frank is also in a hopeless situation. He must adapt for the sake of his father, mother, and sister. The monster is dead, but nothing dropped. This is a fiasco. Frank uses stealth mode and lightning strike. Jane decides that he is not a newbie. If the player's level is lower than the monster will drop items and the player will gain experience. But experience and items cannot be obtained from monsters that are 20 levels lower. The magic contained in corpses is converted into valuable items, but the higher the level, the worse the loot will be. And of course, when the difference of 20 levels is reached, there will be no loot at all. Now it is clear that this is his first hunt. I wonder what class he is. Jane isn't sure. I need to keep an eye on him some more. There's nothing to do at home anyway. Frank gets another loot drop. This is already the 5th one, but for some reason it's very difficult to increase the level. But even if Frank hunts alone, given how many he's killed, that should already be enough to raise him to at least the 2nd level. For some reason, experience points don't increase at all. Then he will clear the dungeon within the next hour. 5 hours later, his level still hadn't increased. Frank had heard that the level usually increased within a day or two. Lisa notices that it turned out awkward. He just has catastrophic bad luck. Over the past 10 days, he earned 150 million points selling electronics, and only 100 points here for selling the body of one of the monsters. But this is just the beginning. You need to think positively. Another monster approaches from behind. Frank stabs it with his sword without even getting up. The hunt continues. Frank soon discovers that he has earned the title of Jackrabbit Hunter, having single-handedly killed 300 of these high-ranking rabbits. He saw this on the internet. When receiving special achievements, statuses increase. Everyone can get this achievement. The only problem is that usually everyone levels up long before they kill 300 rabbits. This way you can reach a rare rank, not bad. A most interesting fellow. He killed the horned rabbit with one blow, and if that happened once or twice, Jane would have called it luck. But he immediately cut off the heads of those monsters with one swing of his sword. We need to talk to him. The girls approach Frank. He notices that they are wearing high-end gear. Lisa says they are from the security service. He thought that all the employees remained at the entrance, but they, it turns out, were wandering around here. He didn't notice them. And by the way, they didn't have employee badges. Lisa says they just got back from a mission to protect the gate. Frank probably didn't notice them because of their stealth skill. They used it to avoid the attention of the horned rabbits. But he didn't even hear them breathing. It doesn't look like stealth. Lisa says that she accidentally noticed him hunting and his outstanding abilities caught their attention. She asks what level he is. Frank notes to himself that he is the first, but he has 270 statuses in total. There is nothing good about them noticing him. They just wanted to pass by Frank. But Jane was interested in something, so she still asked. She's from the Sue Guild. There is a big company in Korea that everyone knows about, Sue Group, and the Sue Guild is sponsored by this company. If Frank reveals his status, Jane will gladly help him join their guild. You have to be careful with these ladies, because there is a penalty that will prevent you from leveling up in the future. A first-level player won with only good statuses, but he beats monsters and still has no experience. Although they could help him solve the problem, it is still not worth getting involved with them. Frank apologizes, but he's not interested. He is about to leave, but Jane catches up with him. Maybe he doesn't know about Sue's guild. Frank knows about her. However, apparently he does not want to join it. While he wants to try to cope alone, he doesn't feel the need for companions. Jane asks if his contract binds him to other guilds. Frank answers negatively. He just wants to work alone for now. He seems to have convinced them. He asks to let him through. If he later decides to join a guild, let him contact them. Even if he only has skills and nothing more, it will not be a hindrance for them. Frank says he'll think about it. Jane offers to walk to the exit together. This way he can avoid trouble. Frank refuses. Rude. He will definitely regret it later. He needs to get out of here quickly. Jane is tired of sitting around doing nothing. You have to be careful. There are a lot of players here, and they are stronger than ordinary people. Frank gets into a taxi. The driver asks where he is going. First, he needs to get going. He hasn't decided yet. Frank asks to be taken to the Blood Fox's dungeon. The taxi driver congratulates him on completing the mission in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit. He has driven many players, so he knows the route well. Frank hopes to be able to clear out the other dungeons, and he arrives at the scene. The atmosphere is the same. Tanks and healers are being called all around. He enters the dungeon. The guards are sleeping. Frank activates the hide skill. One fox is worth approximately 180 points. Frank kills 2. The foxes are getting more numerous. It seems it's time to start a real hunt. Frank single-handedly killed 300 high-level blood foxes. Now he has the title of Blood Fox Hunter as expected. This time he gained more strength. Apparently, it all depends on the rank. Then we need to conduct an experiment. He single-handedly killed another 700 foxes and earned the title of Blood Fox Slayer. The rank has been leveled up. The power status has also increased. Growth to the epic rank is possible, which means that everything does not end at the rare rank. We should come again tomorrow. Frank discovers that he has received a skill book. This is a body enhancement, a passive skill book. It makes muscles, bones, and skin stronger. He wouldn't have bought it if he knew he could get it for free. This is worth taking with you. Frank comes out of the dungeon. The employee must check the stones and other items received. There are so many stones, and also a rare quality skill book. There has never been a book like this here before, but there is nothing strange about this. For all the stones, Frank gets 840,001. He will be contacted once the skill book is sold. At this rate, he can earn about $1 million a day. After all, the players are the best. We should probably look for a room in the nearest hotel. Otherwise, it takes too long to get from home. Frank will definitely improve his rank today. He single-handedly killed 5,000 blood foxes and received the heroic title of Blood Fox Slayer. He is the first one to reach the heroic rank. It is also a title. Which means, besides him, there are still people who have reached the rare rank, but he is the first one to reach the heroic rank. To be honest, he achieved this by accident, but it's still good. His stats have increased by 100. Now he has 375 statuses and 5 titles. It's so cool to be the first at something. This rank can still be increased. Frank will be able to become the first to reach the legendary rank. That's enough for today. He can't feel his legs. 10 days later, Frank becomes the first to reach the legendary level, earning the title of Blood Fox Executioner. He thought he would die, but it is still possible. All stats are increased by 40. It's truly incredible. But it's a pity that further rank increase is impossible. He could get more benefit from it. However, there are still many hunting spots where you can make good money. Frank returns to the Horned Rabbit's dungeon. He could probably handle them with his bare hands. He's already finished, so we can slowly wrap things up. After some time, Frank receives a message that all the goods registered at the auction have been sold. The amount is large, so Frank can only pick it up in person. He needs to go there anyway, and this is the day when money will flow to him like a river. He comes to receive the money. The amount including tax is 997,568,001. That kind of money is definitely worth it rather than selling skills for points. We should hunt even harder. In low-rank dungeons, he earned 10 million with just stones in less than 10 days, so he can earn 100 million in 1 month. The points accumulate quite well. At this rate, he can buy the elixir faster than he planned. If you look at it this way, Frank hasn't bought any new clothes since his father got sick. He couldn't afford it, and neither could his mother or sister. Frank will fix that today. His mother finishes working at the factory. Frank meets her. He asks when she became so thin. His mother didn't expect him and asks why he is here. He came to meet her. Frank has grown so much that she doesn't even notice. She asks if he has had dinner. He wants to have dinner with her. She can't go home now. She needs to go to work in the cafeteria. Mother suggests that Frank go first and order some jjajangmyeon for himself, and tomorrow morning she will prepare him a delicious breakfast. She herself hasn't had dinner yet. They need to go eat together since they both haven't eaten. Mother says she can eat at work in the cafeteria, so let Frank go home first. They can go together. He will help her, Mother says. He is tired too. Frank actually wants to tell her something. That's why he came. He woke up. The mother asks what he is talking about. Frank shows her his player ID. Now his mother can quit her job at the factory and in the canteen. She says it's dangerous work. Frank puts safety first so she can quit anywhere. This is not possible. Players do not earn money so easily. She heard that first you need to spend a lot of money. Frank hit the jackpot. He has $1 billion. He shows his mother a receipt. While he was hunting, he found a rare quality skill book and sold it. With this money, they don't have to worry about their father's hospital bills and they can pay off their debts. So from today on, they can live in peace. Frank's mother apologizes, but she has nothing to apologize for, because if it weren't for his parents, Frank wouldn't have been born and wouldn't have grown up so healthy. So let mom rest and take good care of dad. Frank comes into the dining room with his mother. He helps wash the dishes. Thanks to him, the workers finish early today. Frank says he should be thanking them. Then his mother comes home with him. His sister wonders why he came so suddenly. Frank says he has good news so she can relax. He woke up and started earning well. $1 billion, it's unbelievable. But it's true, so there's no need to worry too much and overwork yourself. He will take care of everything. Frank's sister starts crying. She admits that it was very difficult for her. Frank stays overnight with his mother and sister. In the morning, his mother asks if he will really be comfortable staying here. Frank says, "Of course it's convenient because there are dungeons all over the country." Mother asks what time he will come. Frank says he will be home when she returns from work. She asks if it's okay for him to be dressed like that. Frank says he can rent equipment from a nearby store. It's time for him to go. In the evening, his mother waits for him at the hospital. He does not answer his calls. She is worried that something has happened. Frank apologizes for being late. There are traffic jams on the roads, so he ran. His mother was scared because he came suddenly. They come to the father's room. He will definitely recover. 10 days later, Frank is promoted to the rank of Rabbit Executioner, having single-handedly killed 10,000. He still has 6 hours to hunt some more. This is the very place he had heard so much about. There really isn't a single player here. It's a vampire bat dungeon. Recommended level is 10 to 15. They say that bats usually live in flocks, so it will be difficult for beginners. It is believed that hunting is impossible without the help of high-level players, which is probably why there is no one here. Frank activates the hide skill. It looks terrifying, with a whole swarm of red lights looking at it from the darkness. It's time to start the hunt. Frank turns on the shield and turns off stealth. He pricks his finger with a needle. The bats smell blood and rush to attack. It seems as if a black wave is approaching. They stick to the shield. Then Frank turns on the fireball. It's not easy to use 2 skills at the same time, although it seems like a pretty good trick, especially in places like this, filled with small monsters. This is more than enough. The ball explodes in the middle of a flock of bats. It was too loud. Frank throws the fireball again. He is now a vampire bat killer, having killed 300 high-level vampire bats. If he tries hard, he can reach the legendary rank in the remaining time. A sword appears. Frank doesn't understand what's happening. It looks like the residual magic has coalesced. This is a vampire sword that restores magicka and stamina by absorbing the enemy's blood. There's only one item, but it has 2 properties. Compared to the others, this is an important thing. Perhaps something similar will appear. If you catch a lot of normal rank monsters at once, a rare grade item will appear. Then maybe Frank will catch a lot of rare rank monsters at once. Frank somehow thought it was easy. Residual magic does not collect. It only happened once during a hunt for vampire bats. However, he gets a rare quality vampire bat robe. It is thick, elastic, and does not tear. Rare quality will do too. It's time to go somewhere else and earn a rank there. Frank wants to buy an apartment. His mother is worried that if he spends such a huge amount of money on buying an apartment at once, he will have to work a lot here and there. There is no need to worry. He will do this until it becomes burdensome. They come to the real estate office, Frank called them recently. The mother finds out that the area of the apartment is 105 square meters. She thinks that this is too much. Frank says it's okay, everyone should have a room. A week later, they move into a new apartment. The sister is surprised at how big it is. "This is the first time my sister has seen something like this, and she really likes it." Frank says he'll buy an even bigger apartment later. "This is enough. My sister suggests treating the neighbors to rice cake tomorrow." That's what they'll do. After moving in, they need to greet their neighbors. Next time, they will definitely do it, together with Dad. Frank comes to the dungeon of blood red rats, recommended levels from 8 to 10. These rats are faster than he thought, but he's doing well. He has a vampire sword after all. He comes out with a whole bag of stones. Then someone calls out to him. They met again. Now she will officially introduce herself, the leader of the first team of the Sao Guild, Jane Rice. She asks if Frank has some time. A week ago, the guild leader asked who this guy was. Jane didn't know either. To get this amount of stones, you need to kill at least 10,000 monsters alone. Maybe he has some special skill. If this skill allows them to bypass the 20-level rule, they should definitely lure him away. The head will send a negotiator with Jane. But first let her try since she knows him. The leader hopes that the information has not reached the other guild members. That's right, no one else knows. And Jane will keep an eye on Lisa. Frank is puzzled as to how she found him. It was the security officer who was in the dungeon. He asks how she knew his name and how she found out he would be here. She may have conducted a secret investigation and even bribed the dungeon staff. Here another employee appears, a negotiation specialist. He suggests talking in a suitable place. Frank says he doesn't want to and starts to leave. The employee asks if he can visit him at home then. He waited for Frank here to show him courtesy. His name is John Smith. He is the head of the first recruitment team at the Sioux Guild. Frank asks why they were looking for him. John says, of course, to make him an offer to join. He seems to think that Frank wants to join Sue's guild. There's hardly any reason to be angry about this. John uses the same methods as the other guilds, and this was even very mild. His words are at odds with his actions. The Sioux Guild is one of the 3 oldest and largest guilds in Korea, and so on. Here's the ratchet. Frank asks what his annual salary will be and what the deposit will be. The exact amount will be determined after he joins the guild and reveals his skills, status, and level. As a result, he first needs to lay all his cards on the table. However, John guarantees him a deposit of no less than 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion. This is weird. No matter how highly his abilities are valued, it is a very large sum. Perhaps they want to make him a representative of the guild. Even if it were some newbie with potentially top-tier abilities, there's no guild that would take the risk of investing 1 billion won. With the exception of Hannah Kim, who is the only buffer in the country, this is possible with her, as she is an example of a successful buffer for the whole world. Frank doesn't have any proof yet, nor does he have the same outstanding skills as a buffer. Of course, he has the skills to sell and buy, but he can't talk about it. Even when he received a certificate from the association, there was only a rank. Frank asks if it's because of the rocks. John doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about. He seems to have no idea about Frank's abilities. But Jane has an idea. It can't be that Sue's guild just had their eye on his stones. They think he has special skills or some information. John says that Frank has nothing to lose. He's not sure about that. For a player, showing his status window to strangers is a loss, and besides, Mr. John Smith didn't promise him anything concrete. If this is true, let him pay Frank 10 billion won in advance as a deposit. Then he will calmly reveal his cards and join the guild. John says they need to make sure first. Frank has nothing more to say to the man who is forcing a one-sided offer on him. As he thought, it was better not to get involved in this. You also need to keep an eye on the number of stones. Otherwise, it will stand out too much. Information about it has already leaked. Then Frank gets a call from an unknown number. This is John Smith. Frank hangs up. At home, he receives a message. It's John again. He writes that he seems to have said too much and wants to apologize. If Frank has time next weekend, he would like to have lunch with him and discuss joining the guild. Frank blocks him. After some time, he meets John on the street. Frank just passes by. Soon, he comes to a new place of the game. There he fights with blue lizards. He has already accumulated a decent amount of points. With this, Frank will quickly buy the elixir. The next day, he comes to the dungeon of the red-furred wolf. The recommended level is from 15 to 20. Compared to the lizards he hunted yesterday, these monsters definitely seemed stronger. Frank will deal with them in one go anyway. Now he is a blue lizard executioner, and he has more than 500 points. If this continues, he will be able to deal with monsters of the 6th and 7th levels at one time. Today, Frank will start with the title of Hunter of Red-Furred Wolves. A giant 3-headed monster ate a player. This monster is clearly of a much higher level than the red-furred wolves. Another player is about to attack this monster, but he bites off his hand. It's not too late, we can attack again. But this time, the monster bites his head off. It seems to be a very popular dungeon, usually not too crowded at the entrance. For some reason, Frank is worried. After the natural disaster, the number of interdimensional gates increased endlessly for 10 years. But after the appearance of heroic rank gates 9 years ago, their number neither increased nor decreased. And the number of players increased every year. Frank hunts red-furred wolves. He uses a fireball and a vampire sword. Now he has a new weapon that resembles a shield. He attacks with it. Now it's the magic projectile's turn. Let them attack. The wolves rush to attack. Frank finished faster than he expected. He was given the title of Red Wolf Hunter, and the ability of this sword is really good. Looks like he's done here. Now we can go. He meets other players who are fighting wolves. This place is occupied, and here too there are already players. So I'll have to go to another dungeon. Then he hears some sounds. 2 players had half of their bodies bitten off by the monster. This is no longer a wolf, but that same giant monster with 3 heads. He bites off the head of another player. The head flies off and lands right next to Frank. He starts to feel sick. A giant panther with 3 heads and huge fangs is now right in front of him. This is bad business. Frank activates the hide skill. However, the monster still sees him. Frank flies into the air. Now he is right in front of the monster's mouth. Frank attacks him with a stone shield, but this weapon has almost no effect on the monster. Then Frank turns on the fireball. He uses a triple strike, and this also does almost no harm to the monster. This panther is incredibly strong, licks his paw as if nothing had happened. It is unclear where this monster came from here. This is a dungeon of levels 15 to 20. Frank is launching fireballs again. The monster attacks. It reaches out its paw and pushes Frank hard. He flies away and now lies on the ground. Fortunately, he's alive. The vampire batrobe is stronger than rented gear. The panther is advancing, but he won't get far, even though this monster's life has diminished. But now Frank has a speed-up pill. After 20 minutes, the absorption is complete. Frank combines skills. He uses fireball again. Now half of one of the monster's heads is missing. Amazing. Even if it takes 100 days, Frank will catch him. He fires another fireball and another. This time, the monster lost part of its paw. If this continues, Frank will definitely be able to catch him. But then the monster's torn parts begin to grow back. It turns out that the fireball is powerless. The monster attacks again. There must be a better weapon. A fire spear with powerful penetration power. A bit pricey, but it will do. First, I'd like to survive, and then we'll see. Frank prepares to attack. This weapon should work. He throws a spear at one of the monster's heads. Got it, now this head is gone. But the monster is still ready to attack. Frank throws the spear again. This time, the monster dodges. Frank will still have to see who gets who. He throws the spear again and manages to knock off another head. Just a little more and he will catch it. Here, Frank notices that something is wrong. Mana is running low. Fortunately, my endurance is fine. If Frank can hold out until his mana regenerates, victory will be his. Meanwhile, other players stumble upon the site of the 3-headed monster's attack. Here, one of them was attacked, leaving traces. This is definitely not a simple monster. Perhaps it is not worth following these tracks. They were unable to contact the security personnel guarding the entrance on the other side of the gate. This means that they suffered from the owner of these tracks. There are hardly any other ideas. In any case, they can't stay away. They have to search everything. Then let him go alone. I don't want to die like a dog doing my duty. Another player asks what to do with the players who are inside now. He has no idea. He's not here to fight such a monster. They are so angry that they are ready to fight. Other players calm them down. Now is not the time to squabble among ourselves. Frank's mana is slowly recovering. The monster still doesn't get tired. Perhaps he is like the Hydra of myth, a many-headed monster with one mortal head. We must try to win before his head recovers. If Frank misses, he's dead. In any case, a protracted battle is not an option. The longer it lasts, the better the monster's chances. We must try to finish it all with one spear. It's crazy, but he has to do it. Frank attacks the monster with a fire spear. He dodges again. He tries to crush Frank with his paw, but misses. Frank attacks again. The fire spear leaves a scratch. Now Frank cuts off one of the monster's fingers and jumps on his back. He plunges a fiery spear into the monster's neck. The last head ends up being cut off. Here the monster swings its paw. Frank throws forward a stone shield which shatters. 2 heads are already being restored. And this monster is a tough nut to crack. Now is the time to deliver the final blow. Frank plunges his spear into the monster's head again and cuts off its paw. Then he blows up his torso. The monster collapses to the ground without a head, neck, or paws. Frank killed the 3-headed Graydon, a rare rank named Monster, and was awarded the title of the one who single-handedly slayed the 3-headed Graydon. It turns out this creature also had a name. He was awarded another title, Level 1 Destroyer, for single-handedly killing a high-ranking named monster, the difference between which and him was over 100 levels. Of course, it is good that he received 2 titles, although this is disproportionate to the efforts expended. Frank receives a magical item. This is the Book of Immortality, an item of unique, rare quality. Frank will not die until his head is completely destroyed. And if he does not die, it is possible to slowly recover all wounds. The skill can be developed. It turns out that if you protect your head well, you will become invulnerable. There's a guess as to what slow means, but it's a uniquely rare skill with the potential for development. Frank has never seen anything like it, either for sale or in real life. Tanks will definitely fight over this. This item is rare, but it is equivalent to legendary or even heroic rank. Most importantly, it is unique, one in the whole world. Frank studies the Book of Immortality. Now he has mastered this skill. His scratched hand is healing. It seems to drain your stamina. Luckily, Frank has plenty of it. The first level Destroyer title increases each stat by 5. It's crazy, and this is a normal rank, but at a higher one, there will be a double increase. The title of the one who felled the 3-headed Graydon increases stamina by 3. And this 3-headed Graydon was a nice fellow. Now it's time to go back. A team of assassins from the Players Association arrives. They were informed about a high-ranking monster that appeared in the red-furred wolf dungeon. We need to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. 2 players are already known to have died. One of the players asks if this is true. Team leader Alice Lair answers in the affirmative. There may be other monsters that are considered high-ranking, but here there are only red-furred wolves. Someone reports that they have spotted players. Alice asks in which direction and how many there are. This is one person. Frank hears footsteps behind him. He turns around and sees a group of people. These are high-level players. Some are too pretentious. Alice asks Frank if he is okay. He says everything is fine. Alice notices that he looks shabby. She asks if he ever met that monster. A high-level monster that simply shouldn't have been there appeared in the Red Wolf dungeon. Frank remarks to himself that he has already killed him. I wonder if the association knows about Graydon's existence. Frank says he met him. Alice asks where he is now, maybe somewhere nearby. She didn't want to scare him. Alice is too pushy towards the one who miraculously survived an encounter with this monster. She offers Frank a healing potion that quickly heals wounds. This is an expensive item. It can be applied directly to the injured hand. Frank has a story to tell about the monster he met. It was a huge 3-headed panther with black fur. Alice had never seen such a monster. It was the size of a house. Frank says that monster went that way. The players leave immediately. Wow, they're so quick. It's good that Frank killed this monster. If he hadn't been able to, he would have destroyed everything here before reinforcements arrived. And the reward was decent. Those people will have to try a little harder. Looks like they're done here. Perhaps the monster came back through the portal. It's quite possible, but then everything will become a little more serious. That monster has already tasted blood. It is unknown when it will appear and attack again. First, you need to report this to the association. Alice asks if they think the guy got out of here safely. He probably lost all his comrades and miraculously survived. Alice says she needs to go. Let them wait here. They ask her where she will go. She's worried about a player who was recently left completely alone, so she wants to find him. One of the players says he will be fine. Alice notes that he is alone. It could be dangerous. That's right, then they will wait here. Alice walks through the dungeon. She comes to the portal. This guy has already left. Alice is still worried and hopes that he should be safe. The recovery effect is better than Frank thought. By itself, it restores slowly, but when combined with the healing skill, the effect is good. Frank is lying on the sofa. He was as tired as a dog. His mother returns from work. She notices that he is early today and asks what is wrong with Frank's face. He spent a lot of points. He says it's nothing special, he's just a little tired today. Maybe they have something to chew on. Frank's mother asks what he was doing if he even missed lunch. She will cook something quickly. Frank has a headache. If he continues to lose points so quickly, it won't end well. Frank's sister calls. His mother thinks something happened. She says Frank is home. Apparently, something really did happen. The mother asks how many people died. The missing persons must have been identified through identification, checking who entered and who was able to exit. The information should have been updated. So that's why Frank came so early today. He says he didn't even see this monster. As his mother thought, it was a very dangerous job and he shouldn't have taken risks for them. Frank says he enjoys doing it and has a good time. In the dungeon, he kills monsters and becomes stronger. The red-furred wolf dungeon is temporarily closed. 2 security officers died after failing to resist the monster. Traces were also found showing that the monster had left the dimensional gate, but there was no evidence that it had returned. Perhaps Kevin Stone, the monster tracking specialist, wants to say that this monster is still wandering around here, but they have searched everything thoroughly. Kevin also doesn't know what happened here. First, he'll try to follow the trail. Alice offers to go with him. He is glad that such a reliable person as she accompanies him. Alice says it's her job. Here, the monster attacked low-level players who were hunting. Then he headed in that direction. Now this is quite strange. The monster attacked the player, but he did not die, but resisted, and after a fierce fight, escaped. They continued to exchange blows and a battle ensued. But the player fighting here was alone. Kevin still feels the remnants of fire magic. And this player's agility seems to be well developed. Perhaps he belongs to the class of magic swordsmen. They find traces of the monster. Here he received an extremely serious wound and lost a lot of blood. It's amazing how it happened that the security personnel were powerless, but the monster was seriously injured by some nameless player. Kevin thought it was a player from the magic swordsman class, but it could just be a mage player with a high dexterity level. He used a very powerful magic skill. This is where it all happened. Kevin thinks that it is still a magician. Here they got into a close fight, and then he killed the monster with some kind of magical skill. No, it was definitely a magical swordsman. Most likely, the monster's residual magic turned into a magic item or mana stone, so they won't be able to find the body. This is simply incredible. Any player of the magic swordsman class, with the exception of a few individuals, can be called a universal soldier. Because of this, they cannot stick to any one specialization. And this player fought a monster whose level significantly exceeded the dungeon level alone. Judging by the tracks, the player who fought here was around level 24. Something doesn't add up here. He's not even a security officer. The 2 who were monitoring the spatial gates were killed instantly. The security personnel working on the border from the land side did not try to catch the monster until the assassination team arrived. This player was clearly not an ordinary player. This could be a person who has not yet renewed their player ID, which needs to be renewed every 2 years. It's still weird. Before renewing your ID, you can at best rise just above level 50. And none of the players hunting in the dungeon that day received support from the guild. It's really strange. Even if it's true and a high-level player did manage to defeat this monster, there's simply no reason for him to hunt in a low-level dungeon like this. Alice asks if Kevin can track down the player who fought the creature. He's a monster tracking specialist, but it's worth a try. Immediately after the battle ends, the player's tracks are lost. It might not be that easy to track him down, and the dungeon's landscape isn't conducive to that. But Kevin was able to find traces of this player's battle with the monster. A monster this big simply can't help but leave traces. No matter what a monster of that size does, it will leave massive tracks that are easy to track, while a light player leaves practically no tracks unless they are in combat. There is also no indication that the player used any skill after the battle. If he had used anything, Kevin would have been able to track him by the residual magical energy. Apparently, Alice asked him for the impossible. Kevin apologizes for not being able to say more. Now it's time to go back. We need to take a closer look at the list of players who entered the dungeon that day. There was definitely a strong player there who killed a level 100 monster and who hadn't renewed his ID because it hadn't been 2 years. If there is such a player, then he must definitely be a member of the Players Association. They cannot give a talented player to other guilds again. The Players Association is controlled by the state. On the other hand, guilds are private organizations. In the first years after the disaster, the association's influence was great. Its staff included an incredible number of players with equally outstanding skills. However, as time went on, the association's influence weakened considerably. On the other hand, the guild's influence grew stronger. Politicians have emerged who have taken up high positions in the Players Association without proper understanding and knowledge of players, monsters, and their habitats. Under the guise of patriotism, they began to force players to work for pennies. Guilds, managed by large enterprises, could provide the best conditions for the development of players. They began to promise them decent pay and a high deposit. In order to attract players, the association began reforming its internal structure, removing politicians one by one and hiring ordinary players as employees to fill the vacant positions. Following these reforms, players in the association began to receive the same pay as players in private guilds, promising support and decent pay, and they began competing for players. After some time, the association managed to clear its good name. Today, it has achieved prosperity, but in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to the guilds. This is definitely a newcomer with great potential to be a high-level player. Alice would never let him go. Frank must finish hunting the red-furred wolves. He had already visited all the dungeons located near the house. Good. The dungeons of the red-furred wolves are not only here. I wonder how he can improve his Book of Immortality skill. There's no information about it on the internet either. Maybe he just needs to use it constantly. But this is a passive skill, and Frank won't be able to harm himself. He needs to figure out how to hide the amount of stones he got in the dungeon. He can't trust the association's employees. Now you need to try to avoid their gaze. I wonder what the reason is for checking personal belongings. Maybe to prevent dangerous items like monster eggs or plant seeds from being taken out. They probably only say that's what it's for, but the real reason is to prevent players from evading taxes. Apparently, the Players Association and the large guilds form a kind of cartel, an alliance of large entrepreneurs created to ensure market dominance and extract the highest profits. There must be a way to hide from them. I think Frank has seen this method somewhere around here. Found this subspace, an active skill of rare quality. The player has the opportunity to open a subspace, which only he will have access to. It is impossible to place a living creature. The price is 700 million points. It's very expensive. But Frank definitely needs this skill. It acquires a subspace and immediately studies it. Frank extends his hand and a portal appears under his palm, an entrance to subspace. It's more spacious here than he thought. It's the same size as the Koshiwan, a small, simple dwelling with minimal amenities that Frank had lived in before. Maybe he should go hunting. Frank comes to the portal, hoping that he will enter without problems. He is wearing a new robe that covers half of his face. In an outfit like this player's, he would look like an aristocrat. There must be a lot of weirdos among the players, like this player with glasses. The officer checks Frank's ID. He says that he must be Frank Newman. He's hunting red-furred wolves again. Now he has been given the title of killer. He has killed 1,000 wolves single-handedly. This is a rare achievement. Everything went smoothly. At the entrance, an officer checked his fingerprints. Frank was allowed through without any problems. After the hunt, he almost forgot about the dropped loot. He places the main part in the subspace, and a few pieces need to be taken with him. There is a newcomer who has caught the attention of the head of the Sioux Guild, Michael Jones. It was very difficult to get information because they are carefully hiding everything. The leader of the second team of the Sioux Guild, Stephen Neal, believes that they have an obligation to intercept him first. Deputy Guildmaster So, Chester Weiss, wants to know more about this player. He had already been to the dungeon of levels 15 to 20, although it had not yet been 2 months since his awakening. And besides, he was there alone. But that's not the most important thing. It looks like Frank Newman has gotten around the 20-level rule. Stephen can't say for sure, but the probability is quite high. Chester asks if he's sure Frank hasn't been poached yet. It seems they reached an impasse in negotiations because he asked for too high a fee. Chester asks how much he wants. They say 100 billion won. He's crazy, he's a child, and he's asking for 100 billion. This is the amount for hiring a high-level player who can do everything. If this is true, then it is not even about the amount itself. The real problem lies in the positions of the two sides. Frank Newman is willing to open his status window only after a deposit, but John Smith wants to verify his status first. John is still as stupid and indecisive as ever. People don't change that easily because of people like him. Stephen has already lost outstanding players like Hannah Neal. He will not make such a mistake again. John is just a recruiter, not the head of the dungeon clearing or the leader of the guild. First, you need to pay a deposit and check the status window. If there are any problems, they will find fault and confiscate the money. Stephen must go to Frank Newman personally. Once he signs, they will immediately pay 100 billion won. If everything goes well with the contract, then when problems arise, they will be able to return all the money in full. If Chester solves this matter, he will be able to become the head of the guild. An employee checks the items received by Frank. There are only 2 loot items in his bag. Everything has been checked. Now he can avoid the attention of the Sioux Guild. A few days later, Frank finally earns the legendary title of Red Wolf Executioner after killing 10,000. He's done for today. He needs to put things in order. He already has it. And this is the Wind of Rebirth, a passive skill book that speeds up the healing of wounds. Frank finally got it. This is a popular book used not only by players but also by ordinary people. This time, Frank didn't get anything unusual. Here comes a notification that it was not possible to read the book of the passive skill Wind of Rebirth. Frank had never heard of such a thing. The passive skill, Book of Immortality of the unique rare rank, has absorbed the skill book Wind of Revival of the normal rank. Passive skill Book of Immortality has evolved. Nothing has changed, but it clearly states that this is a developing skill. It turns out that the Book of Immortality absorbs skills that promote recovery, but it is unknown how much the skill has grown. To test this, Frank takes out his vampire sword. He runs the blade across his finger. The scratch is healing at the same rate as last time. I wonder how many of them need to be absorbed for the skill to improve. This is an expensive book worth 30 million won, a very unprofitable investment. Frank returns to the human world. An unknown number calls him. Frank picks up the phone. They greet him and call him by name. Frank asks who it is. This is Stephen Neal, head of the second recruitment department of the Sioux Guild. Frank had told them not to contact him unless they were prepared to accept his demands. Apparently, he's talking about 100 billion won. They accept his demand. Stephen offers to meet in person and sign the contract immediately. Frank asks if this is true. Stephen answers in the affirmative. There is no room for lies in a deal with such a large amount of money. Frank says he's hunting right now, so it will be hard for him to come. Maybe they can send the contract first. Stephen agrees to send it right now. Then Frank will contact him after he checks the contract. Almost immediately, he receives a message from Stephen, who sent him the contract by mail and message, and wants Frank to be sure to contact him after he reviews the contract. No peace from this guild. Frank goes to see a lawyer, who looks over the contract and says that the offer is very good and very profitable. However, there are a few clauses that say that in case of unforeseen circumstances, some items will be confiscated. Frank doesn't like these points. For example, this part, if a guild member damages the guild's image, the contract may be terminated. In fact, the decision on this part is entirely up to the guild's top management, which is a bit unreasonable. Also, the contract can be terminated if the abilities and character of the guild member do not correspond to its level. The lawyer doesn't know how much the deposit is, but the penalty is quite high. If the contract is terminated due to Frank's fault, he will be forced to pay a penalty equal to 10 times the deposit. According to the lawyer, if he adjusts the penalty amount to the amount of the deposit and asks to exclude those absurd clauses, then the contract can be signed. Frank gets a call from John Smith. Now they definitely need to talk. Frank tells the lawyer that he will answer the call and come back. John Smith clarifies that he is calling about a contract. He asks if Frank will agree to the sum of 50 billion. Apparently, his demands were too high for them. He asked for a deposit of 100 billion won, not half of that amount. John knows this well, but Frank needs to think more realistically. Even though Sue's guild is a top guild, paying them such a sum would still be problematic. The amount that John had difficulty obtaining permission for from management was a maximum of 50 billion. Frank says he'll think about it. Before that, he would like to look at the contract. John promises to send it right now. Frank returns to the lawyer's office. He asks if he can take another look at this copy of the contract. Frank seems to be a truly exceptional player. The lawyer is reviewing the contract. He asks if it was made by the same guild as the previous one. Frank wonders how he found out. In general, the content of the contracts is the same, but some parts differ. There are fewer strange clauses here, but overall they are similar, and the fine for violation here is only 5 times the amount, which is somewhat more reasonable. Frank asks the lawyer if he knows why one guild would send different contracts. There's probably some kind of internal conflict going on in the guild that wants to hire him. And a very serious one at that, since they sent him the contract separately. But for Frank, it is beneficial. If he acts wisely, he will be able to choose the contract with the most favorable terms. Frank asks if the lawyer can make a new contract based on the first version, but after excluding all the unfavorable terms, the lawyer answers in the affirmative. Guildmaster Michael Jones and Vice Guildmaster Chester Weiss appear to be in competition with each other. Frank decides to play a little. He calls Stephen Neal. He asks if he has made a decision. Frank thought about it, and it seemed the deposit was still too small. He asks if Stephen can pay him 200 billion won. He can't give Frank an answer right now, but he thinks it's possible. Maybe then 300 billion at once. In fact, Frank was also contacted by John Smith, the head of the first team. Frank heard that Stephen didn't get along very well with him. He says he will definitely provide Frank with conditions much better than John offered. They really seem to hate each other. Now Frank calls John Smith. He asks if he has read the contract. Frank says he was going to call him to sign the contract, so John suggests they meet right now. It seems there is no need for this anymore. John says he recently sent him a new contract. Let him look at it first, and then they can continue the conversation. John asks to wait a little. He looks over the contract. Next time, he should solve his internal problems and send one contract. Besides, after thinking carefully, Frank decided that 100 billion won was too little. Frank wants 200, although that's also very little. 300 would be better. It looks like he's making fun of Steven now. If he doesn't want to, then there's no need. It is very easy to edit voice files these days. Submission complete. I really need to change my phone. Chester Weiss asks where Frank Newman went. It is not even found in the hunting grounds they manage. Steven says they were looking for him. He can't even handle that. He must be found at all costs. Since that voice file Frank sent a month ago, the chief and deputy have been fighting constantly, and the guild was indeed divided into two camps. Before this, Steven miraculously obtained the entry record book and found Frank Newman. No matter how big the Sioux Guild is, they can't look through these records whenever they want. Because it's hard to share information with each other in the guild these days, it also makes it hard to find, but that's not a problem right now. The problem is that Frank Newman has disappeared into thin air. Chester asks if he could join another guild. Steven doesn't think so, and he dares to tell him this. Chester tells him to get out. He doesn't want to see him. Because of the damn fabricated file and contract, most people sided with Michael Jones. We need to find Frank quickly. The points he gets from hunting also come in handy. He earns around 600,000 won in a day alone. If you collect bit by bit, you can collect a lot. But there is one problem. The sales window is too small. Every time a product is sold, it needs to be added and registered again. It would be nice if it were possible to add and register everything in huge quantities, like in games. He can't even remove other electronics from the sales window. I wonder if anything will change if Frank levels up his personal skill. He'd heard that other merchants could register hundreds, even thousands of items, especially the merchant Rikomos who sold medicine. But Frank needed to accumulate 10 billion points to level up, and he currently had just over half the required points. We need to hunt more. Frank knocks down a green humanoid monster that came up behind him. He uses a magic projectile and blows off the head of another monster. But there are even more of them. A truly difficult opponent. That's why people hardly hunt here. Monsters are attacking. Frank uses a fireball, and after the explosion, eyes are visible in the smoke. Fireball has virtually no effect on these monsters. Frank takes out the vampire sword. The monsters are attacking again. He cuts them in half. All it takes is one hit. Looks like someone bought up the batteries. Complaint received. Frank has a bad feeling about this. He will check the complaint first. The buyer complains about the batteries. He writes to sell this product at half price in the future. If in the next 12 hours Frank refuses to sell him the goods at the offered price, he will regret it. All complaints are the same. They came from a customer named Crow, who is also a salesman. He sells various goods, and he only bought batteries from Frank. He would have understood if he had been buying quickly discharging and unpopular goods, such as a Tamagotchi, a Polaroid, or an electric razor. But he only bought batteries, which Frank loaded each time, and wrote a complaint. And now he's saying to sell it for half price, and he's even setting a time limit. It's unclear why Frank would do this. The product registration for sale is complete, and almost immediately a notification arrives that the product has been sold. And again, a complaint comes from Crow. Looks like he wants Frank blocked. I need to try something. Crow has a whole bunch of batteries he bought from Frank. I wonder how long he can stand it. He is wrong to think that he can defeat Crow. For newbies, the skill of selling and buying was something of a blessing. Thanks to this skill, Crow quickly grew stronger and eventually became the absolute ruler of the planet he lives on. But even if someone has a special skill, not everyone will be able to reach his position. No matter how many points I collected, it was never enough. They were spent easily and quickly, but saving them was difficult. Typically, newbies spend the points they earn while hunting on medicine and skills to become stronger. But sometimes you come across funny creatures. They earn points by selling special goods that are only found on their planet. No matter how inveterate a monopolist you are, you will have no choice but to bend your knees before the overwhelming capital. Crow buys up all the good products posted by newbies, after which he immediately files a complaint against them, and he continues this until the seller receives a decision to suspend operations for 3 months, after which everything becomes much easier. After 3 months, Crow will do it all over again. No matter how persistent Frank is, he will eventually give in, and eventually he will have no choice but to sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. Of course, Crow himself will become a monopolist. If Frank decides to rebel, he will file a complaint again. The goods are out of stock. Everything is sold out, I need to stock up on more. Frank buys a whole cart. It seems like Crow is trying to scare him into stopping his activities. He's already sold a lot of things over this time, so Crow will have a hard time. Then you can start the second round. Since there are no other complaints, it seems other players have started buying as well. Crow will buy it even if Frank sets the price double. But at this rate, Crow will eat him alive. Since he will make a profit in any case, this time he will increase the price threefold. Frank has accumulated over 10 billion points and reached a rare rank. Now he can buy heroic quality items. The list of items he can purchase has been expanded, and the sales window has been increased to 100 items. At first, he didn't like it all, but now he's really grateful for this battle. It is dangerous to raise the price even more, and this is because the number of complaints has almost equaled the initial sales volume. It might be worth gradually adjusting the quantity by changing the product name. I wonder if Crow can buy this. It now has a lot more batteries. He thinks that Frank will definitely give up now. He needs to take a little rest and recover. It will take a long time for the deficit to become a surplus. In the end, when the price quadrupled, it really got annoying. But if we continue like this, it will become difficult. Crow can withstand a price increase of 4 times. This guy is also already at the limit. Here, Crow discovers that Frank has put a high-capacity battery up for sale. It turns out that he has a similar technique. He registered more than 70 batteries. If Crow buys them all, it will come out to about 2 billion points. But after the purchase, Frank can download more. Perhaps it wasn't worth spending so many points. If Crow had been confident of success, he could have invested not 2 billion but 100 times more. There's one problem: he doesn't know how far Frank will go. It's better to end here. Since there were no more complaints, it seems Crow gave in. It looks like the high-capacity battery was purchased by someone who had already purchased something from Frank. Crow has put more than 20 batteries up for sale, but it's unlikely anyone will buy them now. Because of this guy, Frank had to put the trump card up for sale earlier than he planned. Since regular goods are becoming more and more popular, it would be a good idea to stock up some more. The Demoness discovers a home arcade machine and a compatible cartridge in the product listing. It is unknown how good it is, but you can try to buy it. I wonder how much the new skill level differs from the original. To increase the level to heroic, you need to collect 1 trillion points, but for some reason the difficulty level has jumped up significantly. Frank's path is long and difficult. He will only be able to purchase the elixir after he raises the skill level to heroic. Perhaps there is something else besides the fact that now you can add up to 100 positions. Reviews of his products are found. Many reviews from a customer named Bartuk are quite harsh on the electric razor and the large-capacity battery. Although there are products that can be used continuously if a magic stone is used as an electric drive, the cost of such a thing, even on Earth, turned out to be exorbitant. Frank can't sell it, and the reaction to the slot machine isn't that bad. Now you can just take a look at the new products. There's a red dragon egg with a built-in seal of submission for 300 billion. The dragon hatches immediately after purchase and obeys the first person it sees. Bartuk also left a review here. He writes that this dragon is extremely difficult to raise, and if you relax too much, it can attack its owner, so it requires special attention. If you put in enough effort, the pet will serve you well when it grows up. Bartuk is told that 300 billion points is too expensive. He says that this is no place for beggars. It seems that for these players, pets are more of a luxury item than a practical use. It's scary to imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir is. Then Frank gets a call from his mother. She asks if he knows Stephen Neal from the Sioux Guild. Frank says he's not sure. He is the leader of the second recruitment team of the Sioux Guild. This man came to their house. He is now at the entrance. His mother asks if she should let him in. Frank will call him now. He asks him not to open the door for him under any circumstances. The mother believes that Stephen came with good intentions. Frank says he'll explain everything to her later. The mother asks not to overexert herself because of them, and not to do anything to her own detriment. Frank assures that he will solve everything. He calls Stephen and asks why he came to his mother's house. Frank seemed very worried, but Stephen came with only good intentions. He is aware of Frank's father's condition. It must be hard for him to cope with everything alone. So Stephen just wanted to tell his mother the whole truth. He wants to sign a contract not with Frank's mother, but with Frank himself. This is, of course, true, but it is better to make such a serious decision after first consulting with your family. Frank says it's none of his business, and he is very stern. They offered him the desired amount. It is not clear why he is stubborn. It's surprising that Stephen is asking this after sending such a contract. Frank consulted with a lawyer, and it wasn't just a matter of minor inconsistencies. Stephen says it's just insurance against unforeseen situations, and if Frank is truly the talented player they need, there won't be any problems. And if he is not who Stephen thinks he is, then his status window will be opened in vain. Stephen suggests thinking carefully. They are Sue's guild after all. If there hadn't been an open status window clause in the contract, Frank would have signed it. But it seems like the Sue Guild will never be able to accept this. If that's all Stephen wanted, Frank disconnects. And immediately after that, he changes his phone number so Stephen can no longer reach him. And if he bothers his mother again, he won't get away with it. Self-confident kid. They have located Frank's location. It is the territory of the Osen Guild. Stephen says to contact the Wuhyun Guild and tell them they're starting. They won't kill Frank, but if they scare him enough, he'll come running to them. He needs to buy as much as the sales window currently allows him to. Frank leaves the store with 2 bags. This should be enough. Now it's time to hunt. Frank attacks the green humanoid monsters. He cuts off 2 heads at once with his vampire sword. He then uses Fireball. Frank finished earlier than he thought. He single-handedly killed 10,000 humanoid toads and was given the legendary title of the Executioner of Humanoid Toads. Today, he still has time to go to the Goblin Dungeon. He walks past a group of players. One of them tells us to follow Frank quietly. He comes to the Goblin Dungeon. For the first time, the hunting place is in such a large forest. Then maybe he should go there secretly. Frank activates the hide skill, so he passes by the security. Here he will no longer be detected. Now we can begin. Frank hits 2 goblins at once with a magic projectile. He then uses Fireball. However, the goblins attack again. It turns out they are smart. Frank uses Fireball again. Now it's the turn of the magic projectile. The goblins throw darts at Frank, which just bounce off him. That cloak is really strong. Frank blows off the heads of 2 goblins at once again. It's time to finish. Frank stops a goblin from attacking him. He cuts off the head of the last of them. Now he's definitely finished. Then Frank hears footsteps. He thinks there's still someone left. But it's the player who asks what fool has caused such a mess on their territory. These are the same players who followed him. Frank asks why they say it's their territory if he pays the same entrance fee as them. They hunt here every day, so of course it's their territory, and since he hunted here, he'll leave all the stones to them. And as an apology for the killed monsters, he will leave all his equipment. Frank had, of course, read about such cases on the internet, but he never thought that he would find himself in such a situation. He says they made a big mistake. It seems he doesn't understand the good way. Of course, modern weapons like guns and bombs are used in dungeons, but electronics don't work here. Therefore, if there were any friction between players in such places, it was usually necessary to rely on the testimony of other players. Player deaths in dungeons are common, and such incidents are generally considered accidents caused by the player's carelessness while fighting monsters. And of course, there are those who take advantage of this. These are criminals who steal items and equipment from other players, and in the worst case, they can even kill them. And these players continue to get into trouble, even after seeing all this carnage. Frank doesn't seem to understand them, so they'll show him. The players rush to attack. Frank dodges the spear. Then they attack him with swords. Frank takes out the vampire sword. One of the players flies away with a broken sword. Frank attacks another one. Another pair of broken swords fly into the air. Another player attacks Frank, but he breaks his sword with a vampire sword. With it, he attacks another one. The blade of the sword approaches the very face of this player. Frank throws a punch, but not too hard. He grabs the player by the head and slams him hard into the ground. The attack continues. Frank turns on subspace. He takes out a shield from it. And these players are doing quite well. It would be easier if they were ordered to kill him, but now they will have to limit themselves to just one leg. Frank initially thinks that the new player is a member of the security department, but it immediately becomes clear that it is someone else. The attacking players call him the boss, so it was Frank who put down his subordinates. They started it first. Frank uses his shield to shield himself from the sword. It's strange how such a newbie who hadn't even received a profession was able to repel his attack. He's not good enough for this dungeon. The player intended to do everything carefully, But it seems that one leg won't do the job. He attacks again. Frank covers himself with his shield again. He is different from the hooligans the player recently fought. This player is superior to Frank in everything, including his fencing skills, and his bloodsucker sword has good stats. The other players are now sitting on the ground. It's unclear how it all came to this. First, Frank will get out of here. He takes out a fire spear and throws it straight at the long-haired player. Frank runs away. The player now has short hair. It wasn't a fatal blow. Frank was just holding back in vain. The player attacks again. He strikes with his sword but misses. Frank holds a fire spear at the ready. The player prepares to attack again. Frank points the spear into the ground. It causes an explosion. The player swings his sword again, and again it hits the shield. He swings again. Frank dodges. It looks like this player is not here to kill him. Frank throws the fire spear again. This time, everything around is filled with smoke. Before the smoke clears, Frank looks for something to buy. Survival Instinct, a passive skill book. In all life-threatening situations, all stats will be increased by 50% for 60 seconds. A little less than 20 billion. But he needs it. Frank receives the book, Skill Learned. The player says there is no point in escaping. He just needs to surrender, although it looks like he has already given up. In 60 seconds, Frank must completely disarm him. The player prepares to attack. Suddenly, a woman appears between them. Frank is confused as to who it is. A woman breaks a player's sword with one glance. Then she swings the axe. The player is now lying on the ground. Frank is confused about what just happened. The woman greets him. She apologizes for being a little rude at their last meeting. It seems Frank has met her somewhere before. This is the girl who gave him an elixir of rare quality. He thanks her for her help. On the contrary, it is Alice who should apologize. She has been watching them from the very beginning. She regrets that she didn't intervene earlier. These guys are repeat offenders. Frank believes she didn't interfere in order to gather more evidence about their crimes. Alice just wanted to test how good Frank's abilities were. She introduces herself formally as Alice Lair, Chief Inspector of the Players Association, and she came here because of Frank. First, they should get outside and talk there, but first, they need to take care of these guys. Frank asks if they have committed such crimes before, since they are repeat offenders. There is no evidence, but in most of the places where players disappeared, they were the suspects. They have not yet determined whether these were disappearances or murders. They didn't seem to have any intention of killing him. Alice thinks so too. Then it's not clear what all this is about. Now they need to find out. Alice knows the downed player is conscious and tells him to get up. She didn't want to resort to extreme methods. Alice hits him with an axe. If he had stood up in a nice way, then she wouldn't have hit him. Alice asks why he attacked Frank. He was only trying to protect the guild members who were being unfairly attacked. It is unacceptable for the association's leadership to attack innocent players like this, and even attack those who were unconscious. He will tell the press about this incident, and he will also report it to the police. I wonder how he knew Alice was the association's representative if he was lying there unconscious. He is obviously a fool and does not understand his situation. This is a dungeon. If Alice kills him here, there will be no evidence left. He doesn't think that Frank, whom he attacked, will report him to the police if Alice kills him. If he doesn't want this dungeon to become a grave for him and his comrades, he'd better tell everything frankly. He can stay alive as long as he is useful as a witness. The player says that an association representative cannot kill a law-abiding player. It seems like this guy still hasn't come to his senses. Alice asks Frank to leave them alone for a moment. That's what he will do. We need to make sure that none of the unconscious people escape. If even one of them goes missing, problems cannot be avoided. Frank leaves. The player asks for mercy and says that he was wrong. Frank wonders what the purpose of those who attacked him was. They couldn't find out about his skill. Maybe it was because of Sue's guild and the three-headed monster. Maybe Sue's guild started all this. Alice might ask how he dealt with that monster. He must become stronger. Sue's guild will definitely not back down. Frank thought that if he became a player, he could solve all his problems. Alice heard that this guy received an order from the Sue Guild. He was tasked with putting pressure on Frank Neumann. It seemed they were trying to lure him away by pretending it didn't concern them. Luckily, this time they were able to gather evidence and find out their personal information, so now they can strike at Sue's guild. First, we need to get out of here. The player is taken away by the police. Alice asks Frank if he has a minute. He asks why Alice was looking for him. She says it's because of the three-headed monster situation. Frank asks how she knew he was in the goblin dungeon. They looked at the records, they know who entered there and when. They have the right to request any information about the players if necessary. Frank understands the whole essence of the situation with the three-headed monster since he defeated it. It was an unofficial investigation, so Alice planned to secretly enter the dungeon and assess his abilities. But then the same situation happened, and she once again apologizes for not intervening immediately. So she wanted to evaluate his abilities. Alice was convinced of them when she saw the skills Frank used at the end of the battle. That's why he killed the three-headed monster. Frank asks if it's a crime that he killed that monster. Alice replies no. They were looking for him to reward him for his work. Good pay is due for the massacre of the three-headed monster. They also have one proposal for him. Apparently they want to accept Frank into their ranks, but he has no desire to join any organization. Alice knew Frank would answer like that. She asks to listen to their conditions first. They offer him the same deposit as the Sioux Guild, 100 billion won, and if he becomes a member of the association, he will be able to receive many other benefits, from tax waivers to free equipment rentals. Frank thinks that of course he should show his status window. But this is not necessary, he only has to pass the test. All he needs to do is answer honestly the questions of the person she points to. This skill has nothing to do with combat and is usually used by police officers or investigators. It is called a truth contract. If the person being interrogated tells the truth, then nothing will change. However, if he lies, his body will begin to emit red light. Frank asks why they want to hire him if they are willing to go that far. Under these conditions, they can hire a high-level player. Not all high levels are the same. Even these conditions are not good enough to lure worthy players to the association's side. Those who possess both a high-level and outstanding skills usually have a secret. It might be because of the 20-level rule. Alice can't deny it. Frank doesn't know how to get around this rule, so he asks if Alice still wants to hire him. She answers in the affirmative. He showed outstanding results in just 3 months. This is enough to invest 100 billion in him. If Sue's guild and the Players Association found out, then probably other big guilds did too. Frank accepts their offer. Another employee of the association enters. She activates the truth contract. Alice asks if Frank agrees. He answers in the affirmative. When the skill is activated, a confirmation message will appear in front of his eyes. He just needs to click yes. For some reason, Frank doesn't like this. The skill is activated. The employee who activated it leaves. Now he can sit back and answer questions. Alice asks if he really woke up 3 months ago. Frank answers in the affirmative. Alice then asks him if he knows how to get around the 20-level rule. He replies no. Alice knows he's at least level 140, so she asks why he's hunting in low-level dungeons. Maybe he has a personal skill? Alice says this question needs to be answered. Alice asks if the reason he only hunts low-level monsters is related to his personal skill. Frank answers in the affirmative. Next, Alice asks if he can use his skill on other players. He answers in the negative. Alice asks if he can bypass the 20-level rule using his skill. Frank answers in the affirmative. They are finished. Frank asks if he'll have to go through this again. There was no need for that. Alice understood everything, and he was being completely honest. To some extent, she expected it, but he really does have a personal skill. Frank believes that Alice might have a personal skill too. She can't say which one, but Frank is right, she has one too. So he's not the only one. Personal skill is unique and unrepeatable for each player, and all the players who have it occupy high positions. So Alice Lair was just one of them. He knew, of course, that the association's leadership was all high-level players. For ordinary people, information about players is very limited. They don't know much even about high-level players, especially about players with personal skill. All information is protected by national security laws. Frank asks if it's okay that Alice is telling him this now, and she says it's because he has a personal skill too. Although in fact he is right, she also cannot divulge information about her having such a skill. However, there will be no problems with this because they will be part of the same organization. Frank didn't say he would join the association. From the moment Alice told him about the personal skill, he has no choice. There is no need to make such a person, because he will become a member of a government organization, not an association. Alice shows him the contract. There are few clauses with obligations, and the wages are substantial in emergency situations. Even allowances are paid during military operations, and rights to stones and other items are also guaranteed. If this is true, then they are giving him everything practically for free. But there is one small but. This is a lifelong contract, which means that it can be called slavery. Frank asks if the association's players sign up to such terms. Alice says, of course they sign up, otherwise the association would have gone bankrupt long ago. They only provide such conditions because Frank has personal skill. Even if he hunts low-level monsters, his level still increases, and monsters drop stones, which means he can level up without any restrictions. This is a chance to hire a player whose level will be the highest in the world. They would be fools to spare money on this. It's not clear who they even take him for. But this mistake plays into his hands, since there is some truth in it. Frank asks if the contract term can be shortened a little. Alice, in turn, asks if he knows how many people in the world have a personal skill. According to the government, about 80 people. Before Frank came along, Alice was the only one in all of Korea. It turns out that special skill is very rare. Alice understands that he is not happy with the length of the contract, but they cannot allow a player with a special skill to be recruited by another guild or even country. Therefore, they improved the terms of the contract as much as possible and changed the term to lifelong. If Frank wants anything else, he should just say so because they are ready to give him a lot. He would like to change the contract term from lifetime to 1 year. Alice says he knows it's impossible. Then let them reduce the amount of the deposit by 40 times. 10 billion is enough for him. Even if so, the answer is the same. Then maybe they will sign a contract for up to 2 years. They will increase the deposit amount, so let Frank agree to a lifetime contract. Frank only agrees to a 2-year deal and a 20 billion deposit. And if they don't have any problems during those 2 years, the contract with the association will take priority. If Alice refused this too, he would not sign the contract at all. Alice asks if Frank is planning to emigrate to another country. He just doesn't know much about association and doesn't like to obey anyone. Alice says he saw the conditions. There are more benefits than responsibilities. It's hard for Frank to even imagine a multi-billion-dollar deposit right now, but he can't neglect his future and let this money shackle him. All he needs now is a nest that can hide and protect him, of course. If he likes it, he can stay there. But he can't sign a lifelong contract without knowing what it promises him. Frank will definitely re-sign with the association on the same terms, but it might still be worth considering a 2-year contract as a probationary period. Looks like I'll have to change this contract to an internship. But Alice can't make such a decision alone. She needs to report it to management first. A few minutes later, she reports that she has passed on Frank's proposal to her superiors. They have a counter condition. When he receives offers from guilds or foreign associations, he must be sure to inform the Korean Players Association about them. Also, if they offer him similar conditions, he will be required to renew his contract with the association. Now Frank agrees. He signs the contract. Alice looks forward to a fruitful collaboration. Frank says, only during this time. Since he signed the contract, it means that first it's worth changing his items. Alice believes that all of his equipment is currently rented. Frank says his robe and sword are of rare quality. Then they will change everything except these 2 items. The next morning they come to the equipment rental shop. There is a lot of stuff there. Frank asks if the association representatives can rent anything they want. Not really. A player can only rent equipment that matches their rank. But Frank, of course, is an exception. A magical velour vest of rare quality, lighter and stronger than it looks, adds agility. But it's not quite what he expected, so he needs to choose carefully. Alice can tell him all about the association while the equipment is being adjusted to his size. They should talk about where he was assigned. He was assigned to the investigation department as planned. Simply put, his job will be to resolve incidents in the dungeon or conflicts between players. They are mainly troubleshooting and problem-solving, but they also have to help the support team as they are understaffed. Frank asks if he can handle such responsibilities. He won't have any trouble figuring out the low-level dungeons. But in the higher-level dungeons, it will be quite difficult for him to sort out the situation. There is no need to worry. They will definitely take his current level into account. By the way, since Alice is his boss, he needs to immediately report to her if any difficulties arise at work. In that case, Frank would like to discuss one issue that arose before the contract was signed. Information about the amount of stones he earned and sold somehow fell into the hands of the Sioux Guild, and they also knew about all the dungeons Frank had visited. Alice will try to find out more about this incident, and then she will be able to put pressure on Sioux's guild. After all, this is not the first time such things have happened. She is ready to deal with the guild right now, but her strength is not enough yet. The association will also provide Frank with a place to live. He says he leads a nomadic lifestyle, so he doesn't need it. This is a bit difficult as they need manpower due to emergency unscheduled work. In this case, Alice asks Frank to inform her of his movements every time. Then she can provide him with work depending on the location. They also provide him with a card for personal expenses, which he can use to pay for housing. Frank realizes that this is hardly the way to do it. Of course you can't, and if other members of the association find out about it, there will probably be a fuss about them having a special relationship with someone, so you need to keep it a secret. Officially, this will be recorded as compensation for frequent job changes. It's the least they can do to get Frank to re-sign with them in 2 years. The magic jacket fits like a glove. Let him also take this ID card. It proves that Frank is a member of the Players Association. Now he has the authority of a member of the supervision team, and there should not be any troubles like in the past. Now he can go, and let him check the notifications from time to time, since sometimes everyone can be urgently called together. There are almost no emergency calls, but if they do occur, you need to respond immediately. Frank asks when he can get the deposit. They've already transferred it. The contract only comes into effect when the deposit is paid. It seems Frank is in dire need of funds. He says he was going to buy a couple of skill books. It's a good idea. The association has its own store with such books, so they can go together. She will show him. The main thing is to become stronger. He will invest all 20 billion in the skill book. There are not as many of them as he thought. Skill books are not updated very often. Besides, demand exceeds supply, so if a good book appears, it is immediately bought. And their selection, unfortunately, is smaller than that of the official auction house. Down with taxes. It seems that buying so many books is not very efficient. Even if so, they will still find a use someday. This completes Alice's work. The car is insured, so let Frank enjoy it. No matter how much the president of the Players Association thinks, 2 years is a rather short period of time. He's apparently upset that they weren't able to sign him to a lifetime contract. Of course he's upset, they had to do it. Alice believes the president was more concerned with money. Not at all. And in her case, they also honestly improved the conditions. She's wrong to think that since it is a lifetime contract, they will force her to work for low wages. But that's how it was initially. If she hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have given her better terms, and she should have changed the contract term from the start, just like Frank. There is no need to compare him with yourself. Alice's situation was new to them. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have known about the existence of a special skill, so they should have treated her better. But that's what they did, and they made a lot of concessions with the contract for Frank, just like she wanted. If she hadn't intervened, they would have only offered him a lifetime contract with a deposit of 100 billion won, Alice says. If they hadn't done that, information about him would have leaked out, and foreign associations or guilds would have taken him away. The president decides that Alice is threatening him by passing information to other associations. She only said that there was a high probability of this, but the president had known her for some time. If he knows her so well, he should understand what she is thinking. There's no need to pretend he doesn't understand. He should change her 2-year contract too. The president says it is impossible. If Alice hadn't objected, no matter what the cost, they would have signed a lifetime contract with Frank. What a bastard. He does this not for himself, but for the good of the country. Nothing bad would have happened if he had signed a lifetime contract with them. It would have been better if he hadn't signed it at all. If the president doesn't like it, let him cancel her contract. He doesn't agree. Alice leaves. The president asks where she's going. Alice says to work. Frank transfers 1 billion won to his mother, enough to cover his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years and also enough to live on. To avoid suspicion, he only bought 1 skill book related to restoration. He needs to improve his immortality skill. He will see how many books he needs to improve it. Frank finds an auction item, Restoring Nature, a passive skill book that speeds up the healing of wounds. He is obliged to buy it, as it is a book of rare rank, just like immortality. Even if he can't study it, it would be a good idea to have such a book in reserve. According to Alice's advice, passive skill books are always up to date, so everyone buys them, while active skills are most often ignored and not used. You need to buy everything that is of rare rank and higher. And he spent a decent amount. Maybe it's worth spending the extra points. Frank sold so many things. The game console and laptop were popular. Cosmetics and perfumes were also sold out, and even the watches sold out unexpectedly quickly. But still, nothing can surpass this thing, a high-capacity battery. Frank comes into a used electronics store. He asks what about his order, batteries. The employee says they have already charged and configured everything. Frank will have one more request. They will, of course, be able to prepare the same volume of goods with a full charge. He can rely on them. They gave Frank a discount because he always pays with points, so if he needs anything, he just needs to let him know. Frank decides to spend it all. There are about 3 billion left. A weak increase in various statuses costs 5 million and a small one 10. To improve all indicators to 200, you need about 5 billion points. Increasing stats affects all skills, so it's beneficial to invest in upgrading statuses. He will spend the remaining 5 billion points on books. The description of the Book of Immortality no longer says that wound healing is slow, so Frank decides to test it. He runs the blade of the sword across his finger. The cut heals immediately, leaving no trace. Then Frank gets a call from Alice. He asks what's the matter. They had evidence of the information they had received earlier, so they reported the leadership of the Sao Guild to the police, and they will arrest everyone today. Great. Otherwise it would have been a pain to deal with them, Alice says. Even though the Sioux Guild has close relations with the prosecutors, they won't get away with it this time. On the contrary, they say that the investigation was more stringent this time. Frank believes this is due to the factional conflict. Indeed, the head of the Sioux Guild, Michael Jones, not only did not hinder the investigation, but also provided all the internal documentation, as if he wanted them to be caught faster. Frank asks what happened to Chester Weiss. The order for his arrest has not yet been received. But he won't be able to flutter for long when the player attacked by Alice was arrested, and all the murders and attacks that had been committed became known since the customers were close to Chester. Alice asks if Frank can turn on the TV now. He turns it on. Chester Weiss, the Vice Guild leader, has been expelled from Guild X and is currently being sought by the police and the association. Strange semi-censorship, the name was published, but the name of the guild was not. He won't be able to avoid arrest. Now everyone, even those who were kind to Chester, turned away from him. Frank thanks Alice for sorting this out, and Alice apologizes for not doing it sooner. Later, he will treat Alice as a token of gratitude. If this is not empty chatter, then she will wait for his call. Frank needs to find the book. This is the last one. He spent all the deposit and studied all the available skill books. He ate so much that he simply has to develop at least something. The passive skill Book of Immortality from unique rare quality has now been upgraded to unique heroic quality. He finally got it pumped up. Frank will not die unless his head and heart are damaged at the same time. If he does not die instantly, all wounds will be healed, and skill development is also possible. However, he poured so much into this book to achieve heroic rank that he probably won't even mention legendary. Now it's time to sleep. Tomorrow is his first day at work. The next day, Frank meets other members of the association. One of them asked many times to send them a newbie, and finally they actually did so. The players get acquainted. He is Stanley Kane. He suggests that Frank wait here. If he's assigned to a dungeon below level 100, let him go with Sandy Lee. This year she turns 25, and like Frank, she's somewhere around level 100. Frank hopes they can work together. Sandy says, of course. Stanley points out that she should introduce herself properly, and for some reason she has switched to informal speech from the very beginning. Frank looks younger than Sandy, so it's okay if they interact like that. It's normal because he's younger than her. If he is upset, then she asks for forgiveness. It seems like she doesn't like Frank. Stanley says she has no manners. Everything is fine, but Frank is definitely not fit to be a younger brother. Sandy probably didn't know, but he was definitely older as he was turning 28 this year. Stanley says Frank has a baby face, which he hears a lot. Sandy asks for forgiveness. As soon as a request comes in, she can immediately go to the place. Stanley wanted to assign someone else to Frank, but the others hadn't reached level 100 yet. If he is sent to a dungeon of level 100 or lower, since his total stats are above level 200, then even if he acts alone, there will be no problems. Stanley shows Frank his room. If he doesn't plan to put on gear, he might read a book or take a nap. Frank wakes up. He slept for a long time, about 4 hours. Even if that's the case, the pay is still good. Maybe he should just take night shifts and get enough sleep here. Sandy arrives and reports the call. Frank is ready to go out. He asks what happened. A signal has been received that a monster has appeared that exceeds the dungeon's level. Frank asks if it's okay that it's just the two of them who went out on the call. Sandy says there's no need to send more people, they can handle it on their own. A werewolf of level 70 to 80 has appeared in the Horned Turtle Dungeon, level 60. There have been no casualties yet, and none are expected. This is probably because the difference is only 10 levels. Most often, calls come precisely for incidents in dungeons above level 50. It's probably because there are no security personnel there. Players who reach level 50 and receive their first profession usually go to work as security officers in low-level locations. And then, starting from level 50, there are no more security officers in the dungeons. Problems begin with players who are accustomed to being under constant supervision. When various situations arise and there are no security personnel nearby, their survival skills deteriorate dramatically, and this becomes a huge problem. Sandy seems to find this amusing. Of course, because this challenge will give her a salary increase. In any case, the more challenges, the better the salary. They arrive at the scene. Frank believes that finding the werewolf will not be easy. Sandy tells him not to be surprised by what's about to happen. She grows the spotted skin of a predatory cat. Sandy now has the paws, claws, ears, and nose of a predator. Frank asks if she is a cat. Sandy is offended. She's not a cat, but a leopard from the feline family. If Frank hesitated, she would leave him behind, so he had better keep up. Sandy is making very good progress. She uses 4 paws after all. Soon they find a werewolf. Frank is surprised at how big he is. Sandy says, like a hunting dog. But his sense of smell is much better than a dog's. Sandy climbs a tree and the werewolf howls. Sandy pounces on him. Frank is impressed by her attack. Now the monster is killed. Frank notes that the gear is very flexible. Sandy says it couldn't be any other way, although it is expensive. Now we can go back. Suddenly Sandy senses something. This werewolf is not alone here. It seems that before his death he managed to call his flock. And indeed, a pack of werewolves appears and heads towards them. Werewolves look huge and very strong. They have red eyes. The other players run away from them. Frank asks if this happens often. Sandy says it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. However, when this happens, the name and level of that dungeon changes. First, we need to deal with these monsters and prepare a report. Sandy is about to go first. Frank turns on subspace. He takes out a vampire sword from it, one of the most reliable weapons. The werewolves roar, preparing to attack. Sandy cuts off the head of one of them with her giant paw. Frank attacks the werewolves with a bloodsucker sword. Suddenly, a piercing howl is heard. Not like the roar emitted by a pack. It seems that this is the king of the werewolves. He is stronger than them all, and with this howl, he calls other werewolves who serve him. Sandy says she'll take care of it. This is a monster of about level 100 or 101, so hopefully Sandy doesn't act too recklessly and there won't be any problems. The werewolves continue to attack. Frank deals with them using a bloodsucker sword. It seems like it will all be over soon. Indeed, the werewolves are defeated one after another. Frank stands among the corpses, but it looks like his colleague is still not finished. All this time, she has been fighting the werewolf king and continues to fight. This is truly a battle of the leaders, the strongest of the werewolves and the snow leopard. But it seems Sandy is having a hard time. The werewolf has hurt her, and more than once. It might be worth helping her, but the werewolves are still closing in on Frank too. One of them looks absolutely gigantic and makes a terrifying roar. Frank wonders what kind of magic this is. These monsters are huge, but not that big. Another werewolf is ready to attack him. While Frank is fighting this pack, the werewolf that Sandy took on is winning and is about to kill her. He grabs Sandy by the throat with his teeth and is ready to bite him. Frank launches a fire projectile at the advancing monsters. The werewolf king still has Sandy in his teeth. She no longer looks like a predatory cat, and blood is coming from her mouth. Frank attacks the werewolf king with a vampire sword. He lets go of Sandy and Frank picks her up. He asks if she's okay, but Sandy can't answer. Frank uses the healing skill. It's not entirely clear if it works, but it does seem to be healing the wounds. The werewolf king wants to attack Frank from behind. However, he cuts off his claws with his sword. And this monster is smart. He first dealt with Sandy, and now he's taken on Frank. Perhaps he sent his servants ahead to stall for time. Now the werewolf king attacks Frank. He dodges the blows of the vampire sword. The werewolf continues to attack. Then Frank kicks him. The werewolf flies away a considerable distance. He howls again. This summons other werewolves, who immediately appear and surround Frank. At first glance, things are bad, but in fact, this situation is, on the contrary, for the better. He will act step by step, casts a magic projectile, ice projectile, fireball, and fire spear. Frank uses all of these weapons at once, hitting the werewolves with multiple beams of different colors. He won't even need potions. Now Frank uses the vampire sword. The werewolf king dodges the beams. He has good reflexes, just like Frank thought. This werewolf is not like the others. Frank will see if he can dodge the rare rank skill. A wall of ice rises in front of the werewolf king. He realizes that it is too late to do anything. Now Frank is ready to hit the monster with all his weapons. He understands that the end has come for him. The ice wall explodes. The Werewolf King has been defeated. Now Frank will see what items he dropped. The Heart of the Werewolf King, a rare quality item, allows you to transform into the Werewolf King for 60 minutes. During the transformation, strength, agility, and endurance will increase by 30%, after which the indicators will decrease by 10%. The item must be consumed. This means that the appearance will change, but compared to the increase in indicators, the fee for use is much more serious. First, we need to go back. Frank sits next to Sandy, who is now lying in bed. Stanley asks if she's okay. All external injuries have healed, but to be sure, it's better to take her to the hospital. If it weren't for Frank, something bad would have happened. He is also on the team, so helping his comrades is the order of the day. Frank will come back when he's sorted everything out. After a while, Sandy thanks him for saving her. Of course he had to help. That goes without saying. Frank notices that the others are wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Stanley says that after they dealt with yesterday's incident, he went hunting and then came here. Frank got some rest and earned some money, which was a great option. Initially, Stanley thought that Frank lived in a luxurious house and had a lot of money. It was rare to see so many rare things on one person. Frank says he was a laborer before he woke up. Stanley believes that his situation is dire. Frank's father fell ill and was hospitalized. His family worked hard to pay the hospital bills. Stanley says they were actually given orders to take good care of Frank, which is why he thought he was from a rich family. They seem to think he was born with a silver spoon. Apparently it was Alice Lair who did this, but Stanley didn't even know that Frank knew Alice. He says that she hired him. He must really have outstanding abilities, since Alice personally hired him. I should sort out my things before going to bed. Sandy calls out to Frank. She says she's really sorry. There was a misunderstanding and she behaved rudely towards him. Sandy developed prejudices because of a man she met one day while on a call. Frank asks what happened. Due to the reckless behavior of the high-ranking official's son at the scene of the accident, the team members were seriously injured, and he, being the culprit of the incident, did not even receive any punishment. But the team members got it in the neck, after which Sandy always tried to be the first to respond to calls. Frank says everything is fine. He doesn't pay attention to such things. Sandy seems to be quite kind. Frank is interested in something, but if she finds it difficult to answer, let her say so. Sandy says she will answer. She asks what he is interested in. Sandy seems to be very naive. Frank is becoming more and more convinced of this. He says it will be a little problematic since this question concerns Sandy's skills. She knew he would ask about it, since she had been asked about it many times before. Sandy's skill is therianthropy, the ability to transform into an animal. This is an active skill that, when used, turns her into a snow leopard, and her strength, agility, and endurance stats are significantly increased. She has a high attack and defense level, so she is a good tank and damage dealer. But she also has some disadvantages, such as low magic and willpower. Sandy's weak will makes her vulnerable to magical attacks. There's hardly any reason for her to tell Frank all this. A week passes, there are no more incidents, and the initiation ceremony goes off without a hitch. Although popularity has declined, batteries and electronic goods are still selling without problems. Frank will soon be able to purchase another heroic rank skill. He's bored, he needs to go hunting, and at the same time he'll save up some points. At the entrance to the dungeon, an employee asks Frank to show his player ID. It turns out he works in the association's supervision department. The employee wishes him good hunting. In the dungeon, Frank encounters horned monsters with white fur. He uses Firestorm. It's good that Frank acquired this skill. Its synergy with the shield is amazing. In a mid-level dungeon, it's not as noticeable, but at low levels, it's likely considered cheating. Suddenly, someone breaks Frank's shield. The blade cuts through his shoulder. Good reaction. Frank asks the player who hit him who he is. It's strange that Frank doesn't recognize him, but that happens. So he is interested in who he is. Of course, it is worth knowing at whose hands you will die. He is Chester Weiss, and until recently, he was the deputy head of the Sow Guild. He's considering taking his anger out on Frank. Of all the people who did all this to him, he is the only one Chester can take revenge on. He's unlikely to get off easy if he does that, but Chester says there's no point in shouting. He had set up a barrier in advance, blocking sound and line of sight, and Chester hardly looks like a high-level player. He is more of a newbie who hasn't even reached level 50 yet. Frank realizes that Chester forged the ID. He seems to be very bad, But Frank doesn't have to worry about it because today Chester will leave this country. He will be able to live under a new name abroad. To tell the truth, Chester initially thought about starting with Frank's family. He wanted him to feel the full pain of loss. But unfortunately, they cannot be reached. It would have been easy to eliminate both Frank's guards and his family. But then it would have been harder for Chester to leave the country. That's why he targeted Frank when he entered the dungeon. If he hid the body well, it wouldn't be discovered for at least a few days. His wounds are healing too quickly. It seems he has acquired quite a good skill. Chester knew Frank was trying to buy time for treatment by talking him down. But he is wrong to think that he can defeat Chester, even if he fully recovers. Frank decides he's finished. Chester attacks. He didn't think Frank would be able to block his punch. But he was thinking of cutting off his left hand so that he wouldn't have time to recover as before. Frank activates subspace. He takes out the heart of the werewolf king. Chester didn't know that Frank had received the transformation item. After eating a werewolf's heart, he turns into a monster. It seems Frank has improved his status a lot. He rushes away. From a distance, he prepares to launch a fireball at Chester. Frank starts it. Chester, as if nothing had happened, appears from behind him and touches him with the tip of his sword. Frank is wrong to think he can escape. Chester grabs him by the hair. Frank flies far to the side. He turns on the fireball again. But this weapon has no effect on Chester. Then Frank is going to attack him hand to hand. But his huge paws hit the sword. Frank still hopes he can handle it. Chester swings his sword. Frank dodges the blow with lightning speed. He punches the ground and it explodes as if from an explosion. He's truly incredible. Chester asks if Frank knows his nickname. He is a lightning sword. Chester throws lightning bolts at Frank, causing wounds. He cuts off his hand. If Frank had listened to Chester then, everything would have ended differently. And then Chester would not have regretted giving him even more than some 100 billion. Frank is enveloped in a cloud of cutting lightning. They inflict wounds all over his body. Maybe Frank wants to tell Chester how to get around the 20-level rule. Or it would be nice to know how he was able to become so strong in a short time. If Frank tells, Chester might let him live. He's wrong to think Frank will believe it, Chester says. It's clear he doesn't even trust himself. But it would have been possible to give Frank an easy death. Chester plunges his sword into his back. It seems that regeneration is not the best assistant during torture. It's more of a disadvantage because Frank will feel all this endless pain, and the executioner won't have to hold back, especially for a newbie like Chester. It's too painful. Maybe I should just tell him about the existence of a special skill and beg for mercy. This psychopath doesn't want revenge. He gets pleasure from tormenting Frank. He asks to just kill him. He won't say anything. It looks like he'd rather die than be of any use to Chester. And since he needs time to get rid of the body, he will do everything cleanly, as Frank asked. Chester cuts off his head. Now it would be necessary to assemble the remaining parts. Suddenly, the werewolf king's paw pierces Chester through and through. He doesn't understand how this is possible. Chester falls to the ground. Frank gets his head back. Chester is still alive. Sound and visibility blocking is broken. Frank returns to his human form. His body moved even after his head was cut off. However, it is not entirely clear how he dealt with Chester. No one outside should know about this. Even the Players Association would be dangerous to tell. If word gets out that Frank killed ranker Chester Weiss, the association will question his level and abilities. Frank turns on the fireball. There is no need to reveal your secrets. Chester's body disappears. Something appears in its place. It turns out that items don't just drop from monsters. This is a heroic rank lightning breath, an active skill that creates a protective electrical barrier around the user. All skills and actions are enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzes the enemy's body, and has no cooldown. Frank learns a skill. Now he is enveloped in a barrier of lightning. It activates a magic projectile. Now his power is greatly increased. This is a real scam. The skill level has changed completely. Frank defeated a player more than 100 levels above him and was awarded the title of First Rebel of the normal rank. He also defeated a player more than 200 levels above him and was awarded the title of First Rebel of the rare rank. It turns out that players also receive titles. Frank was awarded another title, First Rebel of the heroic rank. I wonder if he could have beaten Chester now before he cut him up. Frank must become even stronger. In addition, he should refrain from using ranged skills in combination with lightning breath, as it consumes too much magicka. A few days later, in a review of a game console Frank had put up for sale, A user wrote that the seller seemed to be jacking up prices too much lately, especially for high-capacity batteries. Such a battery would last 2 or 3 days at best, and it costs 30 million points. The battery's power is even less than the energy from a single low-level stone. A user believes that the price of a product should be reduced and organizes a boycott. Starting tomorrow, he will ignore this product for a month. Those who want to join him should leave a comment. Several users join the boycott. A month later, Frank is looking through the list of goods and is wondering what he should buy. The ancestral instinct or the vampire ball. He would buy both items if he could. But there are only a few points, and in total, it comes to 60 billion. Frank will think about it tomorrow, but for now, he can watch TV. After all, today is his only day off this week. On the screen, the guild leader tells the female player that he likes her and wants to date her. They show a battle with monsters. So, this is the drama they filmed for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm. They seriously donned expensive gear for it. They all suffered that day. On the 20th anniversary of the disaster, the whole world was on edge, fearing that something would happen. But as on the 10th anniversary, nothing serious happened. Some journalists write fake news that the number of dungeons has decreased, but this is just internet chatter. Frank is thinking about what else to buy. Then he hears some sounds. At first he thinks it's an earthquake. It turns out that monsters have infiltrated the human world. Frank charges forward with a bloodsucker sword and a fireball. One of the monsters is chasing a woman and is ready to attack her. But Frank attacks the monster. He strikes him with sword and fire. The monsters are advancing. Frank uses Firestorm. But the problem is that the monsters have mixed with people, and they attack. Other players come to the rescue. They leave a dimensional gate on Frank. Then he thanks for the help. Martial law is declared. The military enters the battle. The association president orders that all players within the country be notified. From this moment on, a general mobilization of players is declared. Frank tells Alice that he is near the Red Tarantula's dungeon near Shinchan Station. The gates suddenly opened, and now he is fighting the orcs that crawled out from there. Luckily, their level seems to be low, and players from the surrounding area have joined in the cleanup. Frank is appointed as temporary commander. After clearing the area, he must redirect everyone to Namyan Station, where the gates have also opened, but they are catastrophically short-handed. Frank shouldn't worry about his family. Alice was informed that they, along with other residents, were sent to a bomb shelter. Alice asks to hurry. Frank will do so. There is no time to think. He buys a vampire ball. This is an active skill. It converts the properties of mana into properties of darkness, increases the power of attack-type skills, and decreases the power of healing-type skills, restores health and mana by absorbing enemy blood, increases stamina and mana recovery speed. Frank learns the skill. He will finish it faster and move on. It activates a wall of fire. Now it's time to make an announcement. Frank tells the players to gather, following the emergency mobilization order. It is clear that this will not be easy. The minimum number of players required to defend the territory remains here. The rest move towards Namyan Station. Since everything at Shinchan Station is already destroyed, we only need to take care of the gate. One of the players has a question. He asks in how many places the gates have opened. The exact number is unknown at this time, but they appear to have opened all over the country. Near Namyan Station, monsters attack ordinary people. They have horned heads, similar to horse skulls, but with glowing eyes, they are humanoid lizards. The player attacks one of the monsters. Other players are waiting for reinforcements to finally arrive. A wall of fire appears from somewhere here. She absorbs monsters. Reinforcements have arrived. The situation is serious. There aren't many dungeons here, so there aren't many players. It's time to begin. Then a giant monster appears, apparently the leader. We need to figure this out as soon as possible. Frank throws fire at him. The monster covers himself with a shield. Frank flies right over him. This monster is not that strong. Frank cuts off his head with the bloodsucker sword. But it turns out it wasn't a boss, but an ordinary monster. Frank turns on the firestorm. However, this does not kill the monsters. They seem to be fire-resistant. Frank attacks the monster with a shield. He strikes them. Here some unfamiliar weapon appears, like a spear. It causes Frank's shield to become covered in ice. Now there is a truly gigantic monster standing in front of him. Apparently, he is the boss. Frank arms himself with a bloodsucker sword. 3 ice tridents hang above the Lizard King. Frank attacks the monsters that surround him. He cuts them in half and uses a fire shield. The Lizard King breathes ice. It turns out he can use ice breath even at that distance. An icy wave rushes towards Frank. Now is not the time to save mana. Frank uses a lightning strike, but it didn't seem to have any effect on the Lizard King. The monsters are still ready to attack. Frank must defeat them at any cost. Besides him, there is no one here who could cope with even the normal mobs. If Frank does not stop them, they will all end. The lizards are attacking from all sides. It's good that they go to Frank themselves. It's much less of a hassle. He attacks. An hour later, only the Lizard King remained. It's time to put an end to this. The monster attacks. Frank dodges and flies into the air above him. It's good that no one is getting in the way, one-on-one right now. Frank touches the Lizard King's mouth, filling his mouth with lightning. Half of the monster's head is blown off. Finally, he is defeated and cut in half. But it's not all that bad. I hope this monster drops something cool. This is something rare. White Lizard King's Ice Breath. Rare quality, active skill book. Mana consumed during use, quite a good skill, can come in handy. Frank feels his strength and mana gradually returning. The rest did him good after all. Namyan Station has been completely cleared. It looks like the mission is accomplished. 3 days later, it was reported that the second wave of the cataclysm had dealt a strong blow to the global economy. Such everyday things as food, water, electricity, oil, gas, and so on became very scarce. The South Korean government began constructing defensive camps around major cities and evacuating residents of suburban areas, the essence of which was to reduce the amount of protected territory in order to prevent a possible increase in the number of casualties. However, this completely slowed down logistics and trade turnover, and in conditions of food and water shortages, industrial production became simply impossible. The last stock of goods that Frank had placed in the sales book had already been sold out. Now he doesn't really have anything to sell. It seems that now it will be much more difficult to increase the strength parameter at the expense of points. It's time to get to work. We need to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible and resume sales. Frank is in the helicopter. They arrive at the scene. First, we need to clear the streets and then deal with the rest. Frank asks the players if they are all familiar with the areas they are responsible for. He reserves the right to command for each of the leaders. Then Frank will go first. Trolls emerge from the spatial gates. Frank jumps out of the helicopter, ready to attack. He uses a firewall and attacks the trolls with a sword. Meanwhile, other players are also attacking. So far, so good. Trolls flee from the wall of fire. Something is wrong here. They run away immediately after the first attack. Frank mustn't miss them. It activates the breath of lightning. It will be much easier if you combine this weapon with a fire spear. Frank flies towards the monster with lightning speed. He throws a fiery spear at him, and it blows off his head and half his body. This is the 15th. Frank hopes it's the latter. Suddenly, a monstrous paw with claws emerges from the spatial gate. Frank is puzzled as to where this monster came from. It is clearly above the 350th level and even above the highest, 400th. This is the strongest monster of all that exist. A blue dragon, a heroic level monster. Alice hopes that this is the end of it. But there are currently around 100,000 players in the Republic of Korea, including around 5,000 high-level players who have completed the 4th stage. For now, low and mid-level monsters can be stopped with military firepower. However, as the number of gates increases, more and more heroic tier monsters appear each time, and at the same time, they are completely lacking heroic tier players. The emergency alert system is activated. Alice asks what happened. An emergency situation has occurred. Another gate to another dimension has opened at Seoul Station. Alice asks what rank the monsters are. They try to find out. It turns out that there is a whole group of wyverns there, and again a heroic level monster. This station must be under the control of the TS Guild. They need reinforcements. At the moment their main forces are concentrated in tanks and nearby damage dealers, it is likely that they have a hard time dealing with the flying wyverns. Alice asks if they can contact other guilds nearby, and is told that there are mages from the Yuhua Guild near Yongsan Station. We need to tell them right now to send reinforcements immediately. Another gate has opened in the Dunsan district of Daejeon. A large gathering of harpies has been observed, and reports have come in that ogres have begun appearing at the gate of the Orc dimension in the Yongsan district of Busan. They were only told that a blue dragon had appeared near the Troll Gate in Osan City, Gyeonggi-do. After all, Frank Newman should be watching these gates now. That's true, he himself reported it. They also requested reinforcements. All operations in Osan City have been cancelled at this time. All players must leave the city immediately. Frank hears this message. But now is not the time to retreat. The blue dragon destroys buildings and throws their debris to the ground. Frank jumps right under his paw. But the dragon only crashes into the ground with it. It was a diversionary tactic. Frank is hiding in the building. It's strange why this monster is only after him. The dragon approaches the building where Frank is hiding. He sees it and stretches his paw towards the window glass. Entire buildings fly into the air. The dragon is even taller than the multi-story buildings. Frank throws a ball of fire at him. He hopes that there is still a little bit left. The dragon's head is smoking, but it doesn't even look like it's charred. The fire just distracted him. The dragon is chasing Frank again and is ready to catch him. Frank turns on the ice wall, but it collapses. The dragon's paw touches his head. It's unclear how this monster even caught up with him. Apparently, there is no other way out. All that remains is to fight. Frank activates his lightning breath. The dragon attacks again. Frank is about to attack him with the bloodsucker sword. However, the dragon's scales prove so strong that the sword flies off. This monster must have one weak spot. This is his stomach, Frank wielding a sword. Then he lowers himself to the ground. There's not a drop of blood on the dragon. And besides, it's very fast. Something is happening. The dragon launches lightning bolts at Frank. It collapses onto the roof of the building. The dragon approaches him. He bit Frank in half and swallowed him. Frank can't just die like that. His father needs medicine, and his mother and sister need his support. He grabs the sword. It's time to get out of here. Frank plunges his sword into the dragon's abdomen. It seems that his body parts are slowly starting to regenerate. The passive skill Book of Immortality has been upgraded to the only heroic rank. At this rate, Frank will never get out of here. He begins to tear the dragon's flesh with his teeth. Alice is informed that Frank Newman appears to be dead. She doesn't understand how this could happen, since she gave the order to leave the city immediately. Frank was in charge of closing the interdimensional gate and was very close to the blue dragon. After Alice announced an emergency evacuation, he tried to return back, but apparently he was unable to leave the city. Alice asks if they told his family about this. They have not yet made an official statement about his death, but the list of deceased players has already been made publicly available. His family probably already knows. Frank continues to try to escape from the dragon's belly. Finally, he no longer loses his strength. There was a lot of blood flowing here. Seems pretty good. However, something is wrong again. It doesn't look like Frank is able to cut through the peritoneum. He keeps trying. The dragon roars in pain. The players are confused about what is happening to him. Blood begins to flow from the dragon's mouth. He knocks down the building with his tail. It almost falls on the players. By this time, Frank's arm had recovered and he seemed to understand what to do. Here it is, a blood vessel. Frank activates the fire blade. He cuts the vessel. The dragon's roar is heard. There is very little time left until complete regeneration. Frank finds the dragon's heart. He stabs him with a vampire sword. Frank stabs him in the heart again and again. Finally, it breaks into pieces. Here, Frank discovers that only a stump remains of his sword. The passive skill Book of Immortality of the unique heroic grade was improved. The active skill Breath of Lightning was improved to the heroic grade and to the unique heroic grade. Then Breath of Lightning was renamed to Breath of the Thunder Dragon. It turns out that not only the skill level changes, but also its name. Frank single-handedly hunted a high-level named monster with a difference of over 200 levels and was awarded 2 Tier 1 Destroyer titles, Rare and Heroic. He single-handedly hunted a top-tier heroic rank monster named Blue Dragon Zetos and was awarded the heroic title of Blue Dragon Slayer. The rare rank vampire sword has been restored and upgraded to a single heroic rank, renamed to Blood Destroyer Sword. A magic item appears, Heroic Grade Thunder Dragon Scale, a passive skill book that greatly increases physical strength and skill resistance, and also increases resistance to electrical charges. The dragon continues to twitch, but gradually his movements become slower. He collapses to the ground, as if he just suddenly died. One of the players thinks the dragon is sick. The girl had never heard of a blue dragon getting sick. Another player suddenly notices the person. He is in the place where the dragon was. After such a hunt, it wouldn't be a sin to take a break. Some of them had never found themselves in such a mess before. Alice doesn't believe that Frank could die so easily. It turns out that they want to issue him a fine. He's dead anyway. And even if not, they are already incurring large losses. They'd better cut their budget. Alice asks if they are really human. They say she's crossing the line. So this is how they do their job. They would probably do the same thing if Alice were in Frank's place. They ask her to calm down. That's all they'll do. An emergency message is received. Alice asks what happened. The blue dragon is dead. Players believe he was being hunted by another group of rankers. They're not sure there's any team that can handle him. They say that the player who was eaten by the blue dragon managed to survive. He found himself inside the dragon and then began to strike at its internal organs. Alice asks what his name is. This is a player from the association. His name is Frank Neumann. He must look miserable. All the wounds seem to have healed. They are no longer anywhere. The player offers Frank a cape. He asks to borrow his phone. He needs to call his family. Frank is given a phone. He calls his mother. She asks if it really is he, her son Frank. Apparently there was some kind of mistake. He was fine, but for some reason his name ended up among the dead players. Frank asks how his sister and dad are doing. He says he's really okay. He ate a lot and slept well. Mother thanks Frank for being alive. Yesterday, a man from the Players Association came to see them. She paid them compensation, which is paid to the families of players who died while fulfilling their obligations. And she also knelt down and apologized at length, saying that it was all her fault. She said she shouldn't hide it from his own mother. Anyway, Frank did a great job and his mother is very happy that he came back alive. He is crying. The player offers him a handkerchief. First, it's worth taking a look at his updated vampire sword. Now this is a dragon blood sword of unique heroic rank, a bound item. It absorbs the blood of the attacked target, due to which it restores the physical and magical strength of the player. When absorbing dragon blood, the attack power increases, and health points and the speed of strength recovery are significantly increased. It is possible to increase the rank by absorbing dragon blood for a long time. The mana of the blue dragon Zetos and the player named Frank Neumann were mixed and exceeded the original requirements. Only the player named Frank Neumann can use this option. Depending on the desire of the player Frank Neumann, the dragon blood sword can be used once a day. Now he doesn't have to worry about weapons. He needs to see what's going on with the Thunder Dragon's breath. This is an active skill that creates a powerful lightning shield around the user, imbuing all skills and actions with the power of lightning. Temporarily paralyzing enemies hit by the Thunder Dragon's breath, has infinite uses and does not require recovery, and can be rank up by consuming items or acquiring other lightning-type skills. There is only one new option here, but one way or another it can be upgraded. The first level Destroyer title increases all stats by 20. Mana is increased by 4 points. After all, this is a very nice bonus. But something needs to be done about his clothes. Frank wants to go home. A helicopter appears. Alice jumps out of it. She's so happy to see Frank. It's such a blessing that he's actually alive. Then Alice realizes that he has no clothes on, only a cape. All his clothes dissolved in the gastric juice. One of the players brings Frank some clothes. What a touching reunion. He was truly surprised. He didn't expect Alice to like younger guys. Apparently this man is her boyfriend, whom she was hiding. Alice says, "Don't joke like that." She asks why they came. She told them that the plan was canceled so they can go back and rest. One of the players came here because she was curious. Frank is really her type. She asks if he has a girlfriend. Alice grabs her hand. He's the one who was just on the brink of life and death. They need to stop joking. She's not joking, and it's strange why Alice got so upset. Frank needs rest now. He should stop by the hospital just in case. Players should find out how he took down the blue dragon. It seems like they will all be interested. This is a fitting example. Alice suggests that Frank go to the hospital first. Their helicopter will be used for an emergency evacuation of Frank. Alice rises into the air holding his hand. It's curious how he hunted the blue dragon alone. Judging by the way Alice takes care of him, he's probably an unusual player. He will ask Frank about it later. User Makawas has no new products for sale, and it has been more than 15 days since user Dashat's stocked battery died. Makawas must take responsibility and sell the batteries he has stocked. One of the users thinks about catching Makawas and asks if anyone knows what dimension he is in. It's unlikely that he has enough points to forcefully open the dimensional gates that previously boycotted the battery, just because it costs 30 million points. Even if the location of Makawas is known, the user does not have enough points. They should rather catch the seller Frank Neumann, but it has been less than a year since he was active. This is the protection period, so the gate will not be opened. Frank Neumann's level is low, so he can't see the posts here. Come to think of it, It seems like that idiot Makovis is acting like this because he's jealous of Frank's success. Makovis's main selling items were hobby items? It turns out that when Frank first showed up, Makovis's sales plummeted. In other words, this guy was deliberately encouraging a boycott to stop Frank. He might have even filed a complaint and gotten him removed. They will boycott the products sold by Makovis and complain about them. This bastard played with them. Makovis writes that the boycott began with good and sincere intentions. He could not have done this if he mistook this newbie for a competitor. Other users write that they need a much stronger movement to address the complaint. It was clear that this would happen. Korea suffered great damage. However, having suffered significantly less damage compared to other countries, the country prevented a second cataclysm. South Korea rebuilt the destroyed infrastructure and began research using newly acquired monster carcasses and mana stones. Society is a little unstable, but in any case, everything is starting to return to normal. Frank comes to the store's warehouse. There's quite a lot of stock here. Luckily, their store wasn't damaged. After the electrical installation was restored, the first step was to charge the batteries. Frank decides to buy everything. Supplies are still tight, so he should raise the price even higher. A notification about the completion of the sale is issued. So it's for sale, even if he raised the price. Another sale has been completed, so it appears the price can be raised even higher. A few days later, Frank comes to the store again. The employee only ordered the amount he usually buys, so there are no more. Then he will immediately make an additional order. He heard that the factory has started working as usual, so this will not interfere with the production of goods. In the meantime, the store employee will immediately send the goods to another department. If Frank leaves his contact information, they will contact him once the item is back in stock. He says he'll just come back again tomorrow. This is an ideal option for making a direct deal with the factory. Frank called them before the second cataclysm, but they hung up saying they didn't do any personal business. He called again and promised to make a large order, but they said they don't take orders at all unless it's a corporation. Frank is considering whether he should register as a business owner and buy a warehouse, or he should open an electronics store. He chooses the second option. There are a lot of people in his store, despite it being a weekday. As Frank thought, it was good to leave it to his sister. She's the manager and he's the general manager of the store, so he should be fine. In any case, his sister had sent the batteries to the warehouse some time ago, and they might have arrived by now. Frank says he'll check it out, and his sister asks if she should order anything else besides batteries. It depends on the circumstances. His sister suggests they have lunch while he's here. Frank wants to eat something expensive. Sounds good. It seems like everything is slowly ending now. The speed of sales has almost stopped. But his goods were selling like hotcakes. Now you can slowly spend points. Frank is considering what to buy. He currently has 5 heroic level skills and only 1 active skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath. It creates a powerful protective membrane of thunder around the caster. All skills and actions are enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzing the bodies of enemies. The skill has no cooldown time, and growth is possible through the absorption of skills and items with the Thunder attribute. If you think about it, it's the only offensive skill, and it also deals point damage and has a continuous attack ability. He needs a skill that can be activated freely, or a skill that can move through space to avoid dangerous situations. Frank will buy both. Compared to passive skills, active ones are cheaper. The skill of moving in space is quite expensive, 700 million, but it is worth it. It seems that only when you are promoted to heroic rank can you teleport another person. There are a lot of limitations, but it's still pretty good, and it's quite convenient to read reviews about the product. Flicker, an active skill book, can teleport as far as the user's field of vision. Power consumption depends on the distance traveled, cannot teleport to a place where the mana flow is unstable or too dense. This is the best option, although it costs 40 billion points. Perhaps this skill is worth testing. Frank activates the flicker. It teleports him to the other end of the warehouse. This skill is really worth it. Later, he will test long-distance teleportation. Frank looks through the list of products again. Flame attribute skill, wind attribute skill, ice attribute skill, thunder skill, and so on. He can't find the perfect one. Here he sees an active skill book. Black lightning, heroic rank. It brings down powerful lightning on the target, consuming mana and stamina at the same time. It is a skill with the dark attribute. Reviews say this skill is 3 times more powerful than skills that only use mana, but you need to be careful because it uses both stamina and mana at the same time, so you can end up exhausted without realizing it. If you don't have enough mana, you can make up for it with stamina. Frank buys a skill. He ends up absorbed by the active skill Thunder Dragon's Breath. As expected, he's able to absorb, even if it is a dark attribute. Frank hopes that things will change the way he expects. It worked. Even the protective membrane that absorbed mana activating automatically changed in such a way that it could be controlled. Frank goes underground. There he fights with crocodile bats. He activates Black Lightning. Frank now feels better after using up all his points. After 5 hours of hunting, he earns the title of Heroic Rank Crocodile Bat Killer. That's enough for today. He returns to his shop. His sister still hasn't left, and Frank apparently was hunting all this time. The batteries are stacked in the warehouse. He can go and have a look. 30 minutes later, Frank's sister still hadn't left. Frank suggests going home together. Sister needs to talk to him. Frank realizes that's why she waited. This is about what happened at the time he was declared dead. Mom fainted when she heard Frank was dead, and she cried for days after she woke up. The real problem came after that. Notice of loss of leased equipment and penalty for failure to perform contract. The sister protested more than a dozen times, but each time she was told there were no legal problems. There was only one answer: file a renunciation of the inheritance. She consulted a lawyer, but he said there was no other choice but to file a complaint. They said that Frank must vacate the rented apartment immediately. They even said that they would take away the money he sent to the family as living expenses as illegal gifts, because they even sent a report on the legal reserves of the inheritance. Of course, after that, everything got better. A girl named Alice Lair came and apologized to her on her knees. She said that there was a mistake in the process. But it seems that this is not a simple mistake. Frank says he'll find out. Mom told me never to tell him about it, but it seems like he's somewhat stable too. She told him because she thought he should know it happened. Frank thanks his sister for telling him. He has an appointment with Alice Lair's manager, but is told she hasn't returned yet. Frank contacted her in advance just in case, and she told him to wait for her in the office. The administrator says that he will take him there then. She offers him a cup of tea. Frank refuses. The administrator leaves. It's time to begin. Frank activates psychometry. He's looking for his code. Alice said Frank appeared to have died at the scene. She asked why they did this to Frank Neumann's bereaved family and was told that it was the rules. Alice ordered these instructions to be canceled immediately and was told that she had nothing to do with it. So this is what they do for a player who gave his life fighting for his country. Perhaps they would accept such things, even if it was Alice who died in battle. If the decree was not revoked, she would leave the association. Such an absurd treaty of subordination would hardly be accepted by the national community, the minister said. Perhaps Alice is now going to fight with the Korean government. She seems to be very angry. The minister will contact her later. Frank has this man to thank. He seems to know who it is, the Minister of Spatial Gate Management, Henry Lee. Alice comes in and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Frank says he came early himself. Alice asks why he came so suddenly. He didn't even tell her what was wrong. It looks like he'll have to break his contract. He knows everything that Minister Henry Lee was going to do. Alice apologizes for him. She has nothing to apologize for. It's all thanks to her. At least everything was fixed later. Frank should say thank you. Alice asks if he can just let it go for her this time. She will definitely change the rules so it doesn't happen again. There's one thing Frank wants more than that. He would like to meet the minister personally and receive an apology. The minister finds out about this and is outraged. This impudent fellow is behaving so importantly and insolently only because he has this unique skill. It looks like he doesn't understand the world because he's young. The minister was only performing his duties properly. They should immediately protest. That's right. Henry Lee was just trying to do his duty according to the rules. It's unclear why he should apologize to such a brat. After all, he didn't do anything. Henry has shown generosity. Frank is acting arrogantly, ignorant of grace. He needs to be taught a lesson. Henry asks how he should do this. This news even reached the ears of VIPs, so it is unclear how he can teach Frank a lesson. His subordinates have no plan, but they are chatting. Henry tells me to tell Frank to come here quietly. He's not going to go to that brat's house to apologize to him. He's busy at work, so if he wants an apology, let him come in person. The subordinates rush to convey this to Frank. Henry can't go to him. He told Frank to come later than he thought, which wasn't so bad for him. This means that this is a real hotbed of corruption among large guilds and dungeon access managers. All the employees are ordinary people. That's even better. A ministry employee invites Frank to go with her. The minister was looking for him. They enter the minister's office. He says Frank is about the same age as his grandchildren. It looks like Henry has no intention of apologizing. He was sorry, but he had no choice but to do it. As a person performing official duties, a minister cannot perform them based on his own considerations. It seems like all the people involved in Frank's case were in cahoots with each other. Henry says he was just trying to do his job legally. Frankly, instead of doing it legally, he made more than one or two claims. If Frank is referring to the damaged equipment claim, then it was obviously something that happened while Henry was on duty. Frank died in battle while fulfilling the terms of his contract. He was killed while doing what he was told. He asks what made Henry think he could make such meaningless statements, since he doesn't seem like a dumbass. I wonder who Frank thinks he is to spout such nonsense. It was Henry who started talking nonsense from the very beginning. It's strange how the minister can be so ignorant. Frank doesn't dare talk to him like that. He's a minister, and he was also a congressman once. Someone like Frank doesn't dare talk like he knows anything. Just because he luckily woke up after spending his whole life eating and shitting, he thinks he dares to insult Henry, a brat like him who is smaller than an insect. Maybe Frank should just finish him off. From now on, Henry should live with a little more common sense, and when he wants to open his mouth, let him think carefully before saying something out loud. His head is not an ornament, especially since he is a minister. Frank also wrote down all the offensive remarks Henry had made earlier. He will file a formal complaint about this. He has heard that it is possible to sue for such insults. Then they will see each other in court. Frank leaves. This ability has proven to be very useful. Rage, a skill that provokes an opponent. When a person is overcome with rage, he begins to attack without sparing his own body, and his fighting strength increases. This is definitely a scam against the public. A few days later, Minister Henry Lee's corruption ledger began circulating online, initially among ordinary players. But recently, small and medium-sized guilds have become the center and are going on collective strike. Heroic rank psychometry allows viewing information from the past embedded in an item, offers holographic videos and audio recordings. Information from a month ago cannot be viewed. Information from the past cannot be extracted from objects with mana embedded in them. And there will be many things in the future that can be used. Frank gets a call from Alice. She asks if they can meet now. Frank answers in the affirmative. She asks to tell her his current location. She will come there. Frank says she can go to a small coffee shop near Sangdo Station. Alice will arrive in about half an hour. She wants to ask directly whether the scandal with Minister Henry Lee is Frank's doing. Alice believes that he is the only one who could do this. Government officials are very sensitive and he is suspected of this, so he should be careful. If Frank is found to be the one doing this, he could be arrested for trespassing and theft. Frank says he would be subject to aggravated punishment under the Special Players Act. If that were to happen, he would have to rely on public opinion. That would be nice. But Frank isn't to blame for this, so he hardly needs to worry. Alice says he has to be careful. Some people in power don't want to share it with the players. But after such an incident, they should have taken it as a warning. They made a lot of enemies after this incident. Their wariness of Frank has also increased, so it's best for him to lie low now. Frank says this story has nothing to do with him. But since times are changing, he believes it's better to stay on the bottom. He also doesn't want to attract doubt. It's a good idea. It's better to avoid unnecessary suspicions. Meanwhile, fighting is taking place in North Korea. The military is attacked by an imugi, a giant sea serpent. He spews out a fountain of saliva, which acts like acid. Imugi crushes everything in its path. Alice says she will go first. Frank shows her a message from the association. An emergency call has been made for rankers and high-level players. They will go together. Alice will call headquarters first. It's all over the news now. Pyongyang gone, North Korea's regime collapsing, the possibility of a high-ranking imugi making it to South Korea. This is more serious than he thought. Although the news article has already been published, the situation is a little more serious. Pyongyang is now in a state of collapse, as is the North Korean government. Since all the rankers and high-level players were wiped out during the fight against the imugi, waves of monsters appeared at all the gates of the country. Numerous refugees and defeated soldiers are now rushing to South Korea, so the monsters are also moving south along with them. This is the entire report on the current situation. The association president will now explain why only rankers and high-level players were summoned. Their job is to defend against monsters coming from North Korea, in preparation for the defense against the imugi from the front lines to the south. 10 days later, in Gyeonggi-do, players fight against orcs. Severed heads fly into the air. I wonder how long they'll have to deal with this little thing. This looks terrible. A werewolf wants to attack Frank. He cuts it in half without even looking. Sandy attacks other werewolves. Frank asks how long they will do this. Thanks to his sister, he replenishes his supplies here. To be honest, he feels a little awkward. An orc attack occurs in Dandong, China. They are shot by the military. The red dragon appears. He is being attacked by players. Fire doesn't do much harm to the dragon. Then one of the players uses his sword and cuts off his head. Then he lowers himself to the ground. It is said that the Imugi is currently moving here at high speed. This is a monster whose rank cannot be determined, which destroyed Pyongyang. The expert who just joined and was sent to North Korea was unable to analyze the Imugi's level, but he successfully determined the rank to be legendary. If they succeed in the hunt, they will likely earn their first ever achievement, and such an achievement significantly increases their statistics. They will definitely take advantage of this. The number of rankers stationed at the border is 181 in total, and there are about 3,000 high-level players who have changed 4 jobs. Imugi appears. It's time to attack. They will show the greatness of the Chinese. One of the players includes the skills of victory, haste, and blazing fighting spirit. Imugi is hit, but it doesn't look like they did him any harm. The player discovers a notification that he has a terrifying skill. Fear. Bodies affected by fear are paralyzed for 10 seconds. Imugi throws purple lightning bolts that cause an explosion. Breaking news. A disaster on the border with China. Thousands of Chinese rankers have died. All of them were destroyed during the Imugi raid, which involved 200,000 troops and 3,000 representatives of local governments in China. About 10 people are listed as missing. Most of them died, unable to do anything due to anomalous attacks. Frank was going to buy the Wild Instinct skill, which detects mana emitted by living and inanimate objects, helps one instinctively sense the invisible environment through mana detection, detects threats based on the instinct of the wild, and makes one sensitive to bloodlust. But Frank changed his mind about using the mental resistance skill and can't give up his first achievement. Better Unyielding Spirit, a passive skill book, greatly increases resistance. The skill effect is enhanced according to the spirit strength statistic. There are only 2 hero rating options, but the reviews for this skill are quite good. Frank buys the Unyielding Spirit skill. He studies it, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. Frank decides to use this skill in a test run a little later to test it out. There are a lot more volunteers here than he thought. Most of their reasons are quite simple. Once a player is accepted as a participant, even if he just lifts a finger, he will receive the first achievement. Of course, there are those here who came for other reasons. Some who want recognition and perhaps even think that they can defeat the Imugi alone, like Frank defeated the Blue Dragon. It seemed the level required to be accepted into the ranks of volunteers was much lower than he thought. It's Frank's turn. His identity is confirmed and he can enter. The room looks like an investigator's office, like in the movies. From behind the glass, Frank is asked if he's ready for the test, and he answers in the affirmative. Then we can begin. The mental coercion skill, Queen's Dignity, was used on him. He will then be thrown into confusion for 10 seconds. The passive skill book Unyielding Spirit is activated. The skill Queen's Dignity was completely resisted. A voice from behind the glass announces that the test is complete. Frank leaves and is thanked for passing the test. Alice is standing behind the glass. Apparently, he really is a strange guy. After discussions with world leaders, the South Korean government began its push north. Entry into the border airspace has been completed. A projectile is launched from the ship. Apparently, it was aimed at the Imugi. The monster collapses to the ground. With the other monsters, everything is going smoothly so far. There are quite a lot of rankers with their modern weapons. It would be difficult for Frank to face numerous monsters alone. Orcs and werewolves are cut into pieces. A week later, China decides to attack the Imugi themselves. It is necessary to mobilize rankers in Beijing as soon as possible. But this may be too hasty a decision. If another legendary rank monster like the Imugi appears in Beijing during this time, it will be too difficult for local players to fight the snake. But if they involve high-ranking officials from each local government body and not some rabble, then it is definitely possible. But attacking the Imugi is really hard, and many players die and get injured. However, many also have the skill of healing, so the chances of survival are not so small. Imugi advances, throwing purple lightning bolts and exploding everything in his path. One of the players covers himself with a shield. The Imugi are fired at with a variety of multicolored projectiles. However, this does not cause him any harm. He attacks again. Only 10 people remained alive. So, it's time to move on to Plan B. One of the players is preparing to shoot a bow. Another player holds a fire spear at the ready. The Amugi attack again with multiple weapons, but this time they don't try to kill him. One of the players orders him to drive towards South Korea. Breaking news: Amugi is moving deeper into China. The latest location is being revealed. According to CATV, China is currently recruiting rankers in each region. Perhaps the serpent has already entered their waters. For some reason, everyone looks a little disappointed. The coffee in Frank's mug suddenly starts to splash as the ground is hit hard, shaking everything around it. The players think it's an earthquake. Maybe they would like that. It is reported that the Amugi is moving towards them at high speed. They should prepare for battle. It's strange why he's coming here so suddenly. Maybe this means they can catch him. It's definitely time for Frank's first achievement. Now is not the time to enjoy this situation. It has become known that the Chinese rankers have suffered another defeat. Currently, some of the evacuated Chinese players are luring the Amugi to their camp. These psychos were hunting, but they didn't succeed, so they decided to lure him to them. It's a crime. They literally drive the monster into another country. Alice tells them to calm down and prepare for battle. A player appears with a severed arm, announcing that the Amugi is almost here. Here the player finds himself right in front of the snake's mouth, which was much closer than expected. Amugi eats the player. A detachment of volunteers is ready for battle. The giant snake is advancing. The mental skill of intimidation was used. Fear. The body permeated with fear will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. The passive skill, unyielding spirit. The skill of Imuji, fear, completely overcome. Everything is as expected. Players attack the Amugi from all sides. We must watch the storms around his body. The enhancement skill is quite good. Hannah Kim also uses this skill. The players rush to attack. Melee damage dealers and tanks are flying everywhere. Frank was classified as a long-range DD. One of the players is injured. They ask him if he is okay. It's too much for them. Frank will have to soak up the blood from the ground later. Either way, it's a whole other level. Frank finds it difficult to even follow their movements. They manage to draw blood from the Amugi. Frank must work on achievements. He is the first rebel in history. He has 142 titles. Until his accumulated points reach 1 trillion, he must continue to increase his stats without elixirs. About 30 minutes later, the attack is still ongoing. Still, it looks easier than he thought. However, it may only appear that way as the Amugi is still ready to attack. Players must prepare for a new attack. The Amugi spews deadly saliva that melts everything, including the human body. Players protect themselves from this saliva using a magical barrier. He only destroyed 1 layer. We must continue to use magic. Some players, magicians, continue to cast spells. Others advance, preparing to take cover with shields. They hope the attack is over. Numerous weapons are fired at the Amugi. His head should explode. Perhaps it will all end soon. But maybe not, because the Amugi's eyes now glow red. He uses Berserk. This is a skill that decreases defense power and increases attack power. Players see notifications that the skill activation failed. One of the players attacks the Amugi with a sword. However, he understands that something is wrong. At first, there were cuts on the Amugi, but now there is not a drop of blood on it. It looks like nothing is over and we need to run. Amugi slams into the ground with all his might, attacking the players. This creature ignores their attacks and simply pursues mages and healers. Frank runs ahead of the Amugi. It activates the flickering. He was captured by the Amugi's field of vision and will fall into a state of fear for 20 seconds. The passive skill, Unyielding Spirit, is activated. The state of fear from the skill Amugi's field of vision is reduced for 1 second. The active skill, Blink, is cancelled. Now the Amugi attacks Frank. He knocks him away with his tail and Frank falls. This snake is much bigger and faster than he thought. Frank activates Subspace. Now armed with a sword and shield, the Amugi attacks, preparing to strike him with its tail. The shield splits. Frank is dealt a crushing blow. Amugi continues his attack. Frank opens his eyes. It felt like he almost died. It turns out that the Amugi has some other mental abilities besides the fear skill. The attack continues, and it doesn't seem like it will ever end, as 30 minutes have passed and the monster is still not tired. Frank discovers that his Blood Destroyer sword is missing. First, we need to go back. He sees a notification that the Blood Destroyer sword has been upgraded. He must have been stuck there when Frank attacked the Amugi's tail. It's unlikely he'll need to be summoned again. The attack has been going on for a very long time. The Amugi is splashed with its own blood. The further it goes, the more damage it manages to inflict. It looks like the winner has already been determined. Frank receives another notification that the Blood Destroyer sword has been upgraded. It seems to be because he consumes the blood of a legendary rank monster. The Imugi's strength is running out, and one of its horns is cut off. He is losing more and more blood. However, he clearly has no intention of giving up. Imugi lets out another wave of drool, but misses its target. He is losing more and more body parts. It looks like his tail is ready to fly off too. The Imugi's roar growls weaker, and he's about to give in. Alice realizes that their victory is near. She deals the finishing blow to the Imugi. Finally, the monster collapses to the ground. He continues to be attacked, but it looks like it's really about to end. They were the first to hunt a legendary rank monster and were given the title of Legendary Rank 1 Monster Hunt Participant. Finally, they won. Imugi begins to dissolve into thin air. The vampire's sword, stuck in his tail, flies into the air. He falls and hits the ground. Frank takes the sword. He was the first to win a legendary rank weapon. He was given the title of the one who obtained the first legendary weapon, and he was also the first to obtain a legendary rank skill. Now his Bloodsucker sword looks different. I wonder what has changed in it. The Blood Destroyer sword restores the owner's stamina and mana by absorbing the blood of the attacked enemy. If the absorbed blood belongs to a dragon, the attack power increases, and the speed of stamina and mana regeneration increases sharply. By constantly absorbing dragon blood, an increase is possible. The mana of the blue dragon, the Imugi, and the player Frank Neumann has exceeded the original limit. If the skill is used by someone other than Frank Neumann, the option will not be activated. According to the player Frank Neumann's wish, the Blood Destroyer sword can be summoned 3 times a day and dragon blood can be used. This is an active skill. You can use flying claws made from dragon blood. It can only be triggered by dragon blood. Frank must hold the Blood Destroyer sword in his hands to activate this skill. Now it makes sense why he needed to get the first 3 achievements. He didn't even know that there was such a thing as achieving a unique rank, which meant that there must be other players besides him who have unique skills or items. They did a good job. Frank is the one who contributed to the first raid of legendary rank monsters. He is the participant who took first place. All stats are increased by 10. It's incredible that he's in first place. Thanks to the Blood Destroyer sword that was stuck in the Imugi's tail. I wonder how the goods will be distributed between them. They are usually paid in cash based on their contribution. But revealing Frank's contribution will only bring him losses. There is no need to get carried away with greed. With the defeat of the Imugi, which had appeared for the first time in human history, the world's attention was focused on Korea. The list of players who participated in the raid and the hunt itself were kept secret, but it was certainly a subject of curiosity, as was what items or skill books the Imugi left behind. However, the Korean government kept everything related to the raid a closely guarded secret. From the player list and the hunt process to all item and book drops, the government announced through a spokesperson that they decided to keep all information related to the raid a secret, considering the possibility of information about prominent players leaking to other countries. However, requests to sell goods continued to come in. Some foreign rankers recklessly bought plane tickets and flew to Korea. It was the result of a combination of the desire to get another first and the desire to become stronger. It will probably be difficult to buy items now, although he can participate in the Imugi raid item auctions with some benefits from being on a raid team. The reward for hunting the Imugi was 300 million won. But even if the items weren't legendary, they could be worth hundreds of billions of points. There is no need to be greedy. This is enough. Frank gets a call from Alice and asks what she's calling about. Alice noticed that he always got straight to the point because she could call him for no reason. Frank says he's sure Alice called him for a reason. He's right. She wants to ask him something. Alice asks if Frank is interested in legendary rank items. There are hardly any players who are not interested in them. Alice can help Frank buy one of the legendary rank items that are up for auction this time. Frank understands that there must be some condition for this. Of course, there is a condition, and Alice is sure that what he thinks is correct. It's probably a lifetime contract. The government will do everything in its power to acquire the items dropped by the Imugi, and there is hardly a player who can surpass the government's financial might. Only those who participated in the raid are qualified, which is why Alice called him. And currently she and Frank are the only players among the raid participants who are in the association. Frank says that then Alice could simply monopolize all the goods for herself. She thought so at first too, but one of the skills really doesn't suit her. She thinks it would suit Frank better than her. Frank asks if he can check the product first before buying it. Alice says it's possible, but it would be difficult right now. It was decided that information about the goods would be disclosed to the raid participants the day before the auction. To be fair, Frank would also find out about it at the same time. He notes that this is a rather limited period of time. If the information is disclosed too early, countries may try to get their hands on the participants who have the materials. Frank is pretty sure it's already started. Alice says they're currently looking into it. He will look at the object first and then decide. Alice is sure he won't regret it. A few days later, Frank views the information about the active skill book, Black Dragon's Punishment, a legendary rank skill that changes the properties of mana to dark ones, significantly increases the power of attack and healing skills, and allows the free use of dark lightning at the user's discretion. This skill has a non-existent cooldown. Technically, it's just the ability to use dark lightning, but it can be used at any time and has no cooldown. It's unknown if a heroic rank skill can absorb a legendary rank skill. Frank asks Alice if she's sure she doesn't want this. Her mana attribute is Divine Mana, and most of her key skills are set to react to her Divine Mana. If Frank refuses the product, she will likely sell it to one of the other long-distance damage dealers. There's a man the government is trying to lure into a trap with a skill book, and time is running out, so Frank needs to make a decision quickly. If Alice fulfills one of his conditions, he will take the item. He asks to be allowed to terminate the lifetime contract when he later pays the same amount as the initial payment for the goods. Alice says that this is perhaps too convenient a condition. If this is not possible, Frank will reject the offer. From now until the date of termination of the contract, they will accept the legal interest rate, 5% per annum. Of course, it's compound interest, and it's a huge concession Alice makes for him. Frank says it suits him. Then she will report this to her superiors. And she didn't do anything special. Soon the auction of legendary items opens. The auctioneer invites another bid and counts to 5. There are no more bets. The Black Dragon Spear now belongs to Alice Lair. It is quite expected, since this is an amount that ordinary players cannot afford. It's clear that the association set everything up. A skill book and a single spear. Just 2 items worth nearly 2 trillion won. And here is the final item, the legendary skill book Black Dragon's Punishment. Frank's debt amounts to trillions of won. 5% compound interest, it seems he really is stuck in the Players Association for life. Alice never received the achievement notification. Something is wrong. During the raid, she never achieved her first heroic rank achievement. She received 2nd place for the mandatory fee. What's even stranger is that no one on the assassination team said who came in 1st place. Even when Alice first hunted a heroic rank monster, she was in 1st place for contributions. She got the first 5 rare rank achievements, all rare rank achievements, but it's a pity she missed out on the first armor and accessories. She thought it would be the same this time. This is impossible without hunting the legendary monster. It is unclear how this could have happened. To get the first 2 achievements, Alice specifically placed Black Dragon's Punishment at the end of the auction. Frank congratulates Alice on her win. She asks if he has mastered the skills. Frank answers in the affirmative. Then he must be careful. Alice says she set up the whole thing at the auction. The association wanted to give her the first achievement, so she specifically placed the products that she wanted to buy first. She put Frank's goods aside for last, as he thought, but Alice deserved it. It seems that this is her first achievement, and apparently the association took advantage of this. Now Frank understands why the association did what it did, so Alice has nothing to apologize for. Now it's time for him to go. He really is a generous man. Alice shouldn't do this anymore. It's amazing how honest she is. She could have just left everything as is. It was in vain that she apologized and gave everything away. Frank retrieves the Black Dragon Punishment skill book from subspace. We need to try it, but it's not clear whether it will work. Maybe it works separately. Unable to obtain the Black Dragon's Punishment skill, the current skill is combined with Thunder Dragon's Breath. A new skill, Black Dragon's Breath, of unique heroic rank has been created. Frank received his first legendary rank unique skill, earning him the title of being the first to receive a heroic rank legendary unique skill. The raid on the emoji was the best decision. Frank earned over 450 statuses. Black Dragon's Breath turns mana into darkness, greatly increases attack skills and greatly decreases healing skills, consumes health and mana, summons Black Lightning and Thunderstrike, temporarily paralyzes enemies hit by the Black Dragon's Breath, no cooldown, can level up by collecting skills and items with Lightning Strike. Now is the time to test this skill. Frank strikes the monsters with black lightning. She dissolves them. A new group of Cyclops is advancing. Frank activates black lightning again. The monsters disappear too quickly. It looks like a wyvern dungeon or something. After some time, Frank receives a message from Alice. He needs to talk. She asks him to call as soon as he receives the message. Alice asks if he is at the dungeon. Frank answers in the affirmative. Alice asks if Frank would like to go to the cave in the northern region. They have few people in the North Korea they captured. Alice wants Frank to do her a favor and help her fight the monsters in the region. The rate is doubled for emergency service workers. Players have no trouble killing monsters below their level. Of course Frank will help. Besides, he is indebted to the Association for Life. Alice thanks him. They will send a helicopter. It will be there any minute. It seems to be very important. Alice says there are many other dungeons there. While this is not a reason to demand an urgent call to the player, it may take some time. Frank promises to do everything in his power. In 2 weeks, he arrives at his next hunting ground in North Korea. The accumulated points have exceeded 300 billion, and access to the mercenary system is now open. Frank didn't even know that was possible. He launches black lightning at the monsters. Nothing has changed in the status window. Frank opens a list of mercenaries. There is even a heroic rank. Heroes have strong defensive and offensive abilities. If the employer's instructions seem unreasonable, the mercenary can terminate the contract and leave. The employer can terminate the contract if he believes the mercenary is working dishonestly. In case of termination of the contract, the number of points spent will depend on the time of cooperation. Heroic rank mercenaries are paid a minimum of 600 billion points in just 2 hours. It's interesting that it's a rare rank. One of the players named Lucia is said to be a knight-class mercenary with good ground and air combat skills. She's capable of breaking through enemy lines and also defending, but she should not be trusted too much. She's a fugitive and a loser. The minimum cost of hiring is 300 million points for 3 hours. Frank is intrigued by the strange words in Lucia's profile and hires her. Lucia appears and thanks him for his trust, saying that she will fight with all her might. She asks who their enemy is. Frank says no one yet. He hired her to ask a couple of questions. Lucia realizes that this is Frank's first time using the mercenary system. He says he just unlocked it. Don't be shy about asking. Lucia will tell you everything she knows. Frank asks who is behind the mercenaries. Lucia says they are the same players as he is, so to speak. She is a player with similar unique skills, which is the skill of selling and buying. Frank asks if Lucia's world is also attacked by monsters, and where these dimensional gates come from. The world Lucia lives in is also attacked by monsters, but she doesn't know where the gates come from. If Frank wants to find out, he should hire a mercenary of legendary rank or higher. Even the heroic ranked mercenaries she met knew nothing about it. In Frank's world, 20 years have passed since the appearance of the spatial gates. They have survived 2 cataclysms, but now everything is more or less stable. Frank asks if Lucia knows when the next cataclysm will happen. She says that as far as she knows, this was the last one. Cataclysms are not predicted for the next 20 years or so, and she cannot make any promises beyond that. In the world Lucia lives in, 40 years have passed since the first cataclysm, because it was completely captured and destroyed by monsters. She knows that her job application labels her as a runaway and a failure. Frank asks if she knows why it says that. Lucia says she is a failure who ran away from the world she was born into. One day, a spatial gate suddenly opened in her world. That's where the monsters came from. Lucia rushed to the attack. The Orc King approached her. Lucia entered the battle. This is how she became a first-level player. At first, she used the accumulated points to increase statuses and learn new skills, but quickly regretted it. Afterwards, she earned points by hunting and selling gems and skill books to survive. 16 years later, Lucia had hope. But soon a second cataclysm occurred. There was no way to stop the growing number of legendary monsters. The magical force field allowed the use of spatial movement skills or items, and Lucia had to resort to what she had been saving for emergencies. She used the element of dimensional movement. There was a risk of being lost forever in the interdimensional continuum, but she had no other choice. Her fears came true. She was stuck in an interdimensional continuum, in the empty black space between dimensions, in the space of nothingness that does not exist. However, her salvation turned out to be the mercenary system. In the unique trade skill panel, you can see a window called Mercenary System. Lucia registered there as a mercenary and began to wait, but everything turned out to be not so simple. She once tried to reduce the cost of her employment for the employer. In return, she asked for permission to live in his world and was refused. The minimum cost of hiring rare mercenaries is 1 million points per hour, which is 24 million per day, or about 700 million per month. One day, a player offered Lucia a condition: give him 24 million points. Frank didn't know that you could transfer points to other players. They can only be transferred to players with similar unique skills. 10 billion points are available for exchange. Frank asks if it is possible to increase the number of accumulated points by constantly sending them back and forth. This cannot be done if players exchange points with each other. Their accumulations decrease accordingly. The same applies to recruitment. Lucia refused the condition set for her. The Nimnik system works the same way as selling items. It is entitled to 20% of the cost of the hired work. Things were getting worse, so that player hired her again. By hunting monsters, she earned points to earn the required 24 million. She could hunt all day and still lose 4 million points, unable to change anything. All Lucia did was hunt monsters, taking breaks only to sleep and eat. She started earning 5 million points a day, but the employer wanted more and more. So in the end, she had to terminate the contract. She was out of work from then on until Frank hired her, and she admits those 3 months were tough. So she has a proposal. Since Lucia's minimum hiring fee is 24 million points per day, she will return them to Frank every day. She will fight wherever he wishes. And in return, she asks to be allowed to live in his world. Frank wants to think about it for a bit. Lucia agrees. Besides, the hiring period is running out. This means it's time for her to return. She disappears. Frank is thinking about what to do. It seems that the mercenary system is really useful. He hires Lucia again. She is sure that he will not regret it. Frank hopes so, but first he needs to know something. He must be curious about what skills she has. He asks to show her status window. Since he is interested in her level and status indicators, she will demonstrate this. Frank thinks that it is unlikely that a first-level player can have any impressive stats. Lucia is only referring to statuses. She opens her status window. It turns out that her indicators are quite high. The total number of statuses exceeds 3,500. To have such statistics, normal players would need to be level 700. Lucia's stats are about 700 status points higher than Frank's, but he can still catch up with her. She should have a lot of legendary and heroic skills. It's amazing how strong the monsters must be if even the best players can't cope without the help of mercenaries. Lucia asks if Frank is satisfied with her performance. He will start with a temporary hire. They will go into the dungeon together, and after the hunt, he will complete the hire, and of course, he will grab them some food. So Frank will hire her every time he hunts. Lucia agrees. She thinks they can handle it easily. After some time, she fights with horned white monsters. Lucia uses a defense of transparent shields that surround her like a wall. Frank activates black lightning. It turned out to be even easier than he thought. Lucia has a slightly different tactic. She uses her sword very actively and cuts through monsters. They worked well together. The monsters are defeated one after another. It seems they are finished. Lucia says this is a great place for hunting. In the worlds of other employers, it was more difficult. There was too much competition. And the best hunting grounds were located in the Lord's estates, for visiting which a large fee was charged. Lucia thinks that Frank is one of the lords of this world. He says he was simply tasked with dealing with it and asks if she can continue fighting. Lucia answers in the affirmative. Then Frank calls her later. She says she will wait. Over time, Frank began to earn achievements faster. He earned tens of millions of points from yesterday's hunt, and now he's getting 3 times that amount, all since he paid 300 million to Lucia last week. He's very lucky to have her, and she looks so happy to have earned only 300 million points in a week. It's even a bit awkward, considering that he makes hundreds of millions a day on equipment. Lucia wants to ask a question. She's afraid that it will sound a little rude, but she will ask anyway. She noticed that Frank was fighting monsters at close range, and she wondered if he planned to continue this tactic. Frank thinks so. However, it seems that he did not receive proper sword training. That's right. In this regard, he only has the sword knowledge skill. In that case, he should hire a swordsman and master the sword thoroughly. Frank asks why he needs this. He's too clumsy with a sword. Maybe he doesn't see it as a problem now. But when he starts fighting heroic monsters, his attack will fail him. Frank isn't sure it matters. Lucia asks if he can fight her without using active skills. She suggests this because she needs to assess his abilities. Frank agrees. They start the battle. Lucia doesn't even use her power. Frank attacks her from behind. She points her sword at him. 3 minutes later, Frank is almost exhausted and falling far behind Lucia. He lost. As Lucia suspected, he has very poor swordsmanship skills. In some ways, it's more important than other skills. Whether they're active or passive, from a player's perspective, it's a power that appears suddenly. It's not enough to just know how to use it. Frank asks if this skill can appear automatically. It's not that simple. For example, take the same skill of horse riding. When you master this skill, you can gallop, brake, and move freely. However, this does not mean that you have mastered the art of horse riding. Depending on the skill level, combat power can vary greatly, and players who have mastered the same skill have different strengths. It's not just about passive skills like swordsmanship. One of Frank's key offensive skills is the Thunder Punch. Depending on the skill level, the damage dealt to enemies will vary significantly. Even if gamers play the same characters, the difference between how Frank plays and how professional gamers play will be immediately noticeable. Even though the level is not shown in the status bar, it actually has a big impact. Frank asks if Lucia can help him improve this skill. Of course, she will be only too happy to help. High-ranking players sent to North Korea gradually cleared dungeons overrun by monsters. But this only made them bored. Players from large guilds who came with the goal of cooperation began to become lazy over time. They expressed their desire to return to South Korea once they had completed the low-ranking dungeons. As it turns out, low-ranking dungeons are managed by players closely associated with the association. Unsurprisingly, this caused discontent among other players. Even if the fee was double the usual, the losses were still too great. It was not possible to level up by gaining experience points, nor to obtain items or jewelry. There were also many inconveniences in everyday life. We had to sleep in tents due to the lack of other shelter and make do with the few food supplies we had. This continued for several months. The players from the association were there too, but instead of joining the others, they seemed more intent on the hunt. Lucia notes that the civilization of this world is surprisingly advanced. But ordinary people still need identification to do business, which is probably why Frank doesn't invite Lucia outside the dungeons. She is a high-ranking player, and for such players the rules are strict in any world. Once Frank is done with all this, he will figure out how Lucia can stay in this world. First, she needs to get an ID and register as a player. She says there is no need to rush. She is happy with everything now. In addition, the ID must contain her photograph. If it comes to that, it's good to be young. Frank says that Lucia looks quite young. It's better to get back what she once lost. She can consider this payment for his education. Frank is sure that she will teach him a lot. Then Lucia will teach him with all her might. Frank walks past the players. One of them notices him. This is his chance. He was sent here to attack Frank. The player dissolves into space. Frank hears a voice telling him that wild instincts have awakened within him. This is the same player who turned into a black substance and follows him. First, Frank will deal with the humanoid lions. Now he will try out his improved sword skill. Lions attack. Frank cuts off their heads. He gets another stone. The hunt continues. Finally, the monsters are almost gone. He was tired, but he had to get this over with. Another monster appears. Frank cuts him in half. He holds black lightning at the ready. With it, he attacks his pursuer. Frank knew he was somewhere nearby. This is a planted assassin. Frank attacks him again, but the killer disappears into thin air. Frank is obviously much stronger than his opponent, but he is an order of magnitude faster. The killer appears from behind. Frank strikes with his sword, but his opponent rises up. He even has a movement skill. Frank was poisoned. His body was paralyzed for 10 seconds. The Book of Immortality was activated. The poisoning was neutralized. He fires black lightning again. The killer appears again. Frank uses too much energy to use attack skills. In this case, there is only one thing left to do: not make a mistake. The killer understands that he has to get out. He failed his mission. It doesn't look like this guy woke up just a year ago. Frank attacks the killer with a sword. It looks like he's about to escape. This is exactly what the killer is trying to do. Frank uses the glow. He stabs the killer with his sword. Now is the time to deliver the decisive blow. The killer disappears after dodging, and he appears again right in front of Frank. He's too fast. The blade of his sword is about to pierce Frank. He activates black lightning. Now his enemy is defeated. An object appears in its place. This is a heroic rank Shroud of Darkness, an active skill book that hides the caster's visibility, as well as their audibility and emitted magical power. There are 2 more items: the Dark Elf King's Dagger and a Protective Blessing. The dagger gives a 5% chance of poisoning a wounded enemy, increasing damage dealt and inflicting a curse of decay. The protective blessing significantly increases resistance skill. A passive skill, the Guardian's Shield, is also available. This skill reduces damage by 50% when attacking with a resistance skill. It was all about this skill, but it was unclear why this player attacked Frank. Failed to activate psychometry, and he cannot access the history of magical items. It's worth discussing this with Lucia first. She notices that Frank called her later than usual. He tells her what happened. In this world, players do not openly attack each other. Frank asks why this player attacked him. Perhaps he held a grudge against Frank for some reason, or was interested in his rapidly growing abilities. Perhaps he was trying to find out the reason for this. Frank asks if it could happen again. Perhaps, if this attacker belongs to some organization, Frank thinks it is very likely, but according to the rules of this world, you cannot attack a player directly. He should be on his guard in the dungeon. If there is an enemy there that he cannot handle alone, he should call Lucia, and if he has enough points, he can hire another mercenary. Frank walks towards the helicopter. Someone is looking down on him. This girl understands that the assassin who was sent to kill her failed in his mission. In the dungeon, she activates Hunter's vision. She can see traces of someone who recently passed here. She's on the right track. The killer passed by here. The girl activates the memories of the earth. Now she sees the two who fought here, Frank and the assassin. It looks like he decided to run away. Then she sees Frank pierce him with a sword. It is now clear that he is dead. The Minister of Japanese Dimensional Gate Management is informed that the information about Chester Weiss appears to be true, and that Frank Newman has also been revealed to have killed Derek. In that case, there is a high probability that he killed Chester too. A player who awakened just a year ago broke the 20-level law. Apparently, he beat a ranked player, and it happened twice. Breaking the 20-level law is not the end. They believe that Frank has a 99% chance of having unique skills, which is why the Korean Players Association wanted to sign him as quickly as possible. I wonder what kind of unique skills it takes to grow like that, in which case they'd be better off removing it right away. The minister asks how many secret agents they can send right now and is told 5. They have to go to North Korea, and there is no need to pretend that his subordinate can't hear him well. This time the goal is the same, but there is something else. If the mission fails, Frank must be killed at any cost. This stupid bastard doesn't trust the Korean government. Frank has new equipment. He tries to activate the magic projectile, but it doesn't work. Frank thinks he could have succeeded if he had concentrated more. Lucia doesn't think it's anything to be upset about. They still have plenty of time. Now it's time to practice some more. Frank is going to attack first. It approaches at lightning speed. However, Lucia is faster again and he falls. Lucia brings the blade of the sword closer to him. They continue to fight. Finally, Lucia says that's enough for now. Now they can move on to the next dungeon. Frank hopes that he has already improved his skills. Lucia says he's become faster at striking a moving opponent. But when he dodges attacks, he makes a lot of unnecessary movements. To be honest, Lucia didn't expect him to level up so quickly. Frank would like to learn to defend himself better. Lucia says that this doesn't suit him. If he wants to get better at using the shield, he should learn patience. He immediately attacks the enemy as soon as he sees him. At that moment, the shield only gets in the way. Frank tries to be more patient, but it's not that easy. That's all he is. Besides, it will be more difficult for him to defend himself with a shield and a sword at the same time. He will move much easier only with a sword. The metal armor that he is currently wearing is enough to protect his left hand. They're done for today. Lucia disappears. So, now it's time to move on to the next dungeon. Then Frank notices a darkness ahead, glowing with red lights, as if a monster with red eyes is hiding there. Frank realizes that he's not alone here, and he is smart. This man speaks Japanese. That's right, he's from Japan, and Frank better not resist, but just follow him. Frank asks why this man wants him to go with him. He can't say anything and offers Frank a choice. Either he resists, or he surrenders. Apparently this man is in cahoots with the killer who attacked him. Obviously they wouldn't attack at the same time. Maybe we should call Lucia, but perhaps now is not the time. As he tries to repel the attack, Frank draws his sword. So he chose resistance. But the one who came for him wanted the best. He takes out a katana. Frank activates Black Thunder Dragon's breath. A player from Japan approaches him from the opposite direction. Frank activates the spatial movement skill. Then he fires Black Lightning again. The Japanese is still ready to attack. You need to conserve your stamina and mana and try to use your improved sword skills. Frank once again launches Black Lightning, but the Japanese dodges it. Now he is ready to attack Frank with a katana. He falls to the ground. His opponent notices that he has a quick reaction, and his skills are also quite good, but it is unknown how long he can last. Finally, they cross swords. Frank moves away from the enemy at a considerable distance. They attack each other with swords again and again. Frank is about to activate Black Lightning again. He launches it at the target. However, the Japanese is ready to attack him from behind again. It seems that the Black Lightning has no effect on him, or he manages to dodge it. The battle is being watched by the same girl who learned that the assassin was defeated, along with someone else. The girl doubts that Frank woke up only a year ago, but she is assured that this is true. A year ago, he was on the first level. The girl is puzzled as to how he got up so quickly. It really is incomprehensible. They are here to find out. Maybe his method can be applied to other players as well. But it's unlikely that Frank is a ranker anymore. He wasn't even afraid of Steven, who is now fighting him. The girl asks why Derek got involved with a guy like this. Because he's not that good. If his opponent was her, it would be hard for her to resist him. This is nonsense. If the girl doesn't intervene, Frank will slap Steven. But he said he could handle it himself. Frank gets injured. He is still weak. He should have trained harder. Frank is crazy. His fighting style is too dangerous. Steven must fight off his final attack. He approaches Frank from behind again. It looks like it's all over now. Frank realizes this. The blade of the sword approaches him, just like Lucia's sword recently. Only this time it is not a training session. The threat of death hangs over him. The survival instinct is activated. Suddenly Steven's head flies off. Frank didn't expect this. He was already ready to die. Steven was certainly not prepared to lose. Then a girl appears who, like Derek, can turn into a black substance. She did not expect that Steven would die. It's just ridiculous. He was strong enough to be sent after Frank. It is now clear that Steven was not alone. The ash-haired Japanese man says Frank has exceeded all his expectations. The rest, of course, went into hiding. Apparently, they knew Frank had risen a lot in a short time. He calls for mercenaries. Besides Lucia, there are 3 more people. One of them has a hammer, the other has giant fists. Another one has his face hidden. The Japanese are puzzled as to where these players come from. They cannot detect their mana. Frank orders the mercenaries to capture the opponents, or at least kill them. The girl, who saw the memories of the earth, crashes into the stone with all her might. She was attacked by Lucia. The Japanese woman didn't even understand what had happened. Another mercenary grabs one of the opponents by the face with a huge hand and lifts him into the air. Then a strong man with a hammer, who is taller than everyone else, rushes into the attack. It is clear that he is too strong, and it is unlikely that it will be possible to deal with him. The Japanese are running. The strongman says he doesn't want them to die. They should try to dodge. The strongman's hammer causes an explosion and a storm. One of those attacked lost consciousness, and the other died on the spot. After all, his employer ordered that those who did not surrender be killed. The Japanese woman's hands are bound with magical fetters. Lucia stabs her with her sword. She is defeated. This is definitely impressive. Another Japanese man was defeated by the 4th mercenary. Frank had no idea these guys were so cool. Mission accomplished. The mercenary with his face hidden asks if there is anything else Frank would like him to do. He orders to follow the captured enemies until the hiring time expires. Frank asks the Japanese why they are targeting him. It looks like they're not going to respond. But the strongman will force them. They were asked a question, and they must answer. He swings the hammer, and he hits the Japanese man on the leg. Then the strongman asks who else doesn't want to answer. Maybe a gray-haired Japanese man. The strongman counts to 3. On the count of 3, he swings the hammer. The Japanese woman says that they are here on behalf of the Japanese Department of Dimensional Gates. They were ordered to capture Frank Neumann and bring him to Japan. He had bypassed the 20-level rule and had risen too quickly, and they needed to find out why. First, you need to make sure of this. Opponents must show their inventory. Frank looks through the inventory of one of the Japanese men in hats. Then the girl's inventory. He notices something strange in the gray-haired Japanese man's panel. Frank asks why he lied, and he hesitates to answer. A strongman approaches him. He hits the Japanese with a hammer. Frank asks if there are any more of their allies outside the dungeon. The Japanese woman says that there are, but she knows little about them. She guesses they're around level 200. Frank asks where they are. The gray-haired Japanese man says that they have left the dungeon. Frank will be back soon. In the meantime, the mercenaries must keep an eye on them so they don't escape. Frank comes out of the dungeon. He uses the flicker to transport himself to the opposite bank of the river, into the forest where the other Japanese are hiding. He appears again right above one of them. A Japanese man is attacked with a sword. Frank returns to the dungeon. The strongman says that it is time for him to return. He asks if Frank wants to extend the lease. He thanks the strongman for his help and can leave. Strongman is always happy to help. Let Frank call him if he's needed. The mercenary with the hidden face says that he is always ready for such easy missions, and it is time for him to leave too. The mercenary with the giant fists leaves, saying that he will definitely hire a player with a hidden face next time. Frank wonders what to do with the captured Japanese now. Suddenly, fire appears from somewhere. He rushes past Frank. Lucia reflects fire with her shield. The Japanese are trying to escape. They recovered during this time and apparently became bolder after the departure of the three mercenaries. Frank keeps black lightning at the ready. The Japanese are ready to strike with fire. A devastating explosion is heard. Lucia activates a defense of transparent shields. She cuts off the heads of her opponents. Frank notices the Japanese wearing hats running away. It activates the flickering and curtain of darkness. The fleeing Japanese don't understand what's happening. Then an explosion hits them. It looks as if only black shadows remain of them. They thought they could escape because only Frank and Lucia were left. Despite the losses, he gained a lot, but it is hardly worth telling anyone about this. It's just a Japanese criminal organization that does secret intelligence. Frank is sure they'll send someone else after him. It places dropped skill books into subspace. At the moment, the most important thing is the safety of his family. If they are that strong, the association's protection won't stop them. Frank looks through the list of goods. A ring of protection of heroic rank. Takes a hit in case of an attack on the owner. Is destroyed when the damage exceeds what can be withstood. The item is consumable. 10 billion apiece, Frank will buy 3. There's also a rare grade exchange bracelet, which is a set of items. If you equip one bracelet to each wearer, you can see each other's emotional state. Blue indicates the wearer's calm, red indicates anxiety, and the bracelet lights up black when the wearer is in mortal danger. Frank will buy this too. The heroic rank long-range transporter is also quite good, so Frank buys it too. He brings the ring, bracelet, and transporter to his sister. She hopes Frank didn't do anything dangerous. He says he just decided to give it to her just in case. Then Frank comes to his father's room. He puts the bracelet on his arm. That one lights up red. Frank asks his father not to worry. He will definitely find a way to cure him. Then the bracelet lights up blue. Father smiles. Frank is confident that he can cure him. And as he thought, his father is uneasy. He knows it's hard for him, but he will do everything to make him feel better. A week has passed, but the minister still hasn't received a single report. He asks what's going on. It looks like their operation has failed, but the minister doesn't care much. Perhaps the people sent by his subordinates simply betrayed him. He says the probability is low, but anything is possible. The minister asks if there are any more secret agents he can send. He says not yet. This subordinate is nothing but a headache. Another subordinate enters the office. He reports that the dimensional gate operation in Fukuoka City has failed, but the district was protected by the Yamato Guild. That's true, but the guild leader was killed, as were all of its members who participated in the operation. The minister asks what rank the monsters that appeared are. It has been established that the monsters belong to the heroic rank. Among them is a humanoid monster called Chojo. Its exact level has not yet been determined. It moves easily thanks to its wings and flies quickly through the air. The minister orders that the entire team of players be sent to the district immediately. In Fukuoka, humanoid monsters attacked and killed many ordinary people. Military forces are directed at them. Monsters devour their victims. The order is given to attack from all sides. The players are also ready to attack. Most monsters manage to dodge magic projectiles, but some are wounded. Their flock is very small. One of them lets out a roar, perhaps because some of the Choji have died, or perhaps to call for more. New monsters are arriving, and now their flock is much larger. The military is preparing to shoot. The players are also ready to attack. They believe that victory will be theirs if they continue in the same spirit. Another humanoid monster is watching the battle. It is a different color from all the others. Perhaps it is their leader. It makes a cry that is different from the roars of other monsters. They turn their heads in his direction. The players realize that something is happening. The monsters retreat, but in reality, they are heading to the next city and they need to be stopped. Monsters attack military helicopters. Below, they are attacked by players. The leader of the monsters lets out his special cry again. Then they attack the players. There are rows of humanoid monsters on the buildings, and their number keeps growing. They use something similar to the players' skills. Monsters also throw lightning, causing explosions. One of the players is able to summon fire. He launches a column of fire at the monsters. Other players attack them with swords. He will make them regret that they dared. The leader of the humanoid monsters approaches the player. He manages to dodge it. However, the leader hits another player. The monsters surround the one breathing fire. Looks like he's finished. He is pierced with a sword. The leader of the humanoid monsters watches this. It launches yellow lightning bolts at players. Soon, the minister is informed that everyone has been destroyed. He can't believe it, because so many rankers and high-level players were sent on the mission. The Choji outsmarted them. They pretended to retreat. Even if that's the case, it's unclear how they could have all been destroyed, and it's hard to believe that the Japanese Secret Service players are so helpless. The leader of the monsters is too smart. It doesn't matter. He's just a heroic rank monster, nothing more. They also have a video recording of what happened. The minister is watching the video. Frank soon learns that a new species of monster has appeared in Japan. These are heroic-level monsters called Chogs that wreak havoc. The worst part is that the best Japanese rankers and high-level players were simply wiped off the face of the earth. Frank wonders how this is possible. Apparently, they are smart enough that the Japanese government has publicly appealed to the international community for help. Frank asks if there is a country in their time that can afford to help others. The other player answers no. They can't outsmart Frank. After some time, he hires Lucia and is going to improve his sword skills again. But before that, he wants to ask something. He asks if she has heard anything about monsters called Chogs. In her world, a horde of Choji destroyed an entire kingdom, and if no intervention was made, they could destroy the entire world. There could be a lot at stake. The Choji are quite smart and agile. The worst thing is that they live in packs and move in large groups. You can get very hurt if you treat them like ordinary monsters. However, the neighboring state is already doing this. If the leader of the Choji is as smart as they say, then it will be difficult to deal with him. If there is a way to stop these monsters at all, countries would do well to unite and act together. Frank is unsure if other countries can find the strength to unite. Yet, standing aside can be even worse, as Choji can rise to legendary rank. Of course, they also have their own limit, but like players, they level up through hunting. Their level skyrocketed when they won such a big battle. They probably absorbed a lot of magic stones and skill books and became even stronger. That's why they are so difficult to defeat. Choji don't just attack. They hunt other monsters and players, which is how they earn experience points and magic stones, especially stones that help them overcome their limit. Frank asks if players can also absorb magic stones to grow. As far as Lucia knows, this is impossible. Although many empires and kingdoms invested huge amounts of money in experiments, they all proved futile. Frank says that similar studies were conducted in his world, and they also failed. He doesn't think the Choji will be attacked anytime soon. Besides, all the mercenaries are already busy, so Frank doesn't want to waste Lucia's time. She says the Choji will get what they deserve without her, but Frank is already doubting that. 3 months have passed, but the Japanese government still has not dealt with the Choji invasion. They captured all of Fukuoka and the city fell under their control. While Japan was unsuccessfully trying to secure international support, South Korea had finished repairing the damage caused by the second disaster. Reconstruction work in North Korea was also completed, after which the South Korean government allowed players to visit North Korea. Players were overjoyed and flocked there, causing many dungeons to become overcrowded. Frank tried his best, but he still couldn't cope with all the dungeons of North Korea. And as the players kept coming, he eventually decided to return to South Korea. After a long time, Frank comes home to his mother and sister. Sister says she's actually here, but he doesn't even want to look at her. His mother was in the kitchen, and she didn't immediately hear that Frank had arrived. She invites him to come into the kitchen quickly. He probably hasn't had dinner and is very hungry. Frank says he skipped lunch because he wanted to eat with them. After some time, he comes to a dead end between buildings. Now Lucia will arrive in his world, and it is worth hoping that she will be able to stay here. Frank finally decided to help her, and now she can live in this world. Lucia was prepared for this. She was wearing normal clothes. They come out to the road, and now she can see what people and everything around her looks like. So this is the world Frank lives in. Frank says she needs to get an ID first. To avoid a lot of problems, she just has to do as Frank says. Lucia is ready to do whatever he says. She speaks just like a mercenary to his employer before starting a task. Frank actually doesn't know how Lucia, who never existed in this world, could get an ID card, except through the Players Association. All countries in the world, including South Korea, have a number of incentives to attract players, and one of these incentives is the provision of citizenship. In this world where there are more players than the average population, this has become commonplace. The association strives to make players its own property and does everything it can to achieve this, providing the most attractive conditions, thus opening up virtually unlimited opportunities for players. Even if they are illegal immigrants or smugglers, they can easily obtain citizenship from the moment they wake up, but under certain conditions. For example, you cannot join foreign guilds for 5 years, nor leave the country during this period of time. These rules cannot be broken under any circumstances, but Lucia has not yet received citizenship. Like the rest of the world, the community is now busy recovering from the second cataclysm. Lucia returns. Frank asks how it went. She received a certificate. Frank says he has a proposal for her that will benefit both of them. He orders 2 iced drinks for himself and Lucia. She's never tried anything like that. Frank asks if she liked it. She says it's cold and delicious. Frank is glad to hear that she liked it. Lucia mentions the offer he was talking about, which she understands is that he wants to sell additional products using her unique skills. That's right, and Lucia will receive 10% of the sales commission. She thinks that this condition is too good for her. Frank says it's also beneficial for him. He shouldn't refuse his students' help. It's been 6 months since they started working together, and until she finds a way to return to her world, he wants them to continue to stick together. And if possible, Frank wants to help drive the monsters out of Lucia's world. She is so grateful for his help and support that tears come to her eyes. Frank asks if she's okay. Lucia says she doesn't know how to thank him. Suddenly, she kneels in front of him right in the middle of a busy street. This is extremely awkward. She vows that during her stay in this world, she will serve Frank faithfully and truly as her lord. Her sword will be the blade that kills all his enemies. Her body will be a shield for his protection. She gives a knightly oath of honor that even death will not break. Frank sees a notification that he has received the Knight's Oath of Allegiance and has begun qualifying for lordship. He thought this was only possible upon reaching level 50 and never imagined that he would ever become a lord. Of course, Lucia attracts attention. Passers-by stop and look at her. Frank asks Lucia to stand up, but she says she will not stand up until he accepts her oath. Frank says he will accept her. Now let her stand up. Frank takes her hand and helps her up. He was sworn in by the immortal knight Lucia. He completed the Lord qualification quest and is now a legendary rank Lord. All his stats have been increased by 20. Frank unlocked role skills and received his first legendary rank role and was awarded the title of First Lord. Lucia says that this is her payment for at least part of what he did for her. He knows little about her world, but where Frank lives, there is no caste system. Lucia doesn't care about the standards of this world. She is a knight, and she has sworn allegiance to a lord whose strength and character are worthy of her service. She asks if Frank accepted her oath of allegiance. He answers in the affirmative and says that the lord role has appeared in his status window. This is a mandatory component of the oath, and anyone who takes the knight's oath of allegiance necessarily becomes a lord. Frank asks if Lucia has a role too. Of course there is. She is an immortal knight. It is a heroic rank role. Frank wonders how this is possible if she's not level 50. Level is certainly important for role change, but it's not the most important thing. In Lucia's case, fighting in many battles earned her the role of a knight. Perhaps her lifestyle and combat experience also influenced this. After this, you can open similar role quests if you fulfill various conditions. Lucia apologizes for not telling Frank about this earlier. In fact, she only showed Frank her level and statuses to hide her role. That's why her strength and endurance were higher than other statuses. They increased with the change of role. Frank didn't think he'd ever get the role. Lucia believes that even if it weren't for her, he would have succeeded anyway. Frank asks how long it took her to get the role after waking up. Lucia says about 15 years. First, he must test his professional skills, because before he can use these skills, he must master them. Frank opens his status window. He sees that he has the role of a lord and role skills such as authority and lord's banner. As his role increases, role skills may become more numerous. In Frank's case, it depends on the number of servants under his command. Role skills can be increased to higher ranks. He didn't know that this was possible, and he also acquired role statuses and leadership. Lucia says it is determined by the sum of all the statuses. There are 60 missing. This is because she is the only one under Frank's command. Depending on the number and level of players under his command, the amount of leadership points increases or decreases. On average, this difference can increase tenfold, after which it does not increase, even if the player changes roles. This means that Lucia changed her role 5 times. Frank looks at her status window. She is an immortal knight of the heroic rank. Among her skills are the block with a shield of the heroic rank and the iron body of the rare rank, as well as unique skills of the knight's sword class and others. This is Frank's basic ability, because he can only command his subjects if he has a good understanding of their abilities. The Knowing the Lord skill includes the stats of the Lord and his wards depending on their number. Frank only has 1 ward, so this skill is useless for now. The Hiring skill hires a ward and spends leadership. The Exile skill releases the ward from the Oath of Allegiance, after which the ward disappears from the faction. The skill does not restore lost leadership, and the penalty for exiling the Lord is quite large. For the ward, the fine is also not small. Depending on how long he served the Lord, a new one can only be found within the same period of time. As a result of exile, the ward's level and stats are reduced. But this is temporary. It is possible to regain everything by increasing the level and using skill books. Frank asks if Lucia knows how much the ward's level is dropping. As far as she knows, all levels, stats, and skills that players gained while being the Lord's wards are lost. If the knight himself wants to leave, there is such an opportunity, but the penalty will be the same. Frank asks how many men are needed to make the Lord's banner work. There must be at least 10 people, and it will take time before the skill can be used. Frank thinks he might never use it at all. It's still too unexpected for him. Lucia says that this is not so, because he is worthy of leading hundreds and thousands of knights. After some time, the Choji attack begins again in Japan. The orcs will attack with them, and perhaps the Choji will also attack them. The leader of the Choji, as before, sits on the roof and watches, preparing to give orders or join the battle. The monsters flock together in huge flocks, preparing to attack. They are filmed live. The Minister of Space Gates asks if there are already any results from cooperation with the UN. He is informed that everything is almost ready, including America, Europe, and even some Asian countries. They insist that the Choji be captured first. The minister says that they have already spent a lot of money, and other countries are not going to interfere. It seems they have their own ecosystem there. The main thing is to hold out a little longer, and everything will be over. Even if they want to advance further, it is better to retreat and avoid conflict. He will do as the minister orders him. He says it all has to end. It's been going on for too long. The Choji engage in battle with the orcs. They kill and devour them. The leader of the Chojas clearly has something on his mind. It quickly flies into the air, causing an explosion. The leader rushes like a bullet somewhere to the opposite side, to the territory surrounded by water. The Chojis watch his flight. They understand that they must follow him. Frank notes that today is not a particularly good day either, with no outstanding achievements. Lucia says there is no need for him to rush. He can become stronger little by little. Frank gets a call from Alice, who guesses that he has just left the dungeon. Frank answers in the affirmative. Then Alice asks if he would like to go to Japan. He wouldn't say he's absolutely burning with desire, but Alice says it's not necessary. She just thought it would be a good opportunity, so she called. Frank says he plans to take a break in the South for now. It seems like he's really been busy lately. Frank thinks that Alice is probably going to Japan. She says she has to, since their government made a very generous offer. That's why she called Frank, because it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. Frank gets into the car, continuing to talk to Alice. He wishes her a good trip and says that safety comes first. Alice asks when he is going to fulfill his promise and treat her, because he said that he would do it not just for the sake of it. Frank wanted to thank Alice, and she believes he couldn't forget about it. Now she decides that he only promised her this for show. Frank assures that when Alice returns from Japan, he will treat her very generously. Alice says she will wait and hope that they will see each other again. Lucia understands that Frank received a call from the Players Association. He says they asked if he could go to Japan, but he is not going to go to the enemy's lair. Lucia, on the other hand, thinks it's a good opportunity. Only if Frank is guaranteed complete safety, of course. The tiger can only be caught by entering its den. If Frank's safety was guaranteed, then that would be a great option. He could fly to Japan and deal with whoever was targeting him. Frank says it won't be easy, but he doesn't have to make a move himself. He can use Lucia. She will easily get rid of his enemies. Frank doesn't think it's right. He doesn't need to get rid of them right now. Lucia says that even if the Japanese continue to send assassins after him, it will most likely bring him profit. A few days later, Frank comes to the level 60 Horned Turtle dungeon. He thinks that he could have cleared this dungeon a long time ago. He hopes that Lucia is in class now. Frank attacks the Horned Turtles. It seems that finding them is more difficult than killing them. He notices another player fighting turtles while shirtless. He doesn't even have a shield, and it doesn't look like he's level high enough to hunt in this dungeon. Another player asks the healer how long it will take to heal an unequipped player. The healer says about 3 more minutes, but she has already spent half of her mana. This player is called a useless bastard and is said to have shitty statuses. He's just an idiot, so there's nothing surprising about that, but he could at least change classes one more time. If he hadn't changed classes, he wouldn't have been any use at all, but it's still worth considering that it was luck. But his strength is still not enough, so when they go to the next dungeon, they will need to find a new tank. An unequipped player says he will hunt with them. Let him better say thank you for letting him in here at all, now he's asking for it. The player insists that he will hunt with them. If he really wants this, then let him pump up his stats. He still hasn't distributed them, he needs to pump up his fortitude and endurance. The player stubbornly repeats that he will hunt with them. Trying to negotiate with him isn't that smart. He would definitely be stronger if he had normal statuses. It's not clear why he doesn't have them. The player continues to persist, and finally they give in and agree to hunt together. Frank guesses that they forced him to remove his equipment to avoid paying for repairs. They are treating this player like an object. They cannot be allowed to continue to abuse him. He activates a veil of darkness to approach players undetected. They fight the Horned Turtle again. Suddenly, one of them sees Frank appearing unexpectedly from behind. He uses black lightning and knocks down the monster. Frank approaches the player without equipment. He's very tall, taller than everyone present. Another player is outraged why Frank stole their loot and calls him a bastard. Frank asks to repeat what he said. The player says he stole their loot, it was they who fought this monster. Plus, he dropped a rare skill book. Frank says that it seems that Murphy's Law is at it again. This book never fell out when he was looking for it, but now it just up and fell out. But it was a monster they fought, and that means this book belongs to them. They'll take her for themselves, and Frank would be crazy to go against them all. Frank asks the tall player if his body is okay and why he is not using his armor or shield. Apparently, they ordered him to do this. One of them is holding a shield, and the other is holding armor, and this equipment clearly does not belong to them. Frank wants to know how much the player gets paid for hunting. He doesn't answer. He is clearly afraid of these players, although he wants to hunt with them. First, Frank took their loot, and now he's also trying to find out the salary of one of them. Frank says he looks at their group and knows something is wrong. Anyone can tell. The player tells them to stop bothering them and get lost, unless, of course, he wants to get into trouble. Looking at Frank's equipment, the difference is at most 10 levels. No matter how experienced he is, he won't be able to defeat them all. Then Frank shows his ID. He is from the Player Oversight Association, which means he has every right to interfere in the affairs of their group. The player understands that things are bad. Frank asks the tall player again how much he gets paid for hunting, and he says it's a lot. It doesn't seem like that's the case, but it's unlikely he'll tell the truth. He's been too intimidated. Then Frank activates psychometry to find out the truth and see memories. He sees this physically strong player named Jack Lee fighting with horned rabbits. It turned out that he was stronger than they thought. Although judging by his height, this should have been obvious. They think Jack is not quite right in the head, but he is physically strong, and that is all they need. They can use him as a shield and a battering ram since he agrees to everything. Since they started using him as cover, his armor cracked and the players were unhappy. Although before that, they said that he did an excellent job. They decided that they were paying too much for a tank that couldn't properly upgrade its stats. They began to shame Jack and told him that he should understand that he was guilty. After the horned rabbits, they went hunting for red dogs. Jack held the line with his shield, but it was hard to keep the monsters from breaking through to the players with just a shield. As a result, one of the monsters broke through, which was quite expected. Then the player ordered Jack's armor to be removed and said that they were only wasting money on repairs, since he was only ruining everything. Jack returned home looking very battered. His sister said that he shouldn't push himself so hard. She also got a part-time job, so now, like Jack, she can help pay her mother's medical bills. She doesn't want him to get sick too. After another hunt, he was told not to tell anyone what share he was getting and that he was removing his armor in the dungeons. Otherwise, he would not be able to hunt with them anymore. Jack asked not to leave him and promised that he would not tell anyone. It seems like these players don't even consider him a human being. They should know what they've done. The players claim they were only looking out for Jack. Let him tell Frank they treated him well, never made fun of him, and always paid him well. Jack nods. The player says that he nodded, Frank saw it, so everything is fine, and he can get lost. He says he's not going to. They will all come out and an investigation will be carried out. If they are all so clean, they will go with it to the investigators with a clear conscience. The player asks who Frank is to send them to investigators. After all, it's not some government agency that oversees players. In their place, Frank would agree, of course, if they don't want problems. For now, he's kind. But this won't last long. The player thinks that if Frank simply disappears into the dungeon, no one will say a word. He asks the other players if they will go to the investigators. Frank in turn asks what he is going to do. He thinks he has become scared. The players are getting ready to attack him. He asked for it after all. Frank has good equipment. They will definitely need it. He is wrong to think that this crazy guy, as they call Jack, will help him. Frank tells Jack to close his eyes and wait for him here. If he does this, he will be able to pay his mother's medical bills and buy his little sister a ton of goodies. Frank casually cuts off the hand of one of the players. He cuts off both hands of the other. It is now clear that they were very wrong in thinking they could deal with Frank, and there is no point in trying to resist. He asks the player who bullied Jack the most why they don't attack. He falls to his knees and says that he will go to the investigators. Frank knocks out his tooth so he doesn't get off so easy. Soon, all the players are arrested. Frank comes to the hospital to see Jack's mother, and his sister is there too. Jack says that he will definitely repay Frank for his kindness. He thinks it's no use, but Jack definitely wants to repay him. Frank came with Lucia. She says that she will go back to the dungeon. Jack still needs to earn a lot of money. Frank asks to show him his characteristics. Jack belongs to the normal rank shield bearer class, and his unique class skills include the unbreakable body skill and 3 others, the active skill area provocation, the passive skill steel body, and 3 others. Frank shows Jack's status window to Lucia. She says that his characteristics are enough to become a knight. If Frank gives him to her, she will make him an excellent knight, and not just a shield bearer. Jack's initial stats are amazing, and his unique skills are very useful, especially indestructible body, which is on par with heroic skills in terms of usefulness. If developed correctly, Jack can become one of the best. However, it will not be able to develop without the necessary characteristics. Lucia asks Jack if he wants to be the best, and he answers in the affirmative. Then let him become a subject of her lord. Frank is confused that Lucia suddenly brought this up. She says it will be good for both of them. Jack will become stronger as a player, and Frank will get an ally he can trust. It might be worth a try. Jack says he wants to be the best. Frank asks if he's ready to become his subject. A notification comes that Frank has offered Jack to become his subject. Jack answers affirmatively. He accepted the invitation. 20 leadership points were spent. First, you need to upgrade its characteristics. Frank gives Jack a power status boosting item that is absorbed by swallowing, and Jack swallows it. He also has to learn this. Frank gives him skill books. Now he is much stronger. His physical strength, endurance, fortitude, agility, and magical power have increased tenfold. It should be more beneficial for him to hunt alone, Lucia agreed. Since he is still at a low level, he will be able to easily get several achievements. Sooner or later, Jack will get them all, but for now, it's better to invest in endurance. But before they send him out hunting, his abilities need to be tested. Lucia and Jack enter the Vampire Bat Dungeon with a recommended level of 10 to 15. There, Lucia tests Jack's attack skills. She notes that his stance is incorrect. Very soon, he is defeated. Lucia tells you to follow the trajectory of her blow and repeat the attack again. 2 hours later, Jack is completely exhausted. Lucia says that he is fun to teach. He has excellent muscle memory, so he remembers everything easily. With a little more practice, he will be able to fight in serious battles. His class will change very soon, but Lucia will try to train him so that he becomes a knight, not a soldier. Frank asks if it's that easy. Changing your class depends on how you fight. If you do everything right, it is possible. Lucia tells Jack that he has been resting for a while and his stamina should be back up by now. It's time to get up and continue training. Jack doesn't seem to have fully recovered, but he agrees to continue. Meanwhile, in Japan, a surprise attack is being prepared against the Choji, and the monster devours its prey when the player approaches it. He attacks Choja while hiding behind his shield. The player activates a skill that causes a red light to glow. It envelops the monster, who realizes he has been caught off guard, but it is too late to resist. The other Choji are attacked in the same way. They explode. Their surprise attack worked. Out of 1,500 monsters, they were able to kill 400. This enrages the leader of the Kojs. He flies into the air. As those who fight the monsters thought, they obey this gold. It's time to begin the operation. The shells are launched. They are sent into buildings to confuse the Choji. Meanwhile, the players prepare to attack them. Monsters are hit by magic projectiles and are defeated. There are multiple explosions, killing the Choji. Their leader gives out his special cry. Other monsters flock to his call. Meanwhile, new shells are flying from above. The leader of the Choji extends his hand, as if giving a sign to his subjects. Ballistic missiles explode without causing any harm to the monsters. It turns out that even this weapon is powerless against the Koj. A heroic-level monster wouldn't be able to defend like that. They must raise the Golden Eagle rank to the legendary level. The enemy broke out of the encirclement. The operation failed. A heroic-level monster would not be able to withstand the explosive force of the missiles. The combined UN forces are currently evacuating. Only 3 weeks have passed, and Jack easily passed both the theory and practical exams. Now he no longer needs to sneak through the dungeons. A year and a half later, Lucia was offered to join the guild, promising her active support, but she refused. This is a very good chance, but she refuses, and then she will regret it. Lucia says that she will refuse anyway. A guild representative is unlikely to do something he doesn't like. She asks him to step aside. Frank asks what happened. Lucia says nothing special. She's about to leave, but the guild representative grabs her by the shoulder. It seems she's not listening to him. Then Frank grabs his hand and shakes it off Lucia's shoulder. He says, "The man already said that he doesn't want to join the guild." The representative believes that Frank has no right to interfere. He asks who this man is. Lucia says he said he was a scout from a dark guild. Frank activates the protective barrier. He asks if Lucia has done anything that would attract their attention. She says that she has kept her results at about the level of an average player. However, for some reason, the members of this guild tried to find out about Lucia. Scout is outraged that Frank can act like this even though he knows who he is. Maybe he doesn't know who Frank is to act like this. Scout says he's from a dark guild, thinking it will make an impression. Frank says he is from the Players Association's oversight team. Scout is not happy about this. Frank tells you not to torment a man who doesn't want to join his guild and to just leave. Scout says Frank will definitely regret this. He was told to make Lucia a member of the guild by any means necessary. Frank comes to a dungeon with heroic-level crocodiles. The recommended level is from 200-800 to 320. He asks if Jack will be okay. Lucia says that he has been undergoing serious training all this time, so he will have enough strength to clear the dungeon on his own. Even if he was in danger, Lucia would be able to find out about it, so there was no reason to worry. It seemed she knew that Jack was going through brutal training. Luckily, Lucia knows this, but every drop of sweat shed during training is equal to a drop of blood shed during battle. The more seriously Jack trains, the more his chances of survival in a real fight increase. Frank doesn't think Jack will worry about his survival while hunting. He only thinks about how to become the best and serve his lord faithfully. It will be difficult to increase his statuses now, but later it will become possible, because the power of the spirit is involved not only in the skill. This should slowly change after taking the drug given to Jack by his lord. That's true, but Frank wonders what would happen if he invested all his unallocated points into physical strength and mental strength. Perhaps, of all the tanks that exist now, this one will be the most durable. There is an enemy ahead. Weapons like spears fly from above. Frank cuts them down with his sword in a flash. Bubbles appear on the surface of the water. From there, new spears fly at Frank. It is clear that crocodiles are hiding under the water. He activates Black Lightning. This seems like it would be a hassle. A spear emerges from the water. Of course, it's a crocodile, which means it can be attacked. Frank thrusts his sword into the place where the spear came out, and a fountain of blood spurts out. Humanoid crocodiles with spears emerge from the water. This is even better. Now Frank can precisely attack several at once. Soon the monsters are defeated. Without a doubt, these were the weakest of the heroic rank. The one Frank had faced before was the strongest of that rank, and it wasn't easy. This is just the beginning, because Frank is quickly getting stronger. Although the dungeon with crocodiles is difficult, there is no better place to train passive skills like Wild Instinct. Now you can continue the hunt. The leader of the Dark Guild scolds the scout for failing to bring Lucia to them. If he can't even handle such a simple job as hiring one noob, it's unclear what he can do at all. If he continues like this, let him leave right now. The scout says a guy from the Players Association's enforcement team suddenly intervened. The boss asks what kind of team this is and why they are preventing their guild from hiring noobs. He seems to have a friendly relationship with their target. And most importantly, the target has no intention of joining their guild. The boss said several times that he should have told me about the terms of employment first. Scout told about them, but Lucia still refused. The guild leader thinks that perhaps she has sponsors, or the money offered was not enough. Scout believes it's best to simply abandon Lucia since she's being protected by a member of the surveillance team. But they can't just give up in the face of such a lucrative deal. Their sponsor told them to take her and bring her. The guild leader orders us to first find out information about that member from the Players Association. They have never been asked so persistently to bring someone, and he cannot refuse. Frank asks Jack if there were any problems during the hunt. He answers negatively. He collected a bunch of stones and several skill books. Jack wants to give it all to Frank. He says there is no need to give it to him. This belongs to Jack because he got all this by hunting monsters. Frank offers to follow him. Jack receives money for the magic stones he sold. Frank informs that the money from the sale of skill books will come after the auction ends. Jack wants to return some of the money to him as gratitude for his help. Frank says he can pay him back little by little, and to start with, let him share with his mother and younger sister since it was for them that he started hunting. He asks how Jack likes his new apartment. Frank hopes it's comfortable. Jack says his sister really likes it. It seems like it was a good choice since it's the same apartment complex Frank lives in, so even the unexpected can be well prepared. You always have to be prepared because they don't know how long the Japanese will remain silent. Tomorrow they will do the same thing as today, Jack agrees. The head of the Dark Guild finds out information about Frank. It turns out that he is a newcomer who woke up less than a year and a half ago, and on top of that, there is a disabled person hanging around with them. They think that they can get rid of them in one go. Apart from Frank's membership in the Player Association, he is nothing special. And judging by the fact that the mission location changes from time to time, his skills seem to be poor. Frank also has a colleague with whom he is especially close. Then right now they will start preparing for tomorrow's mission. Frank walks down the street with Lucia and Jack. He notices a black car with tinted windows. They get into the car. Frank says they're being followed. Lucia understands that he means the black car driving behind her. Considering the magic that can be felt, it seems like there are players riding in this car. It could be the Japanese, although for them such surveillance looks inept. But they cannot rule out this possibility. First, they need to go to the dungeon where Jack hunts. They arrive at the scene and engage in battle with the monsters. Frank hears footsteps. He knows who it is and suggests going further into the dungeon. These people came later than Lucia thought. Then they will start slowly. Players who were watching them appear. Frank notices that their equipment is rather flimsy. These players seem to mostly belong to the normal class. Frank asks what they are doing. One of them says that he is somehow too brave for a weakling. Apparently, he does not understand what a difficult situation they are in. Frank thought they were Japanese, but now it's clear they were some other players. He's also making fun of me. The player doesn't look Japanese at all. Frank asks why they do it then. The player says he was planning to deliver his body safe and sound, but it looks like that won't be possible now. Now they will teach Frank good manners. They are led by the guild leader, who orders Frank's face to be cut in half. He is puzzled as to why these players are targeting him. Jack lets out a war cry. He rushes to the defense of his lord. The first person attacked had a tooth knocked out. It seems there is no need to worry about Jack's safety. Lucia had explained this in the car earlier, but he seemed to have a hard time understanding it. He thinks only about how he must protect and defend them. It looks like it will be good training in the form of a real fight. It's good that the level of their opponents is low. If it were higher, it could be dangerous. Lucia says that it is all her fault, because a knight who does not understand his lord's orders cannot be useful in battle. Jack said that in the future, in a combat situation, he would flawlessly carry out his lord's orders and would train even harder. Players who haven't been attacked yet are hesitant to engage in combat. The guild leader tells us to stop just watching and fighting. He didn't expect Jack to be so strong. He believes that if he catches those two, everything will end. First, we need to take care of that dear girl. Having activated the black veil, he is ready to pounce on Lucia from behind. She seems not to notice him. However, he crashes into her shield. Lucia throws him to the ground. If he had remained standing quietly, he would have become a good teaching material. The players discover that their leader has been defeated and rush to attack. Frank attacks the first of them with his fists. Then he uses the magic blade. Now that the players are down, Frank asks why they targeted them. The leader doesn't understand how this could happen, because this monster, who is taller than everyone else, is a newcomer who recently graduated from the Players' Academy. The leader's level is 220. The level of his subordinates is about 180. One of the players says that they were just following the orders of the guild leader. He told them to attack, so they attacked. Frank understands that we are talking about trading players. Since the head of the guild committed a crime, he must be punished. Frank attacks him. Japan's Minister of Spatial Gates doesn't have much longer to hold his post. We need to finish this matter before he resigns. If Frank Newman falls into their hands, they will be able to recover from the numerous attacks of the Choj. They now have another target. This man is believed to be a colleague of the first target. And she is a beauty, and it looks like she is from the West. This target lost her country and became a Korean citizen. However, there are a few odd points. According to the documents, their target graduated from the Player Academy only a month ago. But now it has been confirmed that they are going into a heroic-level dungeon together with Frank Newman. It's unclear how this is possible, because if you enter the academy, it means that you have only recently awakened. Entering a heroic dungeon doesn't always involve hunting, judging by the ability of the first target, Frank Newman. If the repeal of the 20-level rule worked correctly, then this is entirely possible. This means that it is possible to share experience points regardless of level. At least the probability is high. It's common knowledge that when hunting high-level monsters, experience points are distributed according to the level of contribution, and then Frank brings a newbie who recently awakened into the dungeon. It's obvious that something is fishy here. Of course, his guesses may be wrong, but what is clear is that overall this is strange behavior. Of course, this cannot be overlooked. They must know that the team that worked there before has disappeared. However, it cannot be ruled out that they simply ran away, but this is extremely unlikely. If they really ran away, it would be stupid. First, you need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The group that dealt with the first target was presumably destroyed. But even a ranker can't destroy a group alone. He knows this, and yet he says that the man who woke up just a year ago did this. The rate of growth of the target is unpredictable, so they must think about the worst-case scenario in order to be prepared at any moment. When a call comes from intelligence, they must move out immediately. Sales speed has definitely dropped in both hunting, achievements, and battery sales. If Frank collects another 300 billion points, he will increase his buyer rank and will finally be able to buy the elixir. As he thought, there is a restriction on the sale of electrical appliances. Maybe something new needs to be released. But there's no need to rush, as game content is still selling quite well. Now we need to solve the problem in another area. Frank's mother calls him to eat, and Lucia is also sitting at the table. Kimchi taig is Frank's favorite food, so let him eat more of it. They say that while hunting in the dungeon, he usually fills his belly with kimbap or hamburgers. It is clear that Lucia told Frank's mother this. Food cooked by mom is the best. Frank notices that his mother and Lucia are engrossed in what is happening on the screen. It looks like it's an American TV series. Frank asks if they are interested. His mother answers in the affirmative. However, let them take a break and try to eat. Frank wonders if this is really that interesting. Lucia is a person from another dimension, and she is interested in American TV series. Frank asks if she likes it. She says that watching movies or dramas is her only hobby. Frank's mother says she envies Lucia, who watches foreign films and TV series online and has to wait for Korean subtitles to come out. Even if players don't learn foreign languages, they can still understand them like native speakers, which makes Frank's mother very envious. Frank asks Lucia if TV series and movies are really that interesting, because there are many things that should be incomprehensible to her as a person from another world. She says it's interesting, although there are things she sometimes doesn't understand. But she can understand to some extent if she watches the show, and she enjoys learning about a completely different culture. Frank thinks that he might try selling new video content to users in other dimensions. Apparently, Frank is going to sell films and TV series. That's right. He asks Lucia what she thinks about it. She says it's a good idea. Even if it might fail, it doesn't seem like it will cause any major problems. It's all thanks to Lucia, because she fell in love with films and TV series. Lucia is embarrassed. A customer from another world sees a notice that Frank Newman has registered new items for sale. This is a set of a TV and a DVD player. The set includes the movie Transformers. The girl thinks that this is some kind of useless object again. Nevertheless, she buys it and watches the movie. She is impressed. She had never seen anything like it. The girl is surprised how they hired robot actors. It seems that in the world in which a man named Frank Neumann lives, in addition to abilities, there is another rather powerful force. Sales have increased significantly, although customers showed no signs of life. Although now they are showing such favor to Frank, the reviews are also good. Users are asking if Bumblebee can be sold and asking to put him up for sale. Some write that he is a living creature and cannot be sold, and of course, this is impossible. You can sell a car, just like you can buy one without insurance. But if you drive without a car, you will be fined. So Frank will not drive himself. Lucia reports that they have sold everything. Frank asks if she knows a way to sell the car. There have been many requests to sell the robot that was in the film. Of course, they can't sell a robot, but they can sell a car. Lucia asks why sell the car. Frank says it looks like it could be worth quite a few points. In this case, you can simply sell the figurines since they can transform. It's a brilliant idea, Frank thanks Lucia. A few days later, he receives a notification that the number of accumulated points has exceeded 1 trillion. He has reached the heroic level and can now buy legendary rank items. The catalog of goods for purchase has increased, and the number of slots for sale has grown to 1,000. Now Frank can buy an elixir. It completely heals all wounds and illnesses of the soul and body. If you take it again within 24 hours after the last dose, there will be no effect, almost 100 billion. Frank buys the elixir. He says it's all thanks to Lucia. He's going to go and try it out right now. Frank comes to the hospital to see his father and uses the elixir. Now his father should make a full recovery. Soon, Frank decides to see what has changed in the product catalog. Divine-grade items have appeared, such as Thunderer, Active Skill Book, but the item information is incomplete and the price is not specified. I wonder how many points it would take to buy a divine tier item. To reach this level, the player's accumulated points after awakening must exceed 1 quadrillion. Someday Frank will be able to gain that much, but that is still a long way off. A legendary level strength status enhancement elixir increases strength by 1 and does not work on players whose strength exceeds 400. Frank was expecting something like this. To increase strength by 1, you need about 300 million points. But he can't help but take advantage of this. He buys this elixir too. Frank's mother asks if her husband is really getting better. The doctor says it's amazing, but dying cells are being regenerated. The mother thanks the doctor. He says there is no need to thank him. He himself does not quite understand what is happening. He simply administered the same amount of inhibitors as usual. If rehabilitation goes well, Frank's father will be able to lead a normal life. The players are losing patience. They want to finally attack Frank. The location of the entrance to the target dungeon changes periodically. You need to wait until it is established in one place. Players think they can just attack when they enter the dungeon. As their leader has already said before, they assume the worst-case scenario and prepare for it. Accordingly, they cannot allow for a single unnecessary variable. Maybe it's because their leader is from the military. He's very meticulous. When he served in the Japanese military, he seemed to be doing well and was quite successful even as a player. He was called the hero of Osaka. It is unclear why such an outstanding person works with them. One of the players heard that he allegedly raped a minor, but it seems like it was a serial murder. Frank and Lucia are fighting monsters again. Lucia likes the legendary equipment. Frank offers to buy one for her too. She says that it will be too much, because the legendary level elixir already doesn't have enough points. Suddenly, Frank realizes that they are surrounded. Perhaps these are those Japanese, and there are quite a lot of them. Lucia asks if they could have used mercenaries. Frank thinks that would be too much. Before they are completely surrounded, we must try to destroy the enemies. First, they will deal with those who are 100 meters to the right, and after that, they will move to the left and destroy the rest. Lucia rushes forward. Frank activates his instant movement skill and is ready to pounce on one of the players from above. He attacks. Seeing this, the other player uses Ice Storm. Frank charges back through the stream of ice. Another enemy has been defeated. Meanwhile, Lucia attacks another player with a shield. Then she cuts it with her sword. The leader of the group tells everyone to gather. Players in armor come forward. Lucia rushes to attack. The players are focused on her approach and do not notice Frank, who is preparing to attack from behind. However, the group leader notices him. There is an explosion. Now Lucia is also approaching from behind. She activates a magical shield that causes an explosion. The leader of the group orders a retreat. The players scatter. However, they continue to be attacked. Players are enveloped in purple lightning. The leader of the group decides that something is wrong here. It's incredible that such experienced and well-armed players can't handle just a couple of people. Here, lightning also envelops the leader. Frank says this new weapon will need some fine-tuning. Lucia gathered all the survivors in one place. Frank asked them to collect their personal belongings. As he thought, they are Japanese. If the boss wants to live better, he'd better cooperate with Frank. The truth contract has been activated. Frank asks how many more personnel they have left. The chief says he's not exactly sure, but as far as he knows, they have about 20 to 30 people. One of the players is unhappy that their manager is revealing such information. Lucia immediately attacks him. Frank asks how many people know about its existence. The leader says, perhaps only the minister of the Department of Dimensional Gates and his closest supporters. The minister is probably blocking the information and not reporting it to his superiors in the hopes of currying favor. It looks like the leader wants to live. He nods. Frank guesses that it is because of the daughter, whose portrait he saw in the group leader's medallion. He wonders where he found out about this. Frank activated psychometry. He saw the head talking to his daughter via video link. She is in the hospital. Frank asks to describe his situation as briefly as possible. Nick was participating in a military operation when he saw a notification that he had awakened. He had many heroic skills and was highly anticipated. 5 years ago, Osaka was attacked by orcs. Nick attacked and killed many of them and saved the city from capture and destruction. They wrote about him in the newspapers, and there was also a photograph of him from the battlefield. One day, he learned that his daughter had a mana-blocking disease and there was a 100% chance that she would die. There are still no suitable drugs or inhibitors. So until a new medicine comes along, there's no other option but to simply keep her alive. His daughter didn't know she was going to die and had no idea why her dad didn't want ice cream. She asked him to buy it more often. Nick received messages from banks notifying him of the need to repay the loan earlier and that 4 weeks had passed since the last loan payment. The minister heard about his situation. He knew that Nick was in a lot of debt due to hospital bills. He said he felt sorry for his daughter and that if she worked for him, the problem with hospital bills would go away. Nick promised that he would try his best. Frank clearly had something that could help with the mana lock disease. It's a magic neutralizer. It can cure this disease, as well as mana depletion disease, and it costs even less than 10 million points. Frank asks if Nick can kill the people from the Dimensional Gate Department who have information about Frank. Nick replies that maybe it can, and maybe it can't. Frank asks to see his status window. He has over 1,000 dexterity points, which is typical for hired killers. Nick says he will do whatever Frank asks as long as he is left alive. Frank will do it, but only if Nick agrees to his deal. If the person who signed the soul contract fails to fulfill their obligations, they will experience extreme pain. Failure to comply with the contract can lead to death from pain shock. The contract only comes into force with the mutual consent of both parties without the use of violence, and it costs more than a magic neutralizer. Nick asks if it's really possible to cure the mana lock disease. Frank says he'll be able to see the effect of the item himself, and if the contract is broken, they'll both die. Nick signs the contract. The paper enters Frank's body and dissolves into it. The same thing happens with Nick. Other players also want to sign a contract. Frank says they can't. They're asking for their lives. The contract can only be used by mutual consent and without the use of force. Frank knows that these players killed innocent people. Ultimately, they are just trash. He cuts off their heads. Frank buys a magic neutralizer. The conditions for activating the soul contract have been met, and the contract comes into effect. Nick must say that the plan failed, return to Japan, and kill everyone who knows about Frank. With the current specs, it might fail, so Frank will help it out a little. Nick receives a notification that Lord Frank Newman has offered him to join. First, he should accept the offer, and then he will explain everything. After some time, Nick reports that the operation failed due to the interference of the Korean Players Association, and he immediately returns to Japan. He confirmed the strength of those two and would convey precise information upon his return. Then Nick gathers his subordinates. He asks if they have cleaned up their tracks properly, and they answer in the affirmative. Now all that remains is to return. A knife is thrust into the chest of one of those gathered. Nick begins the massacre. There is a woman among his subordinates. She asks why Nick is doing this, but he's not going to stop until he kills everyone. One of them asks for mercy. Nick asks for forgiveness. Soon, Frank sees the news about the suicide of the minister of the Department of Dimensional Gates and his assistants. Lucia asks how Frank plans to use Nick next. It would be possible to simply leave everything as is and get the information, or to form one's own government. It's better to go hunting first. Then Frank's mom calls him. His father got much better. Frank asks if he can hear him. Father nods. The disease has completely receded. Now he just needs to undergo rehabilitation. He reaches out to Frank and tries to say something. Apparently, he wants to thank him. It is then that Frank realizes that magic is coming from his father. Perhaps he woke up and became a player. Lucia asks Father Frank to show him her status window. He has truly awakened. He has the active skill fire sphere of rare rank, but no passive skills. Apparently, the sudden healing is related to awakening. Even the doctor didn't know the reason, but look how it turned out. Frank wonders how this could have happened. Either this is a simple coincidence, or the elixir contains a power capable of turning an ordinary person into a player. A week later, Frank comes to his father again, and he can already speak. He looks even better than yesterday. Every day he gains strength. Since Frank is here, Mother needs to go home for a while. He tells her to rest at home first and then come back. He will sleep here today. His mother says he just came back from hunting and must be tired. But Frank is comfortable here too. This is one of the best rooms in the hospital. Today, Frank's father wants to spend the day with his son. Then Mother will sleep at home. But tomorrow she will pack her things and come. Frank offers to give her a ride. She says no need. Frank's father thanks him. He got well thanks to him. Frank says he didn't do anything special. He got better thanks to waking up. But the father knows that it is Frank who has made a recovery, thanks to the medicine he gave him. Father won't ask about this medicine. It's for an incurable disease, so it's better for others not to know about it. Frank asks what he thinks he should do next. He is in his prime and plans to go underground. He would be better off just staying home. The money Frank makes is enough. Father says that 57 is a great age for work. Frank objects that the dungeon is a very dangerous place. You never know what will happen there and when. The father understands that Frank has been through a lot of hardships. He doesn't want to live on the money his son earned by risking his life. Frank has already made enough money that he doesn't need to do anything dangerous anymore. Father really intends to go down into the dungeon. He has already decided everything. Mom won't like it, but he already got her permission, so there's no need to worry about it. A few days later, Frank meets Lucia. She doesn't think he needs to be so negative about it. In such difficult times as these, becoming a player is a great blessing. When the gates suddenly open and monsters come out, ordinary people can't do anything and die. However, with players, it's different. It may be so, but the probability is very low. The dimensional gates continue to open. Countless dangerous monsters emerge from them. So Frank just has to watch as his father goes to the dungeon. They are dangerous, Lucia knows it too. With his power, Frank could keep his father safe. He already knows about the existence of the elixir and will keep it a secret, so there shouldn't be any problems. On the contrary, if he becomes stronger, Frank will worry less. Father says he will still go to the dungeon no matter what Frank says. Frank knows this, and he didn't come to dissuade him. Instead, let his father do what he says. As a player, he is more experienced than him, and first of all, you need to accept his offer. Frank's father receives an offer to join Lord Frank Neumann. His mom and sister don't know it, but he's a bit of a special player. Looks like it. Everything that happens from this moment on will be a secret for my mother and sister. Frank offers his father an item to raise statuses. He eats it. Now his status has risen. Frank has a lot of these items. They must be expensive. That's true, but no one in the world can buy it except Frank, so it's a mere trifle for him. Therefore, it is necessary to keep this a secret from your mother and sister. If this item suddenly becomes known, it will cause a stir in society. The father asks if Frank got the medicine the same way, and he answers in the affirmative. He can't give more details. Father says he can't accept it. Frank wants him to eat these items before someone comes. He still can't get his money back after buying it, so we need to eat it quickly and help him. In that case, nothing can be done. He also needs to learn skill books. He will only attack from a distance, since he was initially assigned the position of a ranged fighter. Now he can go into the dungeon with the man Frank assigns to him. This is Lucia, and also the tank that will protect him. The father asks if ordinary people can take this substance. Frank says he hasn't checked. You can't do something like this thoughtlessly. Maybe if ordinary people can learn skill books too, they can eat this too. It feels like after eating this, my father became 30 years younger. It would be nice if my mother tried it too. If he hadn't said he remembered the elixir or that he was going to the dungeon, Frank wouldn't have shared that such a thing existed. The father understands that it will be better if as few people as possible know about this. He asks when he can go to the dungeon. First, he needs to be discharged from the hospital and undergo training at the Players' Academy. Father is really in too much of a hurry, he completely forgot about it. The death of Japan's Minister of Dimensional Gates and his subordinates has been ruled a suicide. But it is definitely the work of a player with a heroic-level stealth skill. The identity of the perpetrator has not yet been established. The Prime Minister asks how many people in Japan have heroic-level stealth skills. Since players do not reveal their abilities, they do not have accurate information. It is unclear how some insignificant player could kill a high-ranking government official. The Prime Minister orders border security to be tripled. Perhaps it was the opposition that did this, or it was the work of some faction within the party, although he doesn't know exactly who did it. But it was certainly one of them, and they won't stop there. The Prime Minister asks who is currently in charge of the secret agents, and is told that no one is currently in charge, as all the senior management has died. This is temporarily handled by Nick Do, the hero of Osaka. The Prime Minister would like to contact him in secret. He has some business for him. After some time, Frank gets a call from Nick. He reports that he met with the Prime Minister, who instructed him to fabricate accusations of corruption against factions within the party and opposition parties opposed to him. He ultimately plans to cover it all up by making it look like suicide. Apparently, he relies heavily on Nick. Frank tells him to follow the Prime Minister's instructions and earn his trust. If he succeeds, he will strengthen his influence in the Players Association or the Dimension Gate Department. Next, Frank asks Nick about his trip to America, and he says everything went well. Thanks to the medicine Frank gave him, Nick's daughter recovered. She plans to continue living with her mother in America. It would be good to hide the fact of her healing. Nick plans, as before, to send a large sum of money for her treatment. There's no need to contact Frank from now on unless something serious happens that affects him or Korea, and Nick should handle things on his own. Now you don't have to worry about it. After some time, the player goes hunting in an orc dungeon. He shows his ID. He would also like to work as a security officer. He activates the fire sword. Orcs are attacking. The fire sword leaves them no chance. Soon, all the monsters are defeated. Even after becoming a security officer, you can continue hunting. Here, a new group of monsters appears. The player prepares to attack. Suddenly, an axe flies from above. It hits the player. It was the leader of the orcs. The security officer realizes that the player has died. It is unclear what happened that caused him to be harmed by the orc. The main monster cuts off the guard's head. Now it's the second one's turn. The orcs kneel before their leader. He attacks another player. He crushes his head with his huge hand. Orcs attack players. People on the street notice that something is happening. The gates opened and monsters came out of them. They start attacking everyone around. Their leader is watching. He clearly likes what's going on. While they were away, the association called. Frank calls back, but the answering machine says the subscriber is unavailable. Breaking news, a wave of monsters has opened up near Sinchon Station. Lucia says these aren't just any monsters, but a group of orcs. Perhaps the monsters are evolving and becoming stronger. Orcs are the monsters that are most similar to humans. Non-combat orcs are of normal level, but if they become soldiers, they can already be of rare level. Their leader may be of heroic level. In rare cases, it reaches legendary level. Lucia saw it with her own eyes. An army is sent to fight the monsters. Machine guns and tanks open fire on the orcs. I wonder how much stronger these orcs have become. Players hope to get rid of them all at once. Orcs flee from the rising ice wall. They seem to be losing. There are severed heads of orcs all around. It looks like Frank was worried for nothing. The attack continues. Here the orc leader appears. It emits a deafening roar. Frank was under the effect of the mind-suppressing skill Battle Cry. When under the effect of the skill, the body is paralyzed for 10 seconds. The indomitable spirit is activated, and resistance to the battle cry is shown. This is the worst thing Frank expected. Under the influence of the battle cry, the monsters rush to attack again. Now the advantage is on their side. Orcs are killing players one by one. Their leader approaches the player, whose body is paralyzed. Another player rushes to her aid, but the orc leader crushes him into the ground with his giant foot. Then he is attacked from all sides. The chief swings his axe, causing storms. It's unclear why some orcs are so strong. They may even die here. Black lightning explodes around the orc leader. Frank attacks him from behind. However, he is ready to repel the blow. Frank sinks to the ground. The orcs rush to attack. Frank activates the lightning. The player calls to stop the orc chieftain. Another says they should retreat. Frank agrees. It activates the flicker. The mana flow is unstable. The activation is cancelled. These monsters are well prepared. There is a sorcerer standing on the roof. The players are told to retreat. A legendary level orc has appeared. Frank considers whether to do as Lucia taught him. He will die if he doesn't dodge. Or maybe he will become disabled or die. The survival instinct is activated. Frank attacks the chief. He stabs him with his sword. Then Frank attacks again and again. The players are amazed. Frank tells them to retreat. It's a temporary buff, so he won't be able to hold him off for long. The orc chieftain swings his axe. The survival instinct has ended. Frank activates the black robe. The players are running. A circle of fire appears above them. There is an explosion. Players take refuge in a temporary shelter near Sinchon Station. Frank's powers are still not enough. Then one of the players calls out to him. She asks if he remembers her. This is the girl who said Frank was her type when he defeated the blue dragon. This is Helen Stone. She is delighted that Frank remembers her name. He can't help but know him. Among all the rankers, she has a unique ability. With her specialization as a demonic spearwoman, she even appeared on television several times. She's a famous ranker even for ordinary people. Helen thanks Frank for his help. If it weren't for him, something bad would have definitely happened. Previously, they were in the same punitive detachment. Although Frank doesn't remember them, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Apparently, this is the man who survived the battle with the dragon. The chairman of the Players Association is pleased to meet Frank. He would like him to spend some time with him. The chairman has received many reports about Frank, so even though they are meeting in person for the first time, he seems familiar to him. Perhaps it's because Frank doesn't know much about the chairman, but he can't say the same. In fact, since this is their first meeting, it is quite normal to feel like strangers, but in the future, they should build a friendly relationship. Frank asks why the chairman was looking for him. He says they found out that the orc chieftain and the mage are of the legendary level. So, just like with the Amugi, they plan to assemble an elimination squad. Compared to the Amugi raid, this fight will be much more difficult. In any case, there is a more serious problem. The orcs have taken civilians hostage, so they can't launch an airstrike. More precisely, they don't exactly take them as hostages, but rather perceive them as food in case of an emergency. To begin with, they plan to gather the military and players in large numbers again, from which they will organize 2 assassination squads that will simultaneously deal with both the leader and the mage. Frank asks why the chairman called him separately and tells him all this. He is thinking of appointing him as the commander of one of the assassination squads. Frank asks why him, because he fought the orc leader alone, albeit for a short time. The chairman wants Frank to talk about the skill he used in the battle. Frank says he can't give all the details, but he thinks he can tell you about the activation conditions, the time of use, and the rollback. If he tells about it, that will be enough for them. But before that, Frank wants to know why the chairman is interested in this. He's not sure that even with a buff like Hannah Kim's, it's possible to defeat the orc chieftain during the skill's duration. The chairman has one consumable item for Frank. This is the blood of a heroic level ogre, which grants some of the ogre's physical abilities, increasing strength, agility, and endurance by 40% for 30 minutes, after which time the strength, agility, and endurance are permanently reduced by 10%. It looks like it's an upgraded werewolf king's heart. Apparently, the chairman wants Frank to take advantage of this and defeat the orc chieftain. He believes that Frank will definitely be able to win using the buff together with the effect of this item. And if you add Hannah Kim's buff to this, he will definitely win, even if the chieftain uses his fury. If Frank accepts the offer, all debts for purchasing the legendary rank skill book will be written off. And after completing the raid, he will be able to receive 1 item for free. It sounds good. 10% of lost skills can be restored for about 3.5 billion points. But the chairman doesn't know that. Frank asks to give him 2 items he wants for free. In addition, he wants revenue from the sale of items that matches his contribution. They come to an agreement. The chairman thanks Frank for making this difficult decision. He would like to ask for one more thing. The chairman is ready to do everything in his power. Frank would like to be promoted to team manager within the association and for a new team to be created for him to lead. The chairman agrees. Frank says he was worried he would refuse. People with his skills and character naturally have the right to take the place of the head of the team. The activation conditions are quite complex. Frank says to be sent to meet the orc chieftain one-on-one. If you do this, the chance that the skill will activate will increase. It may be dangerous, but Frank has to take the risk. The chairman thought that he was an egoist who cared only about his own benefit, but he was very much mistaken. They will start preparing right now. The detachment sent to fight the orcs was defeated. All citizens immediately learned about this news. The main reason for their defeat was that there were two legendary-level orcs. All citizens fell into a state of panic, and people living in Seoul and Gyeonggi Province began to leave their homes and head south. The government requested assistance from those who served in the UN and fought in other countries, and also called on rankers and players from all over the country. At the same time, the government requested assistance from UN peacekeeping forces, and the fact that a second detachment would be deployed to fight was widely publicized. UN peacekeeping chief Jason asks if there is a way to stop the psychological attack the orc leader is using. If they can't stop her, then there's a high probability that the new squad will also be defeated. The punitive squad will lure out a legendary-level monster and destroy it. It is unknown whether they will be able to destroy a monster of this level in a short time. If it activates a psychological skill during the battle, a huge number of casualties cannot be avoided. They have to take that risk. Until they have a way to counter the psychological attack, they won't be able to do anything. They came here to help them. They can't just avoid a dangerous fight. Although they may sacrifice a lot to win, they will not participate in such a rash plan and die like dogs. Perhaps these are players who are temporarily part of the UN and not peacekeeping soldiers. This damn guy just hates players. He was deliberately stalling. This battle will be incredibly difficult. There is no guarantee that the orcs will just sit there. They have no choice but to hold the meeting tomorrow. It's been a long day. Everyone has worked hard. Today we need to get some proper rest. Frank is called out by Alice. She asks to give her some time. Alice heard the conversations. It seems like he made a big contribution in the first battle. She thought Frank joined the second raid to level up quickly and powerfully, but that's not the case. Apparently, he was hiding his skills all this time. Frank says that if he had hidden them, the blue dragon would have killed him. But since then, his skills have improved greatly. Alice heard that he would take the brunt of the damage this time. Frank says it will be beneficial for him. It doesn't matter, because no matter what reward he gets, the lost skill points cannot be restored. So she is grateful for such a difficult decision. If he suddenly changes his mind, let him report it. Alice will take over his role. Frank says he has already made his final decision. The debt of over $1 trillion for the two legendary items would be written off, so he couldn't refuse. Alice would like to know about Frank's contribution to the Amugi raid. In this raid, she came in second in terms of her contribution. So to find out who came in first, she asked all the rankers who took part in the battle about their places, but none of them came in first. That's probably why Alice thinks Frank took the place. She nods. He admits that this is so. The association made a big mistake by giving the player who contributed the most the smallest reward. Alice will talk to the association chairman to get Frank's reward again. If she does this, he will not refuse. It seems Frank is not telling me a lot. He may not say it, but let him promise something. He must do his duty as a member of the Players Association, as he is doing right now. Frank was just about to do that. The next morning, there was another meeting with Jason. It looks like it won't end today either. It is reported that a group of orcs has started moving towards Hongdae. The chairman orders the armed forces to be assembled immediately. He asks if UN forces will support them. Jason nods. The chairman thanks him. All they have to do is pretend to be involved in the battle and retreat. Players are told to follow Frank, who will fight the chieftain, while the rest will follow Alice, who will deal with the mage. After receiving the buff, they will board the helicopter. It's nice to have a good buff. The book with the buff skill never appeared. Frank had never seen one. It would be good if he had some skills similar to the survival instinct. No matter how much he thought, using consumables would be a waste. Unless it's a battle with a legendary level monster, he may not use them. Everyone has finished boarding the helicopter. It's time to leave. It's crazy. It seems like as soon as Frank goes down, the survival instinct will kick in. He will go first. Frank jumps out of the helicopter. It is necessary to start beautifully. He uses his strength to the maximum. The group of orcs has been defeated. The leader prepares for attack. Another group of orcs rushes to attack. The survival instinct is activated. Now it's time to eat the ogre's blood. There is an explosion. If everything works out, it is possible that Frank will be able to defeat the orc leader single-handedly. He was charred by the explosion, but still ready to attack. The chieftain rushes at Frank from above. He dodges. The chieftain swings his axe again. He is strong, he cannot be killed, even when he is alone. Frank fires the magic projectile again. Shells are flying from above. Players prepare for battle. It's time to start the second round. The players rush at the orc chieftain from all sides. A lot of magic projectiles fly at him. Frank attacks again. Now the leader also takes damage. He's still resisting. Frank continues to attack. The leader is losing more and more blood. It emits a deafening roar. Orcs come running at his call. Players activate the Shield of Faith and the Unbreakable Wall. Orcs are attacking. In the helicopter, players use magic. The orc leader throws an axe at the helicopter. She punches through it and hits several players. Then the axe falls out of the helicopter. It's time to strike the decisive blow. The players are once again attacking the orc chieftain from all sides. Frank delivers the decisive blow. He strikes the chieftain in the chest with his sword. The survival instinct has ended. The monster's eyes glow red. Now he is ready to deliver the decisive blow. Players retreat to the tanks. The orc chieftain attacks Frank, but he strikes again. Other players rush to attack. The orc leader's hand flies off. He still won't die. The chieftain attacks again. This time he strikes Frank. He cuts off his head. We need to evacuate and take care of the wounded. The players climb up to the helicopter. The mages launch projectiles at them. Players are falling. The orcs are attacking again. Another player is attacked. The one in the helicopter sees this. He says all survivors are on board. Frank is tired. I wonder if Alice won. Frank asks the intelligence officer if the raid on the mage was successful. The officer hesitates to answer. Finally, she says the raid failed. It wasn't just a failure. It was such a crushing defeat that over 90% of their fighters were killed during the raid. Frank asks what's wrong with Alice. The officer says she's alive. But as far as she knew, she was seriously wounded and retreated. Here is a list of survivors. After some time, the players watch a video of the battle with the mage. It grew to gigantic proportions, and he began to attack the players with a fiery fist. He breathed fire and threw it. Apparently, this monster has a skill similar to Wild Instinct. Although Frank's injuries have healed, he must be careful, as internal wounds cannot be healed even with healing magic. If a wound is caused by magic, its remnants remain in the body and prevent the use of one's own mana. Although minor wounds from magic heal quickly, in the case of serious injuries, its remnants remain for a long time. Frank asks to tell him how Alice is. The chairman says the external injuries have been treated, but the internal ones are so serious that they will have to care for her for a week. There is currently a fierce battle going on. At least thanks to the fact that Frank's team dealt with the orc leader, their morale has dropped noticeably. Without it, it is much easier to use military force. Frank says he'll help too. But recently he was on the verge of death. Seeing this, the chairman thinks that it is better for him to just recover. Frank is fine, and if he helps even a little, their casualties will be reduced significantly. The chairman thinks that he is very upset about the loss of statuses, but still goes to the battlefield without showing it. Other players say they will go too. They must avenge their fallen comrades. They will all go together. The chairman will lead them. Frank jumps out of the helicopter again. Orcs are attacked by lightning. Hunting heroic orcs is much easier. Now they will show them. The chairman launches a fireball at the orcs. He throws fire again and again. It turns out that he is very strong. He has such destructive power that he quickly deals with magicians. He gives out a calling cry. The orcs rush towards him. The players think they are running away. The chairman orders to follow them and leave no one alive. These monsters have made such a mess here, and now they are running away somewhere. Frank activates the shimmer and appears in front of the orcs. Now he uses lightning breath. It seems that the situation is better now than before. Suddenly there is an explosion. It was set up by a magician, and Frank must catch him. Fireballs hang over him. Frank dodges the explosions. He won't let the magician go anywhere. The orcs appear again. Frank shoots lightning at them. The mage transforms into a fire giant. Jason is watching this. The UN Joint Force will provide rear support. The fire monster attacks Frank. He hits the ground with his fist. The players rush to attack. The monster is hit by a multitude of weapons from all sides. The flame is dying down. There's still a little bit left. Frank prepares to attack the monster with lightning breath. He attacks. Players use other magical weapons. Frank prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The magician loses his monster form. A wall of fire erupts. Frank charges in. He delivers the decisive blow. The fire gradually dies down. They won. Frank is being watched by Jason, who thinks he is a magical swordsman. They must win him over to their side. Jason didn't think that besides Alice Lair, there was anyone else in Korea who was so strong. The battle ended in a great victory for humanity, but they were unable to destroy all the orcs. Some of them fled to their home world. The Korean government announced the victory of the second raid, and after the success of the first raid on the legendary Imugi, the victory over the legendary tier orcs was widely publicized throughout the world. Although Korea seemed quite strong on the outside, many rankers and high-level players had died, and the government was worried because it was unknown when another legendary-level monster might appear. Frank comes to visit Alice at the hospital. He asks how she feels. Alice says that the external wounds have already healed. She doesn't use magic on purpose, so she'll be back to normal in a couple of days. Frank tells her not to blame herself too much. There was nothing to be done. Alice thinks it was her mistake. She must become stronger, if only so that next time she does not experience such terrible pain. If next time she meets an orc mage, she will definitely avenge her comrades. There's no need to worry. Alice isn't the type of person who would be broken by something like that. She thanks Frank for avenging the dead in her place. He just did what he had to, and he couldn't have done it alone. However, it is true that he made the biggest contribution. If it were not for him, everything could have failed. Alice asks how he feels, since he's basically had 2 fights in a row. Frank says he's fine. It's surprising, even though he got 2 legendary level skills, he must have also lost a lot of statuses. He just has to try harder to level up and hopes Alice will help him with that. The Orc Chieftain and Mage Hunt yielded 7 items, all of which were legendary. Among them was the axe used by the chief. The Orcs took one with them when they fled, and the Rankers took the remaining one. Other items may not be suitable for Frank. Moreover, he is already collecting a set, so he doesn't need them. If you exclude these 3 items, there are still 3 skill books left. Frank was promised 2 free items, and the first one he liked was the legendary skill book, Battle Cry. The auction is declared open. Bids are now being accepted for the Battle Cry skill book. All the major guilds gathered here. Someone offers 1 trillion. The final price is 1,007,500,000,000. The auctioneer asks if anyone can offer more. Frank offers 2 trillion. No one can offer more. Battle Cry is sold. The Kyushu disaster was partly due to a delayed reaction, but given that the monster was flying, it could not have been avoided. They lost Kyushu Castle, which was home to over 15 million people, and if they left things like this, the monster would definitely reach mainland Honshu. Korea has dealt with 2 legendary-level monsters. They need to quickly request support from Korea. It is clear that other countries will also fight for its support. The Minister of the Interior will submit an official request to dispatch a team to destroy a legendary-level monster. Japan asked for support, but they have their own problems, and the government's exaggerated publicity campaign worked almost too well. Korea is in this situation, and the Japanese want them to help another country. The government says this because elections are currently underway. Frank is informed that the chairman is looking for him. They decided that the team Frank would lead would be a squad of assassins. Frank thought it would be a temporary team to fight legendary monsters. The chairman had thought of everything. They would create a squad of assassins led by Frank, and if a legendary-level monster appeared, they would expand this squad with other rankers. It's like a reserve force being called up for battle. While Frank is the only one on the assassination squad, if there is someone in the association he would like to take, he can consult with the captains of each team and choose. Frank asks if he can take someone who is not directly involved in the association, and the chairman says yes. If the goal is to fight legendary-level monsters, then the criteria for selecting team members must be strict. The chairman will leave it up to Frank because the assassination squad was created to achieve long-term results. And if not immediately, then in the long term, Frank will be able to choose talents that will help him in raids on legendary-level monsters. Perhaps these are 2 good conditions because the more he has, the more difficult it will be to leave. Frank will start by using the Lord's Banner skill and attempt to recruit players who haven't even managed to change their first profession. High-level players are treated well wherever they go, so they don't come often. First of all, Frank would need too many leadership points for such high-level ones. He will grow in the shadow of those people who know his secret along with Lucia. And in the sun, he will grow as many low-level players as possible. As players in the sun level up, they won't be able to escape Frank due to the high penalties for breaking their contracts. This way, he will be able to take over the entire association. Although she can both defend and attack, she's not accepted into the squad because of her wary attitude towards money. She bought a lottery ticket, but it's strange how only one number can match. Then Frank calls out to the girl. She asks who he is. Frank introduces himself. The girl says hello, as she understood it. If his proposal was accepted, his salary and support would be increased. That's true, and besides, Frank will help her acquire a skill book that will improve her stats. She agrees. Frank asks if she wants to know the consequences and penalties in advance. Her status window will be open to him, and if she leaves his command, all levels, stats, and skills that she has increased will disappear. The girl says that the status window has been known for a long time. She drinks the soda in one gulp. Besides, she is in a hurry now, so she doesn't have time to worry about the consequences. Frank invites her to join. The girl accepts the offer. 10 leadership points are spent. Frank now has 5 subjects under his command, and he has a new skill, Summon Lord, which allows him to give orders to his subordinates regardless of distance. The girl is happy that she is now at least a part of some team. She wonders why she hears Frank's voice in her head. It's because of the special skill. Magic is almost not consumed. As Frank promised, here are the skill books. The girl thanks him. Her salary will be increased starting tomorrow. These are just normal level skill books, but apparently life is very difficult for players. Frank thought that 1 or 2 people would refuse his offer. However, there is nothing to worry about. The news has probably already reached the chairman. A month later, he is informed that the assassination squad has 316 new members, and none of them have any connection to Frank Neumann. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they didn't even know each other until he recruited them into the team. 316 people who didn't even go through their first career change. Even if you think of it as an investment in the future, the efficiency is too low. Frank hadn't even met the players he found, so he was obviously up to something. After some time, Frank receives a call from an unknown number. He picks up the phone. This is his friend, Stephen Black. They lived in the same area since childhood. This is his old friend, with whom they went to kindergarten, elementary school, and college together. They lived as a family, so they called each other's fathers uncles. Stephen asks why Frank didn't tell him he changed his number, and he says he was a little busy. No matter how busy he was, he had to send a message that he had changed his number. Stephen heard that Frank's father had woken up. He mentioned it while he was drinking with Stephen's father, so Stephen called and asked for Frank's number. Maybe Frank wants to go out for a drink too, he agrees. Apparently, it was his friend. Frank became completely absent-minded and didn't even think about contacting his friends. He also needs rest. A bowstring that is pulled too tightly will definitely break. Lucia needs to go to watch the drama. Then let her go by car, and Frank can go by taxi. Lucia can give him a ride to the meeting place, but the place is on the other side of the city, so if she gives him a ride, she won't make it in time for the drama to start. Lucia is leaving. It's surprising that she's so interested. Frank looks so good, and his shoulders are so broad, he's a real handsome guy. He says it's all down to hard work and muscle power. Stephen still enjoys mixing soju and beer. Frank asks what he is doing now. Stephen works in the sales department of Osen. He asks why Frank never got reinstated at the university since his uncle woke up, which means there will be no problems with tuition fees. Frank asks Stephen how he finds working at the company, and he says it's very difficult, especially since the salary in the sales department is low. If you really want to sell something, you have to give it your all, and the players are stuck up. Even those who just changed their first profession are very arrogant. Frank will tell his father about this so that they can bring Stephen magic stones. Stephen says there are a lot of scammers here, but he will buy the stones on the best terms. Then he gets a call from the arrogant player he was talking about recently. He definitely called to ask me to pay his alcohol bill. Stephen decided not to pick up the phone, but no problem. He would just call him tomorrow morning and say that he fell asleep early and that's why he didn't answer. Frank says it's better to call his father and ask him to sell the magic stones. Here, the player who just called enters the cafe. He realizes that Stephen is ignoring his calls. He says he was drinking and didn't see that they called him, but the player saw everything. This means he has time to drink, but no time to answer the call. Stephen asks for forgiveness. The player orders to follow him immediately. He says he will pay the bill. Frank says there's no need to go after that bastard. The player hears him call him. He grabs Frank by the jacket. Stephen says that this can't be done. The player pushes him away. Frank asks if players can use force on civilians. He says, of course, it's impossible, and he didn't use force. He asks those present if any of them saw him use force. It seems that no one saw anything. Frank says he saw it, but no one is likely to believe him. There is no point in calling the police. They do not represent the opinions of the parties to the conflict. There are many ways to teach people like him a lesson. Even if Stephen doesn't think that he will receive stones from him in the future, he will tell everything to the captains close to him, so let him get ready. And Frank should be on his guard because he never knows when he might become disabled. The player threatens him, attacks and intimidates civilians, uses abilities and uses force and makes threats of harm. This is enough to revoke a player's license and possibly even land them in jail for 20 years. The player sees a phone in Frank's hand. He's trying to take it away. But Frank grabs his hand, and now he also attempted to steal. He understands that Frank is also a player. This means they work in the same field. You should have said this earlier. He will sign the purchase and sale agreement with Stephen, and will also talk to the captains close to him and ask them to give Stephen the stones. Frank asks what good is a player who is soon going to jail. Players must maintain good relationships. Frank says he doesn't want to. The player's second cousin is the second in command of Sue's guild, so there's no point in arguing with him. Frank asks what they will do. The player calls his sister, who asks why he is calling. It seemed like Frank had heard that voice somewhere before. Apparently, he has some problems with the player, and for some reason he calls her. The player says that Frank doesn't value Sue's guild at all, and when he told her about his sister, he said he wasn't afraid. Now that their guild has dwindled, some bugs are ignoring her. She asked to pass the phone. Now Frank remembered. It was Jane Rice. She had given him her business card during the first hunt. He turns on the speakerphone, and he says that he and Jane haven't seen each other for a long time. She asks who it is, the head of the new team of the Players Association, Frank Neumann. He says that Jane's younger brother just attacked and threatened a civilian in front of him. He used powers and skills outside the dungeon that could harm ordinary people, and also attempted to commit theft. However, it seems he did these actions believing that the Sioux Guild would stand up for him. If the Vice Guild Master's second cousin was so arrogant, then the guild members would probably act the same way. Perhaps Frank should consult with the association chairman and conduct a special audit of the guild. Jane says that this boy has nothing to do with Sue's guild. He's just using her name. Then slander can be added to the list of accusations. Frank asks if Jane will file a lawsuit against her brother. But maybe they are in cahoots. Jane says she will file a lawsuit tomorrow morning. Her brother is arrested. Frank suggests that Stephen go for a second round. So that means he is a player, and also from an association. Frank was about to tell him, but that guy intervened. They will have another drink and then discuss the details. A simulation based on the power of legendary monsters is being developed in the US. Even if only one monster appears, the human casualties and damage will be colossal, but this may be an exaggeration. After all, Korea dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters without causing much damage. It's all thanks to the fact that they were able to handle this quickly and efficiently. Korea can gather rankers from all over the country in less than an hour. Compared to that, it would take them 6 hours to gather even some of the rankers. Furthermore, Korea, having dealt with 3 legendary-level monsters, suffered enormous damage, with the casualties among rankers being particularly high. This is due to the mental skill of influencing the psyche over a wide area. Moreover, monsters such as the Orc Chieftain and Orc Mage live in groups with a large number of heroic-level monsters. They are much more difficult to deal with than monsters that act alone, like the Amugi. Most high-level players will not benefit much from raiding legendary tier monsters. They need rankers. This is clearly evident in the example of China, and judging by the battle plan of the raid on the legendary level Orc, they absolutely need someone strong, someone whose abilities go beyond the ordinary ranker. Apparently, this is about Frank Neumann, the player Jason reported on. According to some, its level is above 500. The monsters in the existing heroic dungeons are around level 400, and players, limited by the 20-level rule, cannot rise above level 400. Because of these doubts, CIA agents conducted an investigation and discovered a surprising fact. Player Frank Neumann has a unique skill that allows him to bypass the 20-level rule. While this is just a guess, based on the information the agents have gathered, Jason is confident that the likelihood of this happening is greater than 99%. He shows a video of Frank's fight with the Orc Chieftain and the Mage. This development, and in less than 2 years, the speed of its growth is astonishing. The president asks if Frank can use this unique skill on other players. They haven't verified this information yet, but there is another unusual discovery. This concerns Frank's father, John Neumann, and his neighbor, Paul Smith. Less than 2 months had passed since John Neumann's awakening, and he had already entered the dungeon of the 100th level. Frank Neumann is currently the head of the Korean Players Association's assassination squad, and he has also recruited 316 low-level players into the association, and their results are truly astounding. The growth rate is very fast. While it's not as obvious, they did confirm that since these players joined Frank Neumann's team, their overall stats have improved. Perhaps the player who has shown such immense power is a buffer. This is not entirely true, but they believe that, like buffers, He has a skill that allows other players to increase their statuses. If this is all true, they must recruit him. It seems like it would be very difficult to do this. He has a lot of money and a high status in the Korean Players Association. Unless the Korean government is full of idiots, they won't let him go that easily. First, you should get closer to him and become friends. Since the US and Korea are on friendly terms, they can use him as a mercenary at any time. Once something happens, it will be too late to call him, so the best solution is to attract him to the country for a long time. First, they need to develop a plan on how they can put pressure on the Korean government. The object is located in the house. As soon as the association's security guards take turns changing, they will begin to act. These guards are only somewhere around level 200. The guard has changed. It's time to begin the operation. Agents attack the guards. They are pushed into subspace. The door to the apartment where Frank's mother and sister live opens. One of the agents enters. He uses some skill. It turned out too weak. She has a magic item. You need to aim at the arms and legs. They must kidnap her alive, no matter what. The ring is broken. Frank's mother is about to be kidnapped. Frank appears and stops the agent. It activates the breath of lightning. The agent's face was burned to the bone. The rest start running. But Frank won't let them go that easily. He stabs his mother's attacker with his sword. Other agents jump out of the window, but they can't leave like that. Frank activates the double arrow. We just need to destroy them. The agent cuts through the magic arrow, but inside her lies the breath of lightning. Explosions are heard. Frank calls Lucia to protect his mother. Now he moves to the warehouse where his sister was taken hostage. He is told not to move and to slowly back away. Frank sees a notification about using the subspace skill. These bastards prepared carefully. He must enter the subspace now if he does not want to see his loved ones die. He will go, but if any of them harm his sister, they will all die. The agent says they don't mean to harm her. If Frank enters subspace calmly, she will follow. Frank enters. The move should work. If Frank's sister doesn't want to die, it would be good to accept the offer. She is ordered to accept it immediately. Suddenly, the agent's hand flies off. There is an explosion. This is Frank and he's inside. He launches lightning again. Then his hand emerges from subspace. It is not clear how this is possible. Another agent is enveloped in lightning. Frank emerges from subspace. He stabs the agent behind his sister with his sword. She sees that Frank is missing half of his body. She faints. Frank almost died. The move was partially successful. Frank puts his sister to bed next to their mother. Lucia will look after them. She says that she will protect them even at the cost of her life. As Frank thought, they had now reached their father. He goes to him and to Paul Smith. They repel the agent's attack. It's not easy to close the distance. They have to attack all at once. The agents rush to attack. Here someone appears ahead. This is Frank. He attacks the agents with a sword. Explosions are heard. Those who miss them run away. A wall of ice rises in front of them. They destroy it with swords, but Frank is already in front of them. It activates the ice storm. There is another explosion. Agents are calling for his death. They are going to attack him from above. Frank activates the absolute shield. Attackers cannot penetrate it. He continues to be attacked. Frank repels the attack. He has not yet fully recovered. I wonder what they ate. They continue to attack. One of them crashes into the shield. Paul Smith enters the fray. Frank's father joins him. Explosions are heard. The survivors try to capture Frank's father. He stops them with a mental skill. They are paralyzed. Then Frank launches lightning bolts at them. They just need to take him hostage. Frank's father dodges the blows. There is another explosion. Finally, everyone is defeated. Frank's father asks how badly he was hurt. He says there are no injuries, just a little blood. The father is puzzled as to why they attacked them at all. Judging by their speech, they were Chinese. That's right. Now we need to find out the reason. Frank thought so. Those bastards wouldn't leave them alone. He will make them cry tears of blood for messing with him. Soon, Frank informs the chairman that his family was attacked by the Chinese. They tried to take them hostage and take him to China. Perhaps if they failed, they were going to kill him. The chairman asks if they were definitely Chinese. Frank tested this using the truth contract skill. The chairman asks if anyone is left alive. Frank says he killed everyone. But there were about 100 of them, and there should have been bodies left behind. The battle was fierce. Frank had to use all his strength, so he simply incinerated them. He single-handedly took on hundreds of high-level players. They can't let him get taken away. For safety reasons, It would be better for Frank to stay with his family at the association's headquarters. He will do so. The chairman is very sorry that he had to deal with this. In the future, they will provide his family with the protection of higher-level players. Frank is grateful. He thinks about how to get rid of people who threaten the safety of his family. Even though he has the Veil of Darkness skill, it is unlikely to be able to completely hide his identity. Lucia offers to send her. Frank is against. This requires psychometric skill, so he must go himself. Then Lucia will go with him. Frank is glad to hear this, but he would prefer that she stay here and protect his family. And while he's gone, we need to take care of selling electronics. The answer will definitely be in the item store. The legendary Ratman transformation form costs 29 billion points. There are also forms for transformation into a goblin, orc, kobold. There are a lot of things here, and the Ratman is the cheapest. Frank seemed to have heard the seller's name. McCovey's somewhere before. He was a regular customer and participated in the boycott of his goods. Sometimes you have to sell things to such people. With this scenario, the chances of Frank being recognized are practically zero, although it is expensive. He will be able to gain more than he loses. Breaking news. The government has officially announced that Chinese secret agents who infiltrated the country and carried out an attempted kidnapping and assassination were killed at the scene. It became known that the Chinese agents were high-level players. Captain Frank Neumann announced that he would be suspending the hunt for a while. And then they were informed that he had collected his belongings from the association's temporary accommodation and had moved with his family to a house in Pangyo. This is an area where high-level players mainly live. It is close to the buildings of large guilds and associations, as well as high-level dungeons. They probably moved because of such a convenient location. It's relatively safe in such an upscale area, and considering what Frank went through, it's understandable. Meanwhile, disguised, he arrived in China, in Jilin province, and found a hiding place for secret agents. He will return here at night. He didn't think that they would give him a real passport and not a fake one. Even though there are some similarities between the Ratman and the human, Frank is just an ordinary Japanese journalist here. It's time to start the transformation. He turns into a Ratman. Perfect. Even the weapons have changed. It's time to hit the road. Everything here is even more dilapidated than he thought. It seems they are even acting against their own citizens. Frank holds his gun at the ready. There are 27 of them. Among them, there are those who possess the skills of a good ranker. Frank will kill them with one blow. The agents notice him. They are puzzled as to how the Ratman ended up here. Frank charges in. One after another, severed heads fly. We need to kill the monster. Agents prepare to attack. They use ice missile and compulsion chain, but it doesn't help. Frank uses his skills. He killed everyone. Security guards come running to the noise. They find that everyone is killed. This is definitely a player. A normal monster couldn't have done this. At that time, there were 27 agents in the headquarters building, all of them high-level players. This is a challenge to state authority, and it must have been done by rebels from Inner Mongolia. But they would hardly have been able to recruit someone so strong. There is a suspicion that this is Frank Neumann. This means that he was able to get into China. The likelihood of this is quite high. Just look at the results of the investigation. The striker used lightning-based skills that few superpowered players can use, but this is quite possible. Someone is knocking at the door. New investigation results have been received. By using the reconstruction skill, the identity of the criminal was established. It might be Frank Neumann. The main culprit in this matter is he, player Frank Neumann from the Korean Players Association. But their culprit is not a man, but a monster. The results of the combat power assessment using the reconstruction skill showed that it was a legendary level monster. These are plans and instructions for organizing assassinations. The more enemies Frank's enemy has, the better. Now that he has discovered strongholds scattered throughout China, he will destroy them one by one. The monster's intelligence level is quite high. It seems he is hiding to gain strength and preying on high-level players to increase his power. The reason he attacked their agents could be because there were high-level players among them. Arriving at the next stronghold, Frank discovered that there was no one there. They may not have gathered in one place. If that's the case, then he won't be able to deal with them all at once, and in that case, he'll have to spend 30 billion points on each transformation. If he had killed all the agents at once, he would have received hundreds of billions of points. Frank comes to the mansion. There are guards at the gate. This is a good house. They thought the Ratman was targeting the players who were gathering in one place and ordered everyone to disperse. Even though China is big, it is not a problem to have the skills to move around in space. It looks like Frank will be very busy tonight. Someone said that if they spread out the players, they could avoid the attack. In one night, they lost over 100 agents, and the damage only increased. It was not possible to track the location of the Ratman. It is assumed that he has spatial mobility skills. It's doubtful that this is really a monster. It could be a disguised person, since there are transformation skills. They are very rare. Although such a skill increases physical strength, on the other hand, its power decreases. If it's a human using the transformation skill, then he can't use attacks as powerful as the Ratman. In that case, he could focus on his magical power, even if it is true, the transformation time is limited. Usually it's no more than 3 hours, and the skill's cooldown is much longer than its use time, so he can't activate it right away. Analysis of surveillance videos showed that the Ratman was active for 8 hours. This is a completely impossible period for the transformation skill. So it is a monster after all. We need to get all the agents back together. Frank on the roof. There are 2 scouts at the entrance. He feels the strength of about 100 people. Minister Henry Lee should be here too. If anything goes wrong, Frank will simply strike and run. He attacks. This time they prepared for his arrival. Several players rush towards us. One of them strikes, but Frank disappears and reappears in the air above them. Their skills don't turn out to be very useful. Here comes the reinforcements. Frank was hit with a heroic-level taunt skill which attacks the target for 10 seconds. The passive skill Unwavering Spirit has been activated, and the effect of the heroic skill Taunt has been cancelled. Frank seems to have gotten a lot stronger. He uses the skill Flicker. It seemed like everything was going smoothly again. But not quite. It's a trap. The spatial movement restriction skill cancelled the activation of the heroic-level Flicker and Shadow movement skills, as well as the activation of the one-time heroic-level item Scroll of long-distance movement. In addition to the players who returned to action, others appeared. This is a Ratman. They were called only to catch one low-level monster. Finally, they'll catch him. It is not clear why a force field is put up. The head of the Chinese Players Association, Ben Siok, orders everyone to attack the monster. He's crazy if he wants them to attack him at once. Frank will deal with them the same way they want to deal with him, in order to break out of the encirclement and leave as quickly as possible. He rushes through the line of players like a whirlwind. They didn't immediately understand what was going on, but Frank had already stabbed them with his blade. He feels terrible, but he can't die here. This is war. Frank gets hit. There is an effect. You need to hit harder. Weak attacks are useless. You need to attack using as much magical power as possible. Frank strikes again. In the end, it's just a rat. The tanks have to stop it, even with their own bodies. The tank is covered by a shield, but it doesn't help. The blow throws him far back. There are a lot of people here. It seems Frank has killed over 1,000. He went into berserker mode. They almost caught him. Stamina decreased by 10%. The legendary passive skill Berserk is activated. Strength, magic, willpower, and agility are increased by 40%. Resistance to physical and magical attacks is reduced by 50%. The heroic passive skill Survival Instinct is activated, increasing all stats by 50% for 60 seconds. Frank was pierced by blades of ice. It emits a deafening roar. His attack continues. We can't let him escape. What he's doing is too risky. There is very little time left until the release. Here Frank is dealt the decisive blow. There is an explosion. Ben Seok orders everyone to attack again. Frank is not defeated yet. He's trying in vain. It seems there is nothing to be done. Heroic passive skills, Ancestral Instinct, Killer's Rage, Bloodthirsty Maniac, and Murderous Frenzy are activated. Frank turns into a black whirlwind again. He continues to attack. A black tornado engulfs the players. Ben Seok insistently demands to attack and not retreat, but Frank doesn't stop. Ben has no choice but to escape. Frank finds himself lying in some strange place. It looks like a sewer. Strength, endurance, willpower, agility, and magic have dropped significantly. Frank has killed 16,300 players above the normal level, earning him the titles of Normal Player Hunter, Rare Player Predator, Heroic Player Slayer, and Legendary Player Executioner. Even taking into account the achievements, the stats have increased too much. The Player Executioner increases all stats by 40%. Perhaps player kills are counted differently than monster kills. First, the body needs to be restored. Breaking news reports indicate that a 5th legendary-level monster has appeared in the Chinese city of Qinhuangdao, and residents of Qinhuangdao and surrounding areas are being evacuated. Frank has underestimated China too much. We need to finish this quickly and return to Korea. Minister Henry Lee is currently in isolation at home. Frank will deal with him tonight. Henry Lee was simply thrown away. He doesn't yet notice that his house has been broken into. They grab him. This is definitely Henry Lee. It is hung on the chandelier. He doesn't want to die like this. There is hope that someone will come to the rescue. Henry seemed to be heard. One of the attackers had half his head blown off. Frank attacks the second one. Henry is saved. He sees a rat man in front of him. It's amazing how such a weakling can be a minister. Apparently, they were secret agents, and Frank could take advantage of that. He starts tickling Henry to bring him back to his senses. Then he swings his clawed paw. This is the document that the hired killers had. Frank uses skills that affect the target's mind, rage, and charm. They dared to do something like that. Perhaps he wants revenge. Of course he wants to, and he must do it. He will expose the dirty deeds of those who wanted to kill him. He must take proper revenge by exposing their weaknesses on the internet. Henry will do so. It seems to have been much more effective than it seemed. We need to tell everything to journalists and the public. In the morning, journalists prepare for an interview with Henry. He leaves the house. He simply did everything as the party ordered. All this time, he followed their orders and worked like a dog, but the party decided to get rid of him. This secret document serves as evidence. This is a sensation. We need to go on air right now. The party sent secret agents to kill Henry. They even prepared a fake will. He will not allow himself to be cut off and made into a lamb for the slaughter. He will fight against party corruption and abuse of power. Here, Henry gets hit in the head. His murder is followed by an explosion. This is how they decided to cover their tracks. Now only the head of the Chinese Players Association remains. These are unfair accusations. Ben Xiak had no part in this time. The chairman believes him, but more than one or two people doubt him. This is really very unfair. The chairman will try to provide him with the best protection. Ben is grateful and will send the chairman a gift to please him. He says he will wait. What a greedy pig. The situation is not that serious, but this bastard did not deserve an easy death. It's unfair because Ben was as loyal as a dog. If only the players would unite under his command, he could destroy all these bastards. Someone's voice asks what has changed. Ben grabs his weapon and prepares to defend himself. If he doesn't want to die, he'd better throw down his weapon. They can make a deal. But if Ben continues to get on Frank's nerves, there will be no choice but to kill him as planned. He can talk, so he is a player. It doesn't matter. Ben asks what he wants. Frank will give him the power he so craves and kill the party leadership that Ben hates so much instead of him. And then Ben will take power into his own hands. He asks what is required of him. He must sign here. This is a soul contract. Once Ben signs it, he will become the Ratman's puppet. He thought that these were already favorable conditions for Ben. Just 10 years and then he will be free. Moreover, while the contract is in effect, Frank cannot harm him in any way. On the contrary, he will help him. In any case, even if Ben doesn't die by his hand, he's already finished and he knows it very well. The chances of success are very slim. Even if the Ratman kills the entire party leadership, the chances of Ben gaining power are still slim. Anything is possible. The hero who defeated the legendary level monster, the Ratman, who caused much harm to China, will be Ben. It will be a kind of performance. If everything works out, Chinese citizens and players will revere him as a god. Ben agrees. The Ratman invited him to join him. This is what will make Ben even stronger and strengthen the bond between them. Ben accepts the offer. It seems to be working. He has become even stronger. He will be loyal to the Ratman for 10 years. It would be a good idea to change his manner of speech. This relationship will end in 10 years anyway. And before that, Ben will squeeze as much benefit out of it as possible. For these 10 years, he will be the Ratman's faithful slave. Although limited in duration, it is a contract of obedience between leader and subject. It is unknown whether Ben will be able to discard all the stats and skills he acquires during this time. A month later, he comes to the party congress. They called a convention, and the heavens themselves favor Ben. I wonder how to get rid of them all at once. I can't believe that a Ratman could easily infiltrate a party congress. Even he would need quite a long time to overcome this level of security. Perhaps during this time, everyone will be able to escape. Frank never thought he'd get a chance like this. There are practically no players inside, so it will be quite simple. Frank will only kill the bad guys and be done with it. It's time to begin. A flash appears. The convention participants think that someone is using magic. It blows their heads off. Then Frank kills the man standing on the podium. There are several players among the participants of the Congress. There is an explosion. The attacker may have died, but this is not true. It makes a creepy sound. This is the cry of a rat man. He attacks. The players have no equipment. Frank uses lightning strike. The party members start to run. Frank will first figure out his goals. Now it's Ben's turn. They are running away again. China will fall if this monster is not dealt with here and now. To protect Chinese citizens, they must fight even at the cost of their own lives. Not bad. Even if they die here, they must fight so they can protect the civilians. Ben takes out his gun. Frank pretends to be ready to fight. They engage in a staged battle. The rat man seemed to be slower than last time. Perhaps he still hadn't fully recovered. They must help the head of the association so they can defeat the rat man. Everything is going as agreed. The explosion destroys the building, and everyone sees Ben and the defeated rat man. Those present begin to film the battle. Ben lets out a victory cry. The rat man has disappeared. He died. The head of the association, Ben Seok, was able to defeat a legendary level monster. He is a hero of China. The effect turned out to be even better than expected. The head of the association, Ben Seok, is a hero who single-handedly defeated the rat man, a legendary level monster, and his support as a presidential candidate has now increased. The capture of the military elite is complete, faster than Frank thought. This is because they know who is in charge here, and besides, there are a lot of people in the military who follow Ben. While this matter is still being talked about, it's better to sort everything out once and for all. Ben will sort it out. The party representatives are in the same boat with him, and the army has bowed its knees. Although there are still a couple of rebels left, this issue will soon be resolved. Frank asks if there will be a new president elected and if Ben can run for the position. It will be difficult to do now, but he could take the place of deputy chairman. There is no need to worry. His man may become the head of the country. Ben won't disappoint Frank. After a long time, he again fights monsters in the dungeon. Lucia fights alongside him. He has become much stronger, but to reach the mythical level, he will have to hunt stronger monsters. It might be worth going to Fukuoka. Lucia agrees that Frank has become stronger, all thanks to the points she gave him. She was just doing what she had to do. She also became stronger, all thanks to Frank's favor. Skill books haven't appeared yet. There are very few legendary level skill books on sale. That's enough for today, time to go back. Frank wanted to hunt a little more. If he spends another 3 hours, he will earn an achievement. Then he would break his daily routine. It would be better to continue tomorrow to catch even more monsters. But today, he needed to rest a little. Frank agrees. It's Monday. I think that's when Best Romance comes out. It's not because of the drama. Frank didn't say anything. Lucia will go first. It turns out she's very nice. Maybe we should invite Steven for a drink. Frank has 3 missed calls and a message from Alice. He completely forgot that he promised to treat her. He saw her message and decided to call. His phone was turned off, so Alice sent a message. Frank was in the dungeon. He is done with his seclusion and does not think China will act anytime soon. Frank asks when he can treat Alice. You can do it right now. Frank agrees. It was Alice Lair. Something must have happened again. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Frank must have been very busy lately. Alice hopes that his family members have come to their senses a little. They underwent a long course of rehabilitation and are now much better. Frank and Alice had almost finished dinner. Only then did Alice report that a 6th legendary level monster had appeared today. It appeared in the USA. Frank asks why Alice contacted him. They want him to come. In fact, they have been wanting to lure him over to their side for a very long time. They contacted them through the UN, but it was practically the same as if they had approached them directly. Frank asks to tell more about this. US government officials came to Alice and showed her his photograph. So they asked her specifically to send Frank. That's true, and frankly speaking, it's difficult to formally refuse. After all, Korea and the United States are allies who have signed a mutual defense agreement. But still, Frank is not a military man. That's why they met. Alice was tasked with convincing him thoroughly and strictly ensuring that he did not give in to US persuasion. It seems the association is in a very delicate situation. Alice appreciates your understanding. But this doesn't mean that Frank is obliged to fulfill the association's request. And besides, fighting the legendary monster is dangerous. This is true, so the association has prepared a decent compensation. To begin with, they will change the distribution of income from magic stones. He gets 100%. He could have simply taken everything for himself before. He will also be granted personal tax benefits. which he currently receives because he is registered under the auspices of the association. If Frank leaves, they disappear. So, they are proposing to remove the conditionality of these benefits, but he was already planning to renew his contract with the association. That's nice to hear. It's strange that this is all they have to offer. Nothing special. To be honest, Alice and Chairman Kim thought about it a lot and didn't find anything they could offer Frank personally. Then let them reveal their real cards. In fact, the initiative in this matter came from the government. The head of the association turned to them for help. The government then decided to propose a map of the ownership rights to the dungeon. All dungeons belong to the state. Until now, no organization or individual has been able to privatize a dungeon. Even the country's largest corporations were no exception. They simply skirted the law to use the dungeons as personal ones. The government decided to transfer ownership of one dungeon of his choice to Frank, completely and irrevocably. He can hunt alone, or he can open the entrance to other players and collect an entrance fee. The government will not interfere. One is not enough. Let there be three. The state had a hard time deciding to even hand over one dungeon. The annual profit from entrance tickets to a heroic tier dungeon exceeds the annual income of the average company. Then one heroic dungeon and two rare dungeons. Alice has already made it clear that she refuses. One heroic and one rare, that's the final offer. Frank is willing to compromise. This is not a concession. Then let Alice terminate the contract too. Maybe the government will give her a dungeon too. If the US wanted Alice as badly as they wanted Frank, it would be possible. But that's not the case. In any case, Frank decided to fly to the USA. Even if they sweetly persuade you, you should never give in and let him definitely come back. He will do so once he gets the dungeon. He can't just move to the US. By the way, nothing has been written on the internet yet about the legendary monster that appeared there. They say it's a hydra with 9 heads. So it is a snake type, judging by the classification. Great, just going there is already a benefit, and then there's also the right to the dungeon. Luckily, the area where the spatial portal opened is not a city, but a remote wasteland, so it seems there have been no casualties so far. So, for now, the Hydra is sitting quietly. She seems to be examining the surroundings, but does not show any active behavior. Frank asks when he has to fly out. Right now. So he set foot on US soil. The government thanks him for responding to their request. While he is in the US, an agent will accompany him. You can just call him Dave. First, he'll take Frank to the anti-Hydra headquarters. Frank follows him. There are a lot of people here. They say the United States is the most powerful country in the world in terms of raids, and it seems these are not empty words. William, the head of the Hydra Control Headquarters, is pleased to meet a legendary monster hunter. It is an honor for him. They haven't had any raids against monsters like this before, so Frank's guidance and help would be very useful. He will try to help as much as he can. Since he's here, it looks like the raid on the Hydra will go smoothly and without incident. Frank asks when the raid is planned to begin. Tomorrow at noon. The raid will begin with an artillery barrage, but if the Hydra suddenly changes route, events may begin earlier than planned. Frank will be assigned to the 1st Strike Force, a team comprised of the best rankers in the United States. It's late today, so Frank needs to get some good rest, and tomorrow he can get to know the others briefly. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to work together with the team in advance. Although Frank is listed in the 1st squad, he has a free role. In battle, he can act at his own discretion. It starts at noon. There is little time left. Frank will end this tonight. Perhaps William exalted him too much. This was an order from his superiors, and he is fully worthy of such words. One might think that he single-handedly killed all the legendary orcs, but it was he who made the greatest contribution. Their task is to make the best possible impression on Frank. They must cast aside their doubts and simply complete the task as required. The commander of the 1st Strike Force, number 1 in the US player rankings, appears. He asks what William can say about that brat. He doesn't know. He just does everything to make Frank feel comfortable on orders from above. I wonder how well he will do tomorrow. Possibly better than the number 1 player? If the legendary orcs had appeared in the USA, they would have been destroyed the first time. They would not have had to attack twice, as in Korea. They'll find out when they open the lid. Tomorrow they shouldn't be rude to Frank for no reason. Larry should try to behave normally, and shouldn't even think of calling him a brat. He understood everything. William need not worry. He suddenly demands that a full combat readiness regime be immediately introduced. 5 minutes ago, Frank came to the wasteland where the Hydra slept. A doppelganger is left in the room using the doppelganger requiem item to replace it. Here, Frank will be the goblin. The alibi is perfect. We need to catch the monster as soon as possible. Frank plunged the blade into him. The Hydra woke up with a scream. The bound item Dragon's Blood Blade has been upgraded to a unique legendary tier. The passive skill Blood and Steel has been increased to a unique legendary level. It seems that the monster's regeneration is also extremely fast. This guy is too slow. Hydra breathes fire. Perhaps now she will finally show her true strength. Something is wrong. Doesn't look like a legendary tier monster. It looks like he used powerful consumables with hard numbers before the fight. Even though he prepared the doping, Frank continues to suck out his strength and mana. In this case, you can attack. Frank rains blows on the Hydra. He cuts her body. He single-handedly defeated a top-tier name monster that was over 400 levels higher than him. And as a reward, he received the titles of the first legendary rank level destroyer and the one who single-handedly defeated Heracles' Hydra. The achievement has been properly counted. This is indeed a legendary rank name. Perhaps he was not in his best shape. However, that legendary Amugi ran several hundred kilometers a day, sowing chaos. Frank returns to his hotel room. Everything seems to be in order here too. It all sucked up just fine. 2 achievements and 4 legendary items. Here comes Frank. Another monster, presumably of legendary rank, appeared and killed the Hydra. If so, then he is certainly of legendary rank. It would be nice, but intelligence believes that this monster is even higher than the legendary one. They may have mistaken Frank for a mythical rank monster. The new monster dealt with the Hydra without any difficulty. Actually, she wasn't in the best shape. It's unbelievable he killed the legendary monster in just 10 minutes. Even Frank was shocked. The problem is that he disappeared immediately after the hunt. No one knows when and where he will appear again. If he appears, America will turn into hell. Frank is actually here, and he's not going to turn America into hell. Due to the skill used by the monster, the battle was not properly captured on camera, making it difficult to even determine what kind of monster it was. According to the experts' analysis, it is a humanoid monster, approximately 4 to 5 feet tall. For now, they plan to maintain a high alert status and hope for Frank's cooperation. The prolonged state of alarm without progress caused serious discontent. Due to the retention of high-level players and rankers, even high-level dungeons in the US have begun to show signs of monster waves. As a result, the US federal government lifted the state of alarm and disbanded the rankers and high-level players. Since Frank was already in the US, he might as well at least do some sightseeing. He doesn't think he has time for it. He had already had enough rest. He needed to return to Korea and hunt. You can do this here too. They have more dungeons than in Korea. Frank will also be exempt from taxes here. William asks him to stay in the US for a while longer until the situation is fully resolved. All expenses during his stay here will be covered by the US federal government. They have already received permission from the Korean government. The Hydra has been killed, but the threat from the monsters has not yet been completely eliminated. Well, and while we're at it, Frank would like to invite a friend to the US. Of course he can do it. And all the expenses for his stay will also be covered by the federal government. This kind of reception is the least they can do for a person who came to protect the United States. The president ordered that Frank be kept at all costs. Frank was just about to go hunting in the American dungeons. He would call Lucia, and they would clear all the unconquered dungeons. Lucia is arriving. Frank treats her to delicious things she's never tried before. Then he shows her the sights. They are observed, and photographs are taken. Together with Lucia, Frank fights monsters in the dungeon. He hasn't returned. It's been more than 3 months since he left for the USA. Alice doesn't know why he doesn't come back. She was the closest to him in the association. If she doesn't know, no one else knows. They are not close at all. Kim asks if Alice called Frank. She says she did. He said that since he was already in the USA, he would calmly take in the sights and return, and asked not to worry. Kim asks what's so interesting there that it would take so long to rest. Alice doesn't know. She's become a bit prickly. Maybe she has feelings for Frank. Apparently, this is true, and now she is behaving this way because of jealousy. There can be no talk of any jealousy. Besides, Alice is much older. The human heart is not so easy to control. There is no need to be so embarrassed. The head and the heart initially live their own lives. The head says, "You shouldn't do this," and the heart does as it wants. This is wrong. Now it's clear why Alice was so prickly. Kim will solve this problem for her. She asks how he will solve it. Yes, it's that simple. Alice needs to go too. Let him go to the USA and meet Frank there. Alice asks what to do next. Of course, be with him all the time, but under no circumstances show that you were jealous. It goes without saying that Alice asks what exactly she needs to do when she goes to the US, meets Frank, and is with him. Of course, we need to persuade him to return to Korea. Let Alice also have a good rest with him and then come back. There is no need to worry about expenses, they can afford it. So there is no need to slander them to Frank in vain, and she needs to get rid of this feeling of resentment. After all, Alice was offended that she couldn't get something from the United States for free, and she probably thought that she was at a loss by remaining loyal to Korea in vain. They can send her on vacation to the US as many times as they want and will support her expenses without limitation. Kim will not treat her any differently from now on. Even if he had to kneel before the VIP, he would get Alice unofficial ownership of the dungeon and would henceforth give her the same as Frank. So there is no need to be jealous of him. It was very foolish of Alice to trust a man like Kim. She's leaving. It seems like she was really offended. I should have treated her better. It's incredible that Alice considered this man reliable. Frank receives a message. They say Alice Lair is coming. The association is acting quite aggressively. Apparently, they felt alarmed by Frank's actions. This is not surprising. If Alice is coming, it might be worth returning to Korea. It'll take a fair amount of long-distance travel scrolls. But Frank can easily afford such expenses, since he already spends them on trips to Korea and back. Since Alice arrives at 10 in the morning local time, we can have breakfast and go meet her. Lucia will go to her room, get ready to go out and return. Alice arrives. She didn't expect Frank to meet her. He asks why she came. Of course, she came because of him. Alice asks when he will return to Korea. Frank doesn't know. Life in the USA is too comfortable. He can't imagine when he will return. In this case, he can stay longer. Until he returns to Korea, Alice will also live here. Frank didn't expect this. There might be some reason why Alice can't be around him. That's not the point. Then there are no problems. Alice came on vacation, so she needs to take a good walk around America. She booked a room at the same hotel where Frank was staying. It's very convenient. Then they will go together. He will help carry the luggage. Lucia will carry it herself. Alice thanks her. Frank could carry it himself. It's better to just go to the hotel. Lucia will rest in her room. Frank and Alice should rest too. So that means they are in different rooms with Lucia. The US government pays for your accommodations, so there's no need to share a room. And even without this, they have money to pay for their stay. Alice will contact Frank later. He can show her the local sites. Then they will see each other at lunch. Frank will take her to a good place to eat. So Alice Lair really did come to the United States. That's right, she met Frank right at the airport. Judging by the fact that they stayed in neighboring rooms, they will continue to act together. It might be worth trying to lure Alice too. She is a person with a strong sense of patriotism. All their previous attempts to lure her have failed. It is unlikely that she will succumb to this. First of all, they need to return Frank to Korea. They don't even have a reason to keep him. But if they put pressure on the Korean government, they might be able to extend his stay. There was no need for that. If he had been like Alice, perhaps William would have held him by force. But he is not one of those at all. He already has a lot of sympathy for the United States. If they continue to invite him under various pretexts and arouse sympathy, then it is quite possible that he will stay in the United States permanently. There is no need to resort to harsh methods and instill in him a negative attitude towards their country. It's necessary to provide comfort not only for Frank, but also for Alice. Recruitment is unlikely to succeed, but establishing a relationship with such a player certainly won't hurt. Someone is coming in. William asks what happened. They have a serious problem. A creature of supposedly legendary rank has been spotted in the spatial rift where the Hydra appeared. This is a red dragon. They tried to attack him with missiles. The dragon released flames. The missiles exploded. Then they launched projectiles at the dragon. But he destroyed them too. Without encountering any more obstacles, the dragon flew into the city. He began to incinerate everything and everyone around him. Now it's moving towards Seattle. It's burning every city it passes through. The US military's countermeasures are not having any effect and seem unable to cause any significant damage. The players have already gathered. Everything is going quickly. Fortunately, they will be able to gather everyone before the Red Dragon arrives in Seattle. It's good that its flight speed is not too high. They turn to Frank for help. He was already on his way in a fighter. Player Alice Lair also agreed to help and is now on her way too. William hopes that everything will go well. Frank and Alice arrive at the scene. It's a disaster if the dragon is of divine rank. It has been established that his rank is legendary. They have no chance in an air battle. They plan to concentrate their attack on its wings and take the fight to the ground. If they fail, they will try to lure him to the ground and attack him there, and we will have to hope that the provocation works. It looks like he hasn't been damaged yet. Truckers are told to prepare for interception. It's incredible. This monster doesn't even come close to the orc leader. A multitude of magical projectiles fly at the dragon. Powerful explosions are heard. Time for the decisive blow. The dragon appears right in front of the players as if nothing had happened. We need to use defensive skills. The dragon breathes fire. The players took cover behind the barrier, but these wings are ruining everything. Another group of players attacks from above. Those standing on the ground distract the dragon, but he still notices the players in the air. He breathes fire, which they manage to dodge. William asks how many casualties there are. Not a single one, everyone is alive. The dragon dives again, everyone attack. Frank joins the attackers. Alice is here too. She strikes the dragon's leg. It emits a deafening roar. The dragon rises into the air. All players are alive. However, the dragon is going to use a new tactic. He slams his giant tail into the ground, crushing players. The rest are eager to kill him, but the blades can't even scratch his skin. Alice goes on the attack again. Then Frank attacks. Attacks have no effect. 9 hours later, the dragon continues to spread death. He killed most of the players. The rest are running out of strength. However, the dragon does not look tired at all. The evacuation of Seattle and the surrounding area is complete. William allows entry. Further losses are pointless. The dragon continues to rage. A national state of emergency is declared. William asks for more explanation. All this enormous magical power is used exclusively for protection. Fire breath seemed to be the only means of long-range attack. The danger was not as serious as expected. It's dangerous for normal people, but not for high-level players. In terms of danger, it's roughly the same level as a rare rank monster's attack skills. However, his physical abilities are quite threatening, apparently. The powerful force emanating from his gigantic body is his main weapon, but his speed should be assessed at the level of a heroic rank monster. For tanks with pumped-up health stats, this is dangerous. A melee dealer with a high agility stat can easily dodge attacks, so it's just a strategic threat. It turns out that you can form a squad mainly of melee dealers. This is expected to reduce casualties among players more quickly, but then the firepower will be greatly reduced. The melee dealers could fight while carrying the ranged dealers on their backs, and when the ranged dealers ran out of mana, the melee dealers could attack. That's not bad, but even if they do so, it is unknown whether they will be able to penetrate the Red Dragon's defense. They had encountered many monsters with high defense, but this was the first time they had encountered one like this. If you remove the red aura, you can deal damage, but it seems impossible. Perhaps it's time to return to Korea now. It seems like the raid on the Red Dragon will be of great benefit. We need to study the strategy a little more, and if it seems impossible, they will come back. Then Alice will report to the Korean Hunters Association that Frank will return. He can't sleep. If you miss a legendary rank monster of average difficulty now, you never know when it will appear again. Anti-dragon armor, created using magic for hunting dragon-class monsters, is now on sale, priced at 9 billion points. Frank thought they only sold monster drops here, but it turns out they even sell snacks. People in the comments say the armor really does protect well, but since dragons see it as a snack, it's not just about the price, and it's edible. It might be worth buying them. Frank buys armor. They look like a giant piece of meat, although huge, but perhaps too small for a red dragon. First, they need to be tested. The dragon is attacked with projectiles again. The American military is doing a pretty good job too. Frank retrieves the armor from the dimensional storage. Then he throws the bait on the ground. The dragon smells. Excellent instincts, even though everything around smelled of gunpowder. The dragon grabs the snack. Now we have to try. Frank plunges the blade into the armor. They take the form of a ball. The main thing is that the dragon gets really angry. Having eaten his fill, he went to bed. He wakes up smelling the scent again. A ball of meat is rolling towards him. The dragon was really angry. He starts to beat his tail and crush stones. For now, Frank will join the attack group. You need to avoid a head-on collision and focus on preventing the target from switching to other objects. William declares combat readiness. Shells are flying at the dragon again. This is followed by magical attacks. The related item, Dragon Cannon, has been upgraded to legendary rank. It finally worked. It's good that it worked out. We need to continue to monitor closely. William calls for an intensified attack. There is an effect. Now only melee dealers attack. Even if you fight in 2 shifts, it's still not easy. It seems the dragon is almost finished off. The rank of the associated item Dragon Cannon has increased. It seems that it is impossible to upgrade to mythical rank, but that is understandable. He only absorbed the blood of 2 legendary dragons. The attacks are happening. Finally, the dragon takes damage. Player number 1 rushes into attack. He delivers the decisive blow. Now it's time to finish off the dragon. It worked. They took him down. That's why you can't pick and eat everything in sight. I wonder how many legendary items dropped. There should be at least 3 or 4. Maybe the purple aura skill will drop. William found the dropped skill book, but for some reason he is not happy about it. William throws the book. One of the players catches her, but he also throws down the book after looking at it. Something strange is happening. Player number 1 takes the book. This is a steel skin skill book, rare rank, worth $300,000. That's all that fell out. Even until the very last blow, the blade sucked everything out. A unique legendary rank dragon blood sword that restores the owner's health and mana by absorbing the blood of the dragon race. Continuously absorbing the blood allows the item to grow. The magic of the blue dragon, the Imugi root, and the Blair guild member have combined to surpass their limits. The active skills Dragon Blood and Dragon Rupture are available for use. The active skill Legendary Rank Dragon Blood Claw releases claws created from Dragon Blood. Can only be activated if you have Dragon Blood. The President rewards Frank and Alice for their participation in the victorious battle. They are returning to Korea. Frank meets with his family and Jack. It's a shame about the time wasted on the plane. That's true. Both time and points are too valuable to waste. Although one move costs 20 billion points, there is nothing that can be done about it. Now that they're here, we need to get the most out of them. For some reason, player Frank Neumann is not present at the award ceremony. He's been through a lot in America. Maybe he just needs time to recover. And player Alice Lair seems to spend almost all her time in dungeons. This bastard, without even being officially appointed, comes to Kim and carries this crap. It is a personal choice for each player whether to hunt in dungeons or not. Kim is the chairman of the association and therefore cannot dictate what to do and what not to do. Although Chen is a candidate for minister, he is essentially already a minister, that is, Kim's immediate superior. But he speaks to him very disrespectfully. If a boss points out a mistake, a subordinate should apologize and say that he will fix it. For some reason, the first thing Kim does is justify himself and his face turns to stone. Perhaps Chen's words were unpleasant to him. The Players Association and ordinary players are not in a subordinate relationship. The fact of signing an agreement does not give the right to dictate whether to hunt or not. Chen asks why then give subscription money and pay salaries at all. When a crisis situation arises, the first to respond are players affiliated with the association, and they also serve as part of the emergency response team. Then it would be better to declare an emergency mobilization. The association is now at a complete loss. People's taxes cannot be wasted like this. Wasting taxes is too harsh a word. The Players Association has never squandered taxes. If Chen is so worried, he can conduct an audit after taking office as minister. Then this question is settled. But the fact that a player who received huge signing money and salary is slacking off is negligence that needs to be corrected immediately. Kim says she will try. The official inauguration of the minister is coming soon, and we need to get all the players who are subordinate to the association and participated in the legendary raid to attend, including that guy Frank Neumann. Kim understood Chen. The Players Association is run by a damn incompetent guy. When the minister orders something, you have to say that it will be done. This time the budget was cut because the state budget is not enough. Their country's annual budget cannot be so insufficient, and the funds currently being used were approved last year. The budget hasn't been cut, there's just not enough money right now. There is something that needs to be looked at. This is a photo of people showing how much money they have. A little more and it will be possible to cross over to Canada. The monsters continue to attack. Lucia wields a shield and sword. Frank attacks from above. He single-handedly defeated 10,000 high-level elite monsters, and as a reward, he received the title of Ultimate Equipment Merchant. Frank and Lucia emerge from the dungeon. Red Cross members are asking whether the contract with the Players Association can be terminated. To tell the truth, they ignored them. But everyone was developing quickly on their own, so there must be another reason. Looks like I need to go to Korea and sort this out. Funding has been delayed for over a month, and salaries from the association have not been received for 2 months. Frank calls Alice and tells her about the problem. Some unfortunate things just happened. It's somehow awkward to talk about this over the phone. It's better to meet in person. Frank heard that the Red Cross members had also not received their salaries for a month, and that their support had also stopped. Alice asks if Frank knows that the government has changed. Of course he knows. He voted too. It seems the new government wants to cut down on the Players Association. Government subsidies have been cut sharply, to the point that it is difficult to maintain the current level. At first they thought that this was the new minister's arbitrariness, but this was not the case. The Players Association is under pressure from all sides at the government level, with cuts in subsidies and audits, and articles criticizing the association appearing every day. The government has gone crazy. At first, Alice thought so too, but they have a clear goal and they attack. Their goal is to reduce the size of the Players Association and to cause a brain drain. They have this goal, and Alice says they are not crazy. It's just her guess, but she thinks there have been illegal deals between the current government and large corporations. If the association were to shrink or disappear, the largest guilds would benefit the most. After all, this is a complete privatization of a state-owned enterprise. Alice agrees. It is unlikely that people will tolerate this calmly. Public opinion is divided, and people who have understood the government's intentions are indeed protesting. But the opinion that the Players Association needs to be reformed is also very widespread. Due to the manipulation of public opinion, the association has become an axis of evil. So the opinion about the need for reform is gaining even more strength. The opposition initially resisted strongly, but then gave in, and they probably got something. It's painful. In fact, due to the damage caused during the raid on the orcs, public opinion is not very good. Although it is said that people admire gamers, they are considered a privileged class and are not liked by many. The country may not need to save the Players Association. Frank might just eat her. They will be able to provide full support. I wonder who has more resources, China or local corporations? Although even if all Korean companies unite, it is unlikely to be enough. Frank said he understood the association's internal affairs perfectly well and suddenly decided to terminate the contract. He understands the situation, but he can't wait forever. On the other hand, they say that the Portal Control Department has literally grabbed hold of Frank and won't let him go. He heard that Alice has also become their priority target. She gets tons of offers for scouting. They are just trying to lure her away. So she refused everyone. These are the ones who have driven the association into a dead end. It cannot give in to them. It looks like Alice wants to get revenge on them. Frank has just the right way to really piss them off. But first he wants to propose something. He asks if Alice has considered joining the guild Frank founded. But Alice has no intention of leaving the association. It's not just because of patriotism. She can't just abandon her comrades. And she doesn't intend to watch the association completely collapse. Then let him bring all his comrades. It would be great if Chairman Kim joined too. Alice seems to understand what Frank is up to, but she has no intention of abandoning any player from the association. Then the Empty One will simply bring everyone who is in it. It's not that simple. Officially, the association has more than 5,000 players, and that's not counting those in service. Even large corporations have smaller guilds, averaging around 450 people. Frank seems to have envisioned a guild as a kind of player co-op, but gathering everyone together and creating a guild with private funds is unrealistic. Frank didn't plan to create a cooperative guild. He will offer the players from the association not the same conditions as now, but better ones. So let them all go to him as a team. Frank meets with Alice and Kim. He will ask directly how he plans to put both the government and corporations in their place. Kim seems to be having a hard time coming to terms with the loss of the association. But if public opinion can be changed, then the association will be able to maintain its current image. And Frank won't have to interfere. He won't have to create a new guild and worry about it. Kim asks him to at least think about the country and help them just once. First, you just need to listen to Frank. The information he collected is almost no different from what Kim already knows. Frank failed to find evidence of a deal between the government and large corporations. The reason the government wants to reduce the association's influence is to support corporations. They are even extracting personnel from the prosecutor's office and the courts, and they are particularly actively targeting Frank and Alice. But all this could fall apart if the association slips out of government control and becomes a private guild, managed individually. They will simply change the sign and come out with the same lineup. Even if it is possible, Kim is against it. A private guild will act only for its own benefit. It will not be able to make decisions that are detrimental to itself, even for the sake of the country's future. Even if the organization is state-owned, it is the same. Frank is completely silent about the portal control department. Even in subordinate structures such as the dungeon management and player management, corruption is rampant. Frank apologizes for being so frank, but the Players Association is the same. Kim can't argue with that, but he believes the benefits outweigh the costs and corruption needs to be fought. It only grows bigger and bigger. If Kim joins the guild that Frank is creating, he will give him the position of guildmaster, and Alice will give him the position of deputy. The players' trust level in Kim and Alice is very high. Guild management is also completely in their hands. They can create reserve squads. They can support new players in order to train personnel for the country. Frank will not interfere. Kim doesn't think that's possible given the Players Association's annual budget. Frank is confident that the amount is impressive, but the initial investment will be large, and he does not expect losses. He was in the US, and there were plenty of people there willing to invest. If Frank officially announced that he was creating a guild, he would immediately collect 30 trillion won. This is a very large sum. Frank thought that was more than enough. This is, of course, a lot of money, but you can't call this amount something supernatural either. There are more than 500 high-level players directly affiliated with the association. The contract advance payment will cost approximately 30 billion won per person, with 15 trillion won just for the advance payment to high-level players. You also have to take into account their annual salaries, and if you add to that the advance and monthly payments to mid- and low-level players, then 30 trillion is a rather limited budget. So that's why Kim said this money was not enough. Apparently, Frank didn't make himself clear enough. He wasn't talking about one, but about stone dollars. After the appearance of dimensional gates and monsters, the world changed dramatically, and the US government, taking advantage of the situation, issued stone dollars, a currency backed by magical stones. This was done to bypass the Federal Reserve System, which issues dollars. After the introduction of the stone dollar, the position of the regular dollar was significantly weakened. As a result, the stone dollar began to be preferred in the international arena. All the investors Frank works with are foreigners. 30 trillion stone dollars is about 300 trillion won. This amount should fully satisfy Kim's expectations. He's not sure that 300 trillion won will really be invested in Frank's guild. Frank calls someone and says that he is going to create his own guild. He asks if he can get the promised investment right now. He will send in a message and invoice from an investment company registered in his name. About 30 trillion stone dollars were received. Frank shows Kim the bill. So he really wasn't joking. He hardly seems like the kind of person who would lie to such respected people. The amount is simply too large to take at face value, and to be honest, Kim still doubts that this banking app is real. It's real, there's no doubt about it. But there is one point that Kim would like to clarify. Those investors who have invested such sums may try to interfere with the management of the guild. They won't be able to do this. They have already transferred the money and have no reason to interfere. The most important thing for them is that the guild gets on track and brings in a stable income. They may decide to withdraw their investment. This is also excluded. It is clearly stated in the contract that there will be no interference in management, and unilateral withdrawal of investments is impossible. If this all goes down, they might have Frank in their clutches, and the US government might be behind it. In this case, they are simply obliged to improve the work of the guild. Under no circumstances can they lose these investments. They can't let Frank get taken by the Americans. He's completely on the hook. Frank asks if Kim can convince the players who work directly with the association. Convincing everyone will not be easy, but most of them are quite possible. Then we need to start. Whatever one may say, lifting the restrictions was the right decision. Players simply hunt in dungeons and bring back magic stones. If the association's chairman had used his brains even a little, he could have gotten the full benefit of this honey. Frank Newman and Alice Lair terminated their contracts with the Players Association, so Chen fulfilled all his previous promises. All this became possible only thanks to him. Larry will definitely thank him. There is no need for this. Chen gets a call. It's Larry again. Frank Newman and Alice Lair are already members of some guild. This is no longer within Chen's competence. It looks like some other company has decided to poach them. Larry himself just said he would sort everything out. If they had simply been lured away by others, he would have understood and turned a blind eye to it. But the leader of the guild they joined, Kim Seong, was the former head of the Players Association. Moreover, Frank and Alice were not the only ones who joined this guild. All the high-level players they were supposed to recruit first moved to the guild led by Kim Seong. It's unclear how Chen is even doing business, since in the end, they won't get anything. It was Larry's fault. Chen was just doing his part, everything according to the agreement. Larry asks if he can tell the chairman exactly what Chen just said. He must urgently begin collecting information about the guild that Kim created and destroy it by any means necessary. Even if there are no leads, they need to be created. If everything falls through, the chairman of other companies will not stand aside either. Chen will do his best. If he wants to live in peace after leaving his post as minister, he had better do his job properly. Soon, information is gathered for Chen about a guild called Immortal. The authorized capital is only 100 billion. Maybe Frank and Alice were taken in as friends. Frank has always been considered a loner who acts on his own. It's strange why he suddenly did this. Kim Seong doesn't have any shares in the guild. He's a completely nominal guildmaster. Chen asks who is the main shareholder of the Immortal Guild then. This is player Frank Neumann. As expected, Kim reaped all the benefits. He transferred 1,500 people out of 5,000 employees of the association. That's what authority means. But he can't stop there. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, Frank will take full advantage of it. Poaching rankers is like declaring war on large guilds. Perhaps it is too hasty a decision. As soon as they lured high-level players from the association, it was already the beginning of the war. Then they will bring here the players with whom they are negotiating, and only then will they begin to act. This is impossible. Those who are still hesitant can be forgotten. They don't even think about going over to their side. Frank himself said that it was possible to take all the players from the association. It's still valid, but he can't put off recruiting rankers for the sake of it. Kim has some ranker friends. Although most of them are not particularly interested in power, there is no limit on contracts. You can spend all 300 trillion won. If anything, they will get more. There are a lot of people who regret not investing earlier. Then the price for rankers will skyrocket. In fact, these prices have long been inflated by large corporations. Although, to be honest, theirs are still below international standards. So we need to raise the stakes as high as possible. So high that large corporations will go nuts. They didn't expect Immortal to start luring away their people. Larry calls Chen. He clearly said to resolve the issue with the Immortal Guild at any cost. No apologies, Osun is not a laughing stock. The thing is that there is nothing to cling to at all, they were just founded. The problem is that Chen is trying to act legally. He can falsify evidence and cancel the guild's registration. They say big corporations are scary, but Frank didn't expect them to be this scary. This is the chairman of the Immortal Guild's Advisory Council, and the conversation was recorded. Larry drops the phone. What a rude guy. He cut off the call in the middle of the conversation. Looks like Chen is already a corpse. Frank was the reason the Prime Minister lost his job, and he should have been kept under surveillance from the moment it became clear it was him. Chen is in deep trouble. He even secretly smuggled black money out from under the president's nose. It's unclear how he plans to live in this country at all. Frank asks if there is anything in the president's documents that could send him to jail in an instant, something that neither the prosecutor's office nor the media would be able to hush up. Chen doesn't know, there's nothing like that. After all, he is one of the people who is closest to the president. Maybe there is something weaker. He must have at least some compromising information on the president, not counting black accounting or accounts in the names of fictitious persons. If others also know about this, then Chen won't even be suspected. He admits that there is incriminating evidence. When the president was a member of parliament, he fatally struck a man while drunk driving and tried to secretly bury the body. He took it to the mountains to bury it, but fell asleep right there due to his drunkenness, and then arranged everything to make it look like an ordinary accident. He blamed the driver, who wasn't even there and who was paid off and kept quiet. He emigrated to the Philippines and disappeared from the radar. Frank asks if there is any evidence of this accident. Chen has black box video from the scene. There is more than enough evidence, but the press will remain silent, and the prosecutor's office will pretend that it sees nothing. So it's best to post this video on YouTube. Chen is doing a terrible job of handling things, so maybe we should start looking for a replacement for the Minister of Dimensional Gate Management right now. President Paul Harper entrusted him with this task, and that's all he's capable of doing. Frank Neumann learned of Chen's weakness. But in reality, this is Paul's weakness. Frank got the black box video from the Lin Mei case. Paul doesn't even remember who she is. This is an incident that happened when he was a deputy, a traffic accident. Paul asks how Frank got this video. It seems the driver made a copy and kept it just in case, as insurance. But that bastard disappeared in the Philippines. Chen himself doesn't know about this. Here's the black box video Frank used to threaten him. He said he wanted to meet the president in person and talk. Maybe it's worth just meeting him for now. First, you need to listen to his conditions. And after the video is completely destroyed, Paul will deal with him. Chen will do his best if given time. Frank comes to the Blue House. He is shown into the office. He sits down immediately. Apparently, he doesn't know the rules of decency. It seems that Paul hasn't figured out the situation yet. He still hasn't figured out who's in charge here and who's the subordinate. No need for unnecessary emotions. Frank isn't asking you to help the Immortal Guild, so don't interfere in their affairs. Frank found dirt on the president and already imagined himself to be in charge of the situation. But we shouldn't go too far. The president can remove people like him at any moment. Frank just needs to leak the video and go abroad, because the US continues to beckon him. Paul could tear his guild Immortal to pieces. Then Frank will simply transfer her to the USA. They will be only too happy to accept them. He did offer to negotiate peacefully, and in fact, he is not eager to leave Korea either. He plans to establish himself here permanently. For example, by taking on the Players Association's responsibilities for supervision or the formation of reserve teams. And Paul, of course, wanted to entrust tasks such as maintaining public order to large corporate guilds. Let him convey this to the Immortal Guild. There are simply no words. Frank can leak the video if he wants, but he better be prepared. Paul will make it so that he cannot live in this country. It's a pity, because he was planning to pay much more than large corporations. He has 30 trillion stone dollars in his overseas account, and if Paul does everything right, Frank will give him about 1 trillion for his efforts. He has already spent tens of trillions just on attracting rankers. This is true. We need to persuade the deputies from all parties to transfer powers to the Immortal Guild. Corporations will pay a maximum of 1 or 2 trillion won. Paul asks if Frank is sure he can keep that promise. This is a secret account in a Swiss bank. If everything goes smoothly, it will belong to Paul. The bank book will remain with him. When everything works out, Frank will tell him the password. You can check the authenticity of the book as much as you like. In a few days, Paul will call him. Frank advises you to think carefully about whose side it is more profitable to take. He's leaving. Paul orders that an expert be called immediately to check the authenticity of the bank book. Frank promised Chen 100 billion stone dollars if everything worked out. We must convince Paul at any cost. Soon, Frank is called to the Blue House. He believes that Paul made the right choice. He simply has to make decisions for the future of the country. Frank said he would tell me the password to the bank book when it was all over. Once the job is done to the best of my ability, this savings book will belong to Paul. But to convince members of parliament, a small advance will be needed. Paul will have to deal with this on his own. Frank has already handed him 1 trillion stone dollars. But he can't use this money right now. Even if you just show him a savings book with 1 trillion in the account, members of parliament will themselves switch to Paul's side. But such matters require complete secrecy. This money no longer belongs to Frank. Paul understood him. He would deal with this issue himself. The promise to hand over the password immediately after the completion of the case must be strictly fulfilled. If Frank doesn't tell me the password, this money will be dead weight. Paul looks forward to a fruitful collaboration. They shake hands. Frank uses psychometry. He sees Paul celebrating after receiving a lot of money. So, I collected everything in one place. This is an investment worth 10 trillion won. Paul calls Chen. He asks how much money is in his shell accounts. As far as Chen knows, just under 100 billion. This money will have to be spent on bribing members of parliament. This Immortal Guild again. It appears the presidential administration received a promise of generous compensation from them. It was necessary to find out about this in advance and cut off their oxygen supply. Larry orders immediate contact with the press. How furious they are, making the scandal with the illegal private contract of the Immortal Guild the topic of the day. If so, then it's time for Frank to strike. Emergency alert, a monster wave has begun in Guangjin. A legendary rank monster may have appeared. Alice calls and asks if Frank has heard the news. He is already heading to the scene. Alice also goes there with the team. If they had been contacted, they would have been able to react in time. But for some reason, they remain silent. Frank seems to have an idea why. He will be there in about 3 minutes. This is a dungeon in the territory of the 5 Stars Guild. Their defense is a complete mess. Frank attacks the wyverns. Someone is filming it. The man in the brown cloak single-handedly scattered a flock of wyverns. The monster attacks the players. Frank attacks him. The heroic rank gate created such chaos that it was unclear how they organized their defense. Frank won't let this go. He single-handedly killed the named monster of the heroic tier, the red wyvern postra. Now he will see what's going on with the drop. A unique heroic rank Book of Flame has dropped. allowing the caster to freely control fire at will and can be developed by absorbing fire-type skills and items. The active skills Fire Spear and Firestorm have been absorbed by the Book of Flames skill. The players thank Frank for saving them. These people are not guilty of anything. Frank asks them to gather around him and pull up the wounded. It activates great healing. It's incredible how high his magic stat is. If he can support healing on such a scale, it means that his spiritual strength is simply incredible. Most likely, his strength and agility are also at a high level. The views are simply out of this world. An illegal deal between the dungeon management staff and the 5-star guild has been uncovered. But this video became a much bigger sensation. The incident with the wyvern wave from the dungeon was broadcast live via a stream from one of the eyewitnesses. It turned out that this player was a member of the Immortal Guild. Frank didn't expect anyone to be filming right in the middle of the fight. This turned out to be a success for their guild, as public opinion completely shifted to their side. By the way, Kim had no idea that Frank's skills were so high. I wonder when he managed to level up so much. It's a secret. Kim already knows that Frank has a lot of secrets, and he has no intention of delving into them. We just need to, as before, do everything possible for the sake of our homeland. Frank didn't exactly work hard for his country, but he still remains in Korea and does not plan to immigrate to another country. Besides, he played a huge role in this incident with the wyverns, as well as in the legendary raid before that. If a player is good at killing monsters, there is nothing more to wish for. This guy is definitely the same breed as Alice, only his case is more advanced. Requests to join the Immortal Guild are pouring in, and even mid- and low-level players who were previously cool to them are now showing keen interest. Kim will not accept everyone, even if they do. The conditions will not be as good as before. He is no longer the head of the Players Association, not a civil servant receiving a salary from citizens' taxes, but a person spending investor funds. He does not intend to cause losses either to Frank or other investors. His views changed greatly, but among those players he rejects, there may be a real diamond in the rough. Then they will simply make the offer again. Large corporations often do this. But once they sign an official contract as an authorized organization, the situation will, of course, change. Then they will work with government money and will no longer be able to waste it. Sometime later, a ceremony to sign the Transfer of Authority Agreement took place in the Spatial Gate Management Office. Chen's term expires in less than a year, and he's already preparing to leave. If they are so obsessed with money, they would be better off going into business. Chen will soon become the owner of a fortune worth 1 trillion. The contract was successfully signed. Paul saw it on TV, and at the moment the contract was signed, Frank Neumann received a message. It looks like he was watching the broadcast too. He will soon contact Chen too. He actually receives a message. Then they run into the president's office. A list of secret funds used to recruit friendly organizations during the presidential elections has been leaked online. And that's not all. Information about the slush fund that Paul received while serving as an MP has also appeared online. Paul says to block it at any cost, but the information manages to fly around the country, and the people demand that Paul be removed from office as president. He's flying to Switzerland. President Paul Harper, who is under indictment, is subject to removal from office. The main thing is that there is money. Paul came to the bank. The employee offers to walk him out. Paul was arrested red-handed for forging private documents. The fake savings book was made very skillfully, but you can't fool them with that. Paul resists. As a result, he gets hit. He was also charged with obstructing the performance of official duties. Soon, the news reports that former President Paul Harper has been arrested in Switzerland for forgery and resisting police. The big corporations thought they could get away with it this way. Frank would give them everything back in full. The presidential debates begin. One of them promises that if he is elected, he will arrest and bring to justice all those involved. For now, we can focus on hunting. Frank gets a call from Inakuso. They want to ask him for help. The people's demands are so high that politicians will have to act proactively. The Japanese government will likely intervene at an official level. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Dimensional Gateway plan to visit Korea in person. Inakuso will also go there as an accompanying person. The Korean government is unlikely to have the strength to negotiate now. They will first meet with the acting prime minister and ask for help. And then they will go to the Immortal Guild to ask them for help. If they liberate the Kyushu region, then the ownership of part of the dungeons in this region may be transferred to them. Frank asks to entrust this matter completely to him. Even if Kim makes a decision, it will all be over if the chairman of the advisory committee refuses. Frank has no intention of giving up. Kim takes him to the meeting. It was a great honor to meet player Frank Newman. The foreign minister pleads for help for Japan. These bastards are trying to play on pity in order to get a free ride. Frank will help them. He is an angel sent from heaven. He will be called the hero of Kyushu. However, he has one urgent matter, and he will not be able to go to Japan right now. He would like to start in about 3 months. The Japanese people want to reclaim Kyushu Island as soon as possible. And Frank must empathize with the desperate Japanese citizens. And this is said by those who waited until the last minute. Frank would be happy to do so, but he really has very important business. The foreign minister asks what this is all about. This is a very important issue that needs to be resolved. Frank will finish in 3 months. If it's about money, then there's no need to worry. It will compensate for all the losses Frank will incur by helping Japan. It's quite a hefty sum. They might have to hand over all the dungeons in the Kyushu region to him. The Minister of Spatial Gates is puzzled as to why such a huge compensation is required. Frank can't say that because he has his own life too. When he finishes his business, he will help them for free. Perhaps the invasion of Honshu should be revealed right now. By the way, if something was hidden from Frank or he was lied to, he will never help Japan. If there is an emergency in the country, you need to pay for urgency and solve the problem, rather than appeal to emotions. So Frank knew about the situation on Honshu. To exploit the country's troubles in this way is going too far. Frank is unaware of the situation on Honshu. They will give him the dungeons, but all the dungeons in Kyushu are too much. Frank will be given the rights to 30 dungeons, which is the maximum the Japanese government will agree to. Frank showed respect and didn't even demand compensation for the damage, but they completely lost their bearings. They should take a look at this. There are records of the damage Frank suffered. Maybe he should just publish this ledger, then no one will blame him if he refuses to help Japan. Since they rejected his generosity, the ownership of the Kyushu dungeons would no longer be enough. If they hand over the rights to the dungeons of Shikoku Island, Frank will help them immediately. They will give him everything, just let him help. As soon as the combined UN forces arrive, they will begin the operation. They say it will take about 3 days, so we'll have to wait at the base for now. Since the operation involves approximately 100,000 high-level players, there will be a slight delay. At night, the Choji prepare to attack. Their leader found a green crystal. He eats it. Frank is awakened by an alarm. He asks what's going on. The Golden Eagle has gathered all the Choji tribes and is moving towards Hiroshima. Frank asks if the civilian evacuation is complete. For now, the order to retreat has been received. With their current forces, they could not stop them, so the command ordered a quick retreat. We need to leave quickly. The rest have already evacuated. Frank asks if Inukuso would like to take this chance and try to become a hero of Japan. The title of Hero of Osaka has already lost its power. He could have become the hero who saved the Japanese archipelago. To better understand Frank's instructions, Inukuso must be at least the level of Minister of Dimensional Gates. He will go with Frank and they will stop the Chodze. First, they will try to lure them to another area, and then escape using the spatial movement skill. This is a legendary rank shadow cloak that increases the power of assassination and stealth skills. Inukuso will repay Frank with loyalty. Frank asks if there is anyone among his subordinates whose sense of justice is over the top. Or, in other words, an idiot. There is one who spoke out against the order to retreat, so he was locked in an underground bunker. We need to get him out of there. Frank noted that live streaming is a great way to increase awareness. Let him take care of the filming. There is no need to hide your face. Otherwise, Inukuso will not gain popularity. Even though Kimura is a healer, he is quite fit for battle. But he can both heal and shoot at the same time. Or maybe he wants to go back to the bunker. If not, then let him start a live broadcast immediately. They will show the entire nation the immorality of the Japanese government. Inukuso and Frank will distract the monsters and lead them in the other direction. Frank's determination to sacrifice his life for the people of Japan is admirable. Kimura starts filming immediately. The Japanese government abandoned Hiroshima, but one Korean player and one Japanese player did not abandon it. Kimura asks for prayers for these heroes so that they return safe and sound. Frank begins the attack. He makes the Choje freeze. Then he releases fire. A fireball hits the Choje. Incredible. Frank single-handedly killed 5,000 high-level monsters of the Choji tribe. He received the title of Choji Tribe Slayer. Fire spreads instantly through mana. This bastard seems to be very angry. Frank attacks the Choji boss. The Book of Flame doesn't work on him. We need to try again. The boss attacks Frank. And he's damn strong. He managed to wound Frank. He fights on equal terms with the boss, too fast you can't even see anything. The Choji targeted Kimura, but he is not alone here. This is team leader Inukuso. He refused to obey the order to retreat and remained here alone as the last pride of the Japanese players. The Choji are advancing. Inukuso continues to deal with them. Kimura also films Frank's boss fight. Frank Newman had to evacuate. This is exactly what they were told. This is broadcast to the whole world. Now everyone will consider the Japanese government a bunch of incompetents. We urgently need to contact Chairman Ino and give the order to destroy the Choji. Inukuso holds the position of team leader of the information department. Once the battle is over, he needs to be appointed as the president of the Players Association. He is the only Japanese player participating in the battle. We need to promote him as a hero of Japan as much as possible. It must also be stated that player Frank Newman and Inukuso voluntarily went to the front lines in agreement with the Japanese government. It must be said that the authorities wanted to send reinforcements, but they refused to help. And it must also be announced that the other players did not flee, but risked their lives trying to defend the approaches to Hiroshima. Frank continues to fight the boss. This bastard is really damn strong. Frank attacks the other Chojs. He single-handedly killed 10,000 high-level monsters of the Choji tribe. Frank's health has dropped by more than 10%, activating the passive berserker skill. Frank and the boss clash again. This creature is still resisting. If another passive skill triggers, there will be big problems. Due to his high intelligence, the boss quickly assesses the situation. Frank wouldn't let him go for anything. He strikes. There is an explosion. The boss falls. The raid is over and Kimura ends the broadcast. Compared to the Hydra, the sensations are completely different. The spear only has a heroic rank. The legendary rank Choji Lord's robe contains the magical power of the Choji Lord, allowing one to soar freely in the sky while consuming a small amount of mana. Now that's not bad. Frank tries out the robe. Mana consumption is almost zero. Now it's the turn of skill books. I couldn't learn the active skill Heavenly Thunder. Apparently it's still far from mythical rank. This is a unique legendary rank passive skill book for the Heavenly Thunder Lord's armor. This is a jackpot. The passive skills, Hard Body, Stone Body, and Steel Skin have been absorbed into the passive skill Heavenly Thunder Lord Armor. Frank did a great job. Inukuso did a good job too. The president of the Players Association arrived. Player Frank Neumann is a hero who saved Japan. It's not just him we should thank. Inukuso defended the pride of Japanese players. He is incredible. He was just doing what he had to. Here comes someone else. This is Prime Minister Akunabe. He brought journalists with him. It seems he had something in mind since he came here in person. Thanks to Frank's actions, Japan is saved. On behalf of all citizens, Akunabe expresses sincere gratitude. Frank and Inukuso are the heroes who saved Japan. So he came to put on a show. Inukuso needs to accept the praise and at the same time show his face on camera. Inukuso only did his duty. He risked his life by taking on this crazy operation. Akunabe is talking nonsense. You can send him away, although you shouldn't. At first, they will play along with him. Inukuso repeats that he only did what he had to. While they were preparing the defense of Hiroshima, Inukuso took on the dangerous mission of luring out a flock of Choji. And they weren't just lured out. Akunabe couldn't even imagine that they would be completely destroyed. And you can get a good profit from this. Akunabe once again expresses his sincere gratitude for saving Japan. Of course he should be grateful because Frank had remained silent until now. And thank you for that. I wonder what Akunabe is planning. He lays out his plan. So he wants Frank to say that they fought the Choji together at the request of the Japanese government. He also asks to keep secret the fact that they were planning to abandon Hiroshima. Frank asks what he will get if he does this. They had already agreed to transfer to him the rights to the dungeons on 2 islands. Frank is not happy with this. He will go outside right now and give an interview to journalists. Akunabe asks what he wants. Frank is not going to ask for the impossible. To begin with, regarding the income from the dungeons on the 2 islands, he must be guaranteed complete tax exemption. Judging by the reaction, Frank was right. Apparently, Akunabe was going to stab him in the back. They guarantee in writing that there will be no taxes at all. As for the island of Kyushu, it was completely turned into ruins. Frank would like to get this land for free. Despite the high level of danger near the dungeons, land prices there are high, all because hunters need equipment stores, restaurants, and overnight accommodations. In Japan, entertainment venues are often located there. If Frank gets all the reward, it would be unfair. Inukuso risked his life. He is a hero who fought against a pack of Choj. Frank asks what award the Japanese government plans to give him. To begin with, he will be offered the post of President of the Players Association. Let him take over the post of Minister of Spatial Gates concurrently. Compared to the current minister, who can't even assess the situation, Inukuso will do 100 times better. Akunabe cannot dispose of the minister's position at his own discretion, only after careful discussion with cabinet members. So he again wants to appoint someone who doesn't understand a damn thing, and it's because of such ridiculous personnel decisions that Japan ended up in such a deplorable state. Akunabe will view this in the most positive light. The next day, Frank returns to Korea. He didn't expect there to be so many journalists. Frank puts on glasses and a mask, but he is still recognized. These are presidential candidates. Frank experienced a lot in foreign lands. He and the presidential candidates are surrounded by journalists. For some reason, these bastards put Frank here and are promoting their policies. He is tired, it is time for him to go. Of course, they took up a lot of his time. Journalists ask which candidate he supports. Frank finally fought them off. He thought he would die from this stress. It's all because he's too popular. Alice was also very surprised by his level. He was just hunting hard. Alice asks him to tell her in more detail how he caught the golden eagle. Frank tells. He almost died. His mother and sister scolded him for taking such a risk. And even Lucia. Frank is pleased that Alice cares so much about him. She didn't say she was worried, but it wasn't that she wasn't worried at all. Frank is back after such a huge success. Managing the guild has become easier, although journalists are a nuisance, but this can be tolerated. There have been many offers to invest in their guild. All of them must be rejected. In addition, they were inundated with applications for membership, and not only from Korea. Rankers and high-level players from all over the world want to join them. We need to accept everyone, and since this is how it turned out, open foreign branches. This would require too many resources. Frank will handle it. The results of the Immortal Guild's fund tracking have arrived. They are coming from China. But Frank has a bad relationship with this country. This is Ben Siak, who seized power in China. He is the deputy chairman. But since the chairman is only a puppet, Ben is actually the first person in China. Under Ben Suk's leadership, China officially apologized for the attempted kidnapping of Frank and the murder of his family. Then, 30 trillion stone dollars were poured into the international investment company created by Frank. This is an absurdly large sum to compensate for the damage. With this money, Frank founded the Immortal Guild. However, he kept this fact a closely guarded secret. They clearly have more than just a business relationship. Perhaps China learned of Frank's hidden power and decided to bend to him. Arguing about the past won't change anything. The main thing now is to establish friendly relations with Frank. CIA agents in Northeast Asia are doing everything they can to find out what secret agreement Frank made with China. But it doesn't seem to be easy. Since their relationship is based on money, there must be an opportunity to intervene. First, we need to offer 100 trillion stone dollars. If Frank wants regular dollars, they'll say they'll invest 1 trillion. However, the price for this must be paid in full. The U.S. ambassador to Korea sought Frank to convey President Wilson's wishes. He heard that many difficulties, especially financial ones, arose during the expansion of the Immortal Guild. Apparently, the U.S. wants to invest. There is nothing wrong with that. They invest 100 trillion stone dollars. If Frank wants regular dollars, they can pay 1 trillion. Their scope is quite serious. If this is not enough, they can increase the investment amount. It's not for nothing that they are called a country with $1,000 trillion budget. They really do throw trillions around. Frank asks what the terms are. They would like him to stay in the U.S. as long as possible, and at the same time, if a legendary monster appears, to participate in the raid. Frank may go to the U.S. on vacation, but he doesn't plan to move there permanently. They have a solution for this case too. There is a player in the U.S. named Sarah. She has a unique skill of moving through space over long distances. Using her skill, one can travel between Korea and the United States in the blink of an eye. The scroll of long-distance movement is implemented as a skill, an item costing 10 billion points each. If there's any trouble in the US, they'll send Sarah to the Immortal Guild. Frank agrees, but he has one condition. They will fulfill any request. Instead of stone dollars or regular dollars, Frank wants skill books. Healing, protection, lightning, and fire worth $1 trillion. The money that the U.S. federal government promised to pay is purely an investment. Frank believed they would not demand a return on investment until his relationship with the U.S. soured. He's right. As long as their friendship lasts, the federal government will never demand repayment. Soon, the United States signed an investment contract with the Immortal Guild. The passive skill Heavenly Thunder Lord's armor has been improved. The passive skill Steel Skin has been absorbed, and the active skill Black Thunder Dragon's Breath has been improved. This is just the beginning. We need to go hunting. Frank invites Lucia to come to the entrance of the Minotaur's dungeon in Los Angeles. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and hadn't hunted for a long time. Hunting the crowd is not easy. Since they are solitary creatures, there is no other way. It's time to go back. Today is probably the last day to collect skill books. These are the last ones. The passive skill Book of Immortality has been improved. The passive skill Natural Recovery has been absorbed. Frank received a quasi-mythical rank skill for the first time, all stats increased by 80. The passive skill Book of Immortality has been upgraded to a unique quasi-mythical rank. Frank will not die until the body is completely destroyed. This means that simply by consuming low-rank skill books, you cannot reach the full mythic rank. The passive skill Black Thunder Dragon's Breath has been upgraded to a unique quasi-mythical rank. This was the last batch. The president is not sure that this is the right choice. But the issue of national security is resolved. Even if a legendary monster appears, they will be able to eliminate it without much loss. That's true. But Frank has 4 growing skills. Even Joseph, who ranks first in the US, only has 2 of them, and even those are only heroic rank skills. Lately, Wilson has been thinking that even at the cost of sacrifice, it was worth it for them to cope on their own. In Korea, there are other legendary skill holders besides Frank, but in the US, there is none. If they continue to hunt legendary monsters with the help of others, they will not receive any trophies. It's like a poison chalice. We'll have to allocate additional budget for the development of American players, and we need to secretly find those with growing skills. It is planned to engage in their active training. Legendary monsters are currently considered the highest rank, but no one knows how long this will last. We need to try to convince senators and congressmen. Even the Democratic Party will provide full cooperation in this matter. But at the same time, they need to find a way to lure Frank to their side. Frank looks at customer reviews for the first time in a long time. Customers are unhappy that he sells a TV set with a DVD player. But sales are going great. Let them argue as much as they want. Frank still won't sell them separately. Customers offer him to sell food. He can register 5,000 products, Lucia 2,000. For now, it's better to focus on selling prepared foods like ramen or frozen foods. This way, they will be able to sell microwaves as well. Sounds good. Divine ranked item Cup Ramen has been registered. Finally, first, you need to try chicken with beer. However, a microwave is needed.